Okay, so I guess it finally connected. Spinning circle to finally going live. So, all right, everybody, let me know if I'm actually visible now. Yes, the trouble with the stream again. A new horror film. Maybe that's a concept I could sell to Netflix or somebody. It sounds silly enough. So, I should be up and going. Everybody, let me know if I'm all visible and audible now. Take it off. So last time it worked fine, then my mic went, and so this time it seemed like it was working fine, and then I was stuck on the dreaded going live circle again, and then it finally decided to just pop in. So maybe I might try setting it a little bit earlier than usual, and then just letting it do its thing, and then I guess maybe it just takes a while to connect sometimes. So anyhow, nice to see everybody here. Sorry it took me a couple minutes to deal with that fun stuff. Let's see. Looks like Melinda's at work. Thanks for checking in at work. Yeah, I try to. There are some streams I like, Culture Dog streams. I usually have to wind up watching while I'm still at work, like piecemealing them, or surreptitiously listening in on like a small earpiece or something while I'm still doing other things. But yeah, that's always fun trying to watch a live stream when you're still at work. So let's see. Brian's here. Hey, man. JR62. Hello, sir. Ronald. Can't see me. I'm the invisible man. Well, maybe if you put wet tar over the roads, maybe you'll be able to see my feet then, or see me in the fog, et cetera, et cetera. I didn't eat too long ago, so you'd still be able to see my food digesting, maybe. Just going through all the various ways to see an invisible man. On vacation last week. Oh, hope you had a good one, man. Sega's here. Hey, man. Halloween color shirt. Yes, I don't know. I have a thing for orange shirts. I don't know. I have a couple of them, and I was just trying to think of something to not just be wearing a plain T-shirt or something. And I'm like, oh, orange. It's fine. I'll just go with it. And of course, I have to have my ginger ale. And this is again not sponsored by Canada Dry, but I seem to not be able to do one of these without ginger ale. But anyway, let's see what's going on. Ronald saw the Three Musketeers recently, the version with Vincent Price in it. Fantastic. Honestly, I think most of the versions of the classic Dumas stories are actually quite good. Like, because there's, I think, at least 2 or 3 classic Hollywood versions, and then the Disney version isn't too bad. And I think that probably the only like really bad one was the one from, I think it was 5 or 10 years ago. It had some CG. It was just like some modern silly thing, but yeah, most of them are actually pretty good. And now I think they're much more available on like some of the MOD DVD services. So, and of course the versions of Man in the Iron Mask and other assorted tales and such. So ginger ale and horror films, can't live without them. Yes. Yeah, if I ever ran my own movie theater, it'd be like, oh yes, you want soda? Would you like ginger ale, or ginger ale? You have 50 different variety choices. Oh, you want Sprite? Yeah, we don't have that. We have popcorn, pretzels, candy, ginger ale. Take your pick. And coffee. You have to have coffee, of course. During Prohibition, almost all the whiskey and liquor came from Canada. Yep. Absolutely. Much easier to get across the Canadian border, I suppose. And of course, I think that's the standoff on the bridge scene in The Untouchables. I think it's either in the north near the Canadian border or at the Canadian border where they have that standoff. I think, if I'm remembering it correctly, which I do believe was about bootlegging that particular scene. But yeah, most. I wonder, I don't know if the name comes from there because it says, since 1904, but yeah, I'm sure that became code for Prohibition in one way or another. Sucker for bargains. Watch the Arrow video, which came from the sea from 1976. And it was like one giant acid trip. Yeah, I'm the same way. I've seen a lot of weird stuff simply because it was available to rent or because it was dirt cheap. And particularly if it's like really, if it's like pre 80s or 70s, like, especially if it's anything from the classic Hollywood period, I'll watch it. If I have the opportunity to, and it doesn't look like 100% terrible, I'll watch it if at all possible. So yeah, I've seen some really strange stuff over the years. And then some stuff that I probably just should have just skipped because it's just not any good, but I watched it anyway because it was cheap and it was appealing enough. So sometimes that's the only way to discover favorites, and then sometimes you discover just mad stuff. So um just getting my list queued up here because I'm trying to make sure I don't skip anything because I get so worked up and going away in a spiel that I usually wind up skipping stuff, and then I'm like, oh crap. So I've got a little list I wrote to make sure I don't skip anything this time. And then suddenly remember, like right as I'm trying to end, I'm like, oh crap, I didn't talk about this. um, but anyhow, I started this whole thing for tonight. I just want to talk about at least a couple things that didn't fit into the other categories of classic horror that had already kind of discussed. And then I started writing, and I wrote some more, and then it's like a whole Word document with a giant numbered list, and I'm like, oh crap. So I'm just gonna talk about a number of favorites and other things that just didn't really fit into some of the other categories I talked about before. This is basically a grab bag. It's a grab bag catch all of random classic horror and related titles that I just kind of wanted to talk about a little bit because anytime I like, especially with lists and stuff, or when you break things down into categories, or when people make those ranking lists, it's like you spend hours and hours and you think you got it and you do it, and then you realize you've forgotten something. It's like, oh crap. So anyway, that will be the theme topic of tonight. I tried to make it sound fancy on the thumbnail, but it's basically just a grab bag. So yeah, too many films, not enough time. Oh gosh, yes. I'm still doing my October Halloween-ness, and we're into November. That's what happens to me every year. So I am steadily making my way through. I try to do like a rough chronological order, and I'm probably like maybe a third to half of the way through all the titles I wanted to get through, and then there's still others I think of. I'm like, oh crap. And then of course all the titles that I don't own a good copy of yet, that I'm like, crap, I still need that. So, got a new Longfoot buddy. Hello, sir. Who watched Beyond the Grave from 1973? Ah, fantastic. Getting into the let's see, Beyond the Grave. That's not Amicus, is it? Amicus is the one that I'm not as familiar with, and because a lot of their titles are so similar, I kind of blend some of them together, especially the anthology films. That's the one of the horror producing entities that I'm not as familiar with. I've seen a couple of Amicus productions, primarily because they got Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee a lot of times to appear in them as sort of a alternate or a Hammer rival, because that's essentially what they were. It was a very similar production outlook. So they were basically like the Hammer rival in England. But yeah, that's the one I need to beef up on more, and it's great because a lot of those titles are finally getting cleaned up in restorations and coming out on Blu-ray and stuff. But of course, you gotta go one or two Blu-rays at a time, because otherwise you take your entire paycheck, and it's like, here Arrow, take it, here Shout Factory, here Kino, just take it, give me everything. Who needs anything else? I don't need to pay my bills. No. Sega watched. Favorite 3 movies this week were Silk Stockings, The Misfit, and American Me. That's an interesting triple bill. I don't know what thematic you would have to do to put all those together on a single bill, but those are some interesting titles. Again, I've never been super huge on musicals, but I do really admire the craftsmanship that goes into them. I do have Silk Stockings on Laserdisc. I have the original MGM letterbox pressing, but of course it's been, I believe it's out on Blu-ray from Warner Brothers, and if I remember correctly, the reviews are pretty good. And the Misfits I do have on Laserdisc and Blu-ray, and it's got good transfers, and that's a great film. But it's basically obsessed with death. It's like it's technically a modern day Western, but all the three main characters are death obsessed, and Clark Gable and Marilyn Monroe both died shortly thereafter, and then Monty Clift did not have a happy existence, and he died, not terribly long later, and it's a gorgeous, absolutely stark black and white. So yeah, it's obsessed with death practically. So not really a happy movie, and probably not something that you'd want to show the kids, because I don't know. I mean, I think it would be great for children. I was too young probably when I saw it the first time, but I was just like, man, this movie is depressed. Like, it's not depressing. It is literally depressed. And of course, anything that John Huston ever did, even the cash grabs, I'm like determined to sit through. So I'm like automatically, I know this is going to be great. Then I went and saw it for the first time, and I'm like, wow, this movie is truly sad. And then I realized, oh yeah, because it's literally death obsessed. Okay. And honestly, I may have seen part of American Me, but I don't know if I've ever seen the whole thing. I've been meaning to go back and expand my horizons with Edward James Olmos, so I know him from many more things instead of just obviously Gaff from Blade Runner. But I mean, that's such an iconic part, and he is such a fantastic actor. Puts so much work into not only that performance, but practically everything he does. And of course, we are now in November 2019. So now everybody has been posting online all of we're living in Blade Runner now, guys. So Halloween was the last day that Blade Runner was not in the future. So enjoy. So it's like one of those things. So it's like, yeah, we're really living in Blade Runner now. That's great. I feel really old, and we still have pollution problems and overpopulation problems, and well, at least it doesn't look like Blade Runner yet. That's a good thing, right? Okay, so of course, all in stereo sound. Yeah. Well, Misfits is mono, but Silk Stockings is I think that's a stereo track if I'm not mistaken. Because a lot of the musicals were pretty early stereo adopters, but then again, some are still mono. You have to go back and just research each one at a time. Yes, Poverty Row, absolutely. There are so many Poverty Row titles that branch off into horror, and then all for example, the things Bela Lugosi wound up doing, the Monogram films, stuff at Republic, some of the serials and stuff. That's probably the where I kind of check out a bit. That's like the one thing I've never really delved into that much in the classic Hollywood period is the I'm trying to think of I guess Poverty Row is the best term. But all the stuff that came out of the Poverty Row studios. So I've seen some some of the stuff with the Rich Brothers, some of the Lugosi things, and like some are actually quite good, and then there are some that are artistic triumphs in spite of it. Like, of course, the stuff that Edgar G. Ulmer made, particularly, especially Detour, his 1945 noir, which was made at a Poverty studio for literally no money in just a handful of days, and is fantastic. But that's the exception. Most are like really threadbare. So it kind of stretches my patience a bit too much. So that's probably that and Amicus are the two things I really need to delve into more in the horror realm. Those are probably my two least experienced horror elements, if you will, that I am not as well versed in, and then I'll start watching those and then add those to my yearly list, and it'll just get longer because it just gets longer. Beyond the Grave was 4 stories in one. Okay, so it is one of those anthologies. All right, I'm glad I was thinking correctly. Good to know. Oh, it's the one where Peter Cushing is the shopkeeper and with all the curiosities. Yes. Okay, I do remember that one now. Okay, yes, I know what you're talking about. Do I have any Universal Monsters Blu-rays with the glow in dark covers? No, I watched all of the all of the disc runs they had, and I was glad they kept, printing the main ones, and the covers were pretty cool. Like, especially, I thought the black and white image ones with the red logo text was really nice, and then the glow in the dark ones, everybody kind of swarmed over and wanted to get all of them, and I'm like, well, I've already got them. I don't need to buy them again. Um, because at first I just had this, the UK package of the main titles, and then eventually I got the complete set, and so I didn't need to get all of the other packagings. And then there was the Alex Ross stuff at Best Buy, which looks great. But again, I didn't need, a bunch of steel books for discs I already had. The best ones still are the poster art, though, the 1999 DVDs. I wish they would. I mean, they've kind of used that era once or twice since then, but honestly, I don't mind any of the packaging. So I think all of the Universal Monster horror, main releases have been good so far in terms of packaging. It's just I wish some of the discs themselves were better, like Revenge of the Creature actually encoded right, or actually getting Werewolf of London in proper HD instead of an upscale. But I mean that's minor. The big one is Revenge of the Creature still being messed up. With the 2D presentation being kind of screwy and the 3D presentation being kind of screwy. And talking about 3D, they messed with the stereo window on Creature from the Black Lagoon. So now that I have a 3D display to see it, it's really annoying. So I wish they would have left it alone, because they kind of moved where the pop out effects are, and it's just really like once I noticed it when I was watching it, I was like, wait a minute. And so I had to just stop, and I had to go and look it up. And sure enough, I'm like, oh, doggone it. I thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me or some setting I hadn't done right. But outside of that, I think the discs themselves and the packaging are really, really good. And I think the complete set is still on sale. So if you're interested, just go ahead and grab that while it's still on sale for $69.99, because it doesn't get cheaper than that. And then you'll get multiple copies of certain titles. So you'll have like 5 or 10 extra discs that you don't want. So it's like, thank you, Universal, for my Abbott and Costello Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein Blu-ray coaster, which I now have 3 of. Just why? And multiple copies of Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman, and everything that crosses over is multiplied. So you'll have extra discs. They're working on Blade Runner realities, yeah. But not quite there. Yeah. We're not in future. There's no 3 seashells and everything's Taco Bell. Oh man. Ronald talking about the Old Dark House remake from 1963, the William Castle version. Yeah, I have to say it's one of the films. I've seen it once or twice, but it's been a long time. I saw it before I ever got to see the original, because the availability for the original was just so bad. And then it was finally put out by Kino on Laserdisc and then on DVD in like I think 2003 or so. So I didn't get to see it until I was able to rent a copy of the DVD from a library when I was actually it was in high school. So it took me a very long time. I knew of it and I'd seen the remake, so I kind of knew like the sort of gist of it. But I once I actually experienced that, I adore that film so much. It's hard for me to watch the remake. So I should go back and rewatch it just to see, because I know even though it's got the same name, I know it's vastly different. And because the original is basically James Whale swinging for the fences and just rollicking in black humor and the macabre, and it's like a dry run for what shows up in The Invisible Man and Bride of Frankenstein in a lot of ways. It's like that's the original Old Dark House is the film in between Frankenstein and The Invisible Man. It's like if you look at Frankenstein, all of the quirkiness is very minimal, and the story's very focused, and it's got a good I'll not say good, I'll say amazing narrative drive. It moves like that. It feels like a much newer film than it is. And then you get to The Invisible Man, and it's got an even stronger narrative drive, but it's got much more quirkiness and much more black humor and much more weird characters, and especially weird English characters and British character actors. And then Bride of Frankenstein takes that to another level. So Old Dark House is like the film in between those. And because I love it so much, it's just I try not to think about the remake, but I am actually I'm kind of excited to go and see it again. Maybe it's better than I realized, but I've kind of been operating under the idea so long of I adore the 1932 film so much and watch it like religiously every year, and even quote too many of the lines, that I'm kind of like, I don't want to watch the remake. I don't want to watch it again. I don't. But honestly, I think William Castle is. I think he's actually underrated. He had a good heart, and he really tried to make entertaining films, And yes, some kind of got really schlocky, but and some they all had their gimmicks, but it wasn't just about the gimmick. So I do enjoy a lot of those more than what the usual critical assessment are, and of course, they're not for everybody. Your mileage may vary. Oh, Christopher's in the house. Hey, man. Oh, you got the well, not Shout, Scream Factory, which is still Shout Factory. So you got the Universal Horror Volume 1 set. Oh man, that's the one I really want to get. I've just been trying to see if it was going to go on sale or not. Volume 2 and 3, I'm amazed they did. But it's got a lot more of the obscure, lesser known, a lot of the titles that are really much more hardcore horror fan stuff, like Man-Made Monster, which is a great little picture. It was the first thing Lon Chaney did as a horror film for Universal, and Murders in the Zoo and some of the others. But I have a number of those on DVD, but some of them have been harder to get. So I'd like to get them, but the $70 price tags is just crazy. But yeah, Volume 1 is the big one, because you have Black Cat and The Raven. Those are the two big ones. Murders in the Rue Morgue is actually coming out next month. It's going to be a standalone disc, which I was really excited for, because I was hoping it would have a one of the reconstructed versions. Some fans have tried to reconstruct the original ending of that film, because it was cut at the last minute by the studio, and the whole opening third or so was restructured. And when you see the film, that's why it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for like the first half. So some fans have done like recuts, and they're actually very good. If you look up on the Classic Horror Forum, there's a whole thread about the different ones, and there's different discussions between people about how it should go. But unfortunately, they announced extras, and it's just got 2 new commentaries, which is great. But so that'll probably be the first one I get, because it's not very expensive, and I love that film's atmosphere, even though it's not a very good picture. And I'll be the first to admit it. It took me like the first 3 times seeing it to really get into it. And the same with the Black Cat as well. I have to say, like the first time I saw it, it didn't make a whole lot of sense. And then when I realized, because it was reshot and then cut to ribbons and all kinds of other stuff, that's why it has that sort of jumpy feel. But again, the atmosphere and the fact that you have Karloff and Lugosi, and once you see it 2 or 3 times, it really sinks in just how maliciously evil that film is. The Black Cat is a picture that deals with the Satanism, black mass, human sacrifice, necrophilia, alcoholism, pathological obsession, psychotic characters, of course, murder, of course, obsession, and life, dreaded fear of black cats, aftermath of what's alluded to as World War One. Again, that's just off the top of my head. It's insane the amount of stuff that goes on in that picture, and it's from 1934, and that's the edited, reshot version where they made Lugosi's character a good guy. And again, it's strange to see Lugosi playing a good guy. It's one of those really great rare exceptions where you can see him really stretch his acting muscles, and you can realize that hey, he was more than just the Dracula guy. And it kind of sucks that they never they always underpaid him and never gave him many opportunities outside of just the dumb horror stuff, and that's why he eventually wound up at Poverty Row. But anyway, I'm really excited I would love to dig into that, and then I'm excited to look at the extras. I'm happy they're making some, because it's great to always hear from the great horror historians that are all over the other extras and commentaries and stuff. And I've read a number of their books, but not all of them, because they're very expensive. So They're all in specialty labels, so I have to find them in libraries, or I occasionally might find a used copy. But yeah, usually I have to just say, well, I'll just add that to my reading list if I ever find this stuff, because mostly they're published by McFarlane Books, which they're amazing books, but they're really expensive. Like the Universal Horrors book alone is like 50 or $60, and of course that's the updated version. But still, it's like that you can't really afford that for a book. I mean, the price, for what you get, it's fantastic. But it's like getting towards college textbook price, and it's far more informative than any college textbook I ever had. But that's just me. So, um, any of the Inner Sanctum films? Yes, I have seen the whole Sanctum series. I probably should have mentioned that in the Universal Horror Show, but I always kind of forget them. I always kind of consider them their own thing, like the Sherlock Holmes films. Um, because they're not expressly horror. Um, the DVD set is kind of, I think, harder to find now. I've stumbled across it used a couple times, but it's usually got a significant price markup. But I don't know if anybody's going to do them on Blu-ray anytime soon. But I may just go ahead and pick up that DVD set if I can find a cheap copy. It's a pretty decent one. It's like the Universal Legacy sets. I think what is it, 8 or 9 films. I think they're spread across 2 or 3 DVDs, maybe 4. So it's a pretty good set, and at least it's much better quality than I think the other releases were primarily on VHS. I don't think they came to Laserdisc. I could be wrong though. um Pete's here. Hey man. Yes, talking about classic horror still. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thoughts on The Haunting. Yeah, I kind of alluded to that a little bit in the Luton show last week, because that's basically Robert Wise's, nod to the Luton films and his work with the Luton unit and stuff. So that's why I think it really stands out. It's one of the really good later horror films, because again, it's very Luton-esque. It uses a lot of the Luton ideas about the unseen horrors and being very intelligent and building more suspense than sudden shocks. So I mean, I really like it, but it's not. I don't love it like I do the Luton films. It has been a little while since I've seen it. I do need to rewatch it, and it is Warner Bros. Put it out on Blu-ray, but of course, it's one of those where the availability is kind of iffy. So I've meant to get a copy of that, but it's a catalog title that's just overpriced for whatever reason. So I need to go ahead and pick that up. And of course, there's also a good Laserdisc and a good DVD. Even though it's very Luton-esque, I kind of always link it more to The Innocents, which is the other really good Luton feeling 1960s horror film. Even though that film was not, directed by, a graduate of the Luton unit. But if we were to talk about, graduates of the Luton unit making horror films, the one I talked about last week, which I'm going to talk about again this week, and of course, if you saw the thumbnail, of course, I had to use that, is Jacques Tourneur and Night of the Demon, which that picture is just staggering. Like that is not just a throwback to his Luton days. That's not just like those films. It's not just a love letter to Val Luton, but that is one of the greatest horror films ever made. That's one of the best films of the 1950s, period. That's one of the truly great films. So I will gush about that like crazy. But yeah, a lot of people bring up The Haunting because of the Luton connection and Robert Wise, and they are spot on to do so. That's why I think it's as good as it is. Yeah, I guess Robert Wise got to flex those muscles again. You got to flex those muscles before making The Sound of Music. Yes, Repulsion and Rosemary's Baby. Yeah. Polanski can do horror like crazy, and then he can do pictures that are supposed to be horror films where you just watch Johnny Depp walk around and chain smoke a lot, talking about old books, which is The Ninth Gate if you've never seen it. But of course, that was much later on. Yeah, honestly, even though Repulsion isn't really a horror film, it's all in this poor girl's mind, so it's really a psychological thriller, I guess. It's straight up got full on horror sequences. And for me, I think it's actually a more effective horror film in terms of being truly scary than Rosemary's Baby is. Um, because Rosemary's Baby, it's much more about um, it's got that weird undercurrent of dark humor that I really like, and while it's got the out and out horror pieces, it's very based in normality, which increases the horrific aspects, and it's also I'm trying to think of what the term would be, but I guess maybe a sort of societal criticism. Almost a sort of class type within the apartment building and stuff like that, which again kind of plays into the like darkly humorous parts. Um, so yeah, and I think it also borrows a lot from the film that Polanski did between those two, which we'll talk about later, which is Fearless Vampire Killers, which is totally wacky. It's got fantastic horror scenes. It's really dark in terms of the story is dark and the visuals are stunning, but it's also a comedy, you know. And when they released it here in America, they cut out 20 minutes and put a cartoon on the front of it for the opening titles because they're like, it's supposed to be funny. But yeah, that's one of those films that's so bizarre. It's great. It's great that it is bizarre. It's really like it blends horror and comedy better than I think anything else ever has, in terms of it's got absolutely gut burstingly funny moments, but you never lose that horror atmosphere. And again, the story itself, the tone of it is really dark. So, and it's got a fantastic ending. So yeah, that's probably my favorite of those three, just because it's so different. But yeah, all three are great. But yeah, the Polanski has done stuff even in non-horror films that there are straight up horror elements, or like The Tenant kind of feels like a horror film through most of it, even though it's technically not a horror film. There's moments that have the sort of hairs on the back of your neck stand up in Polanski films. So he is exceptional at doing that, even if it isn't a horror film. Oh gosh, Eyes Without a Face. That is, I have to say, that's one of those I heard about for years and years and years and years and years. I knew Criterion had done it on DVD, and so I finally got to see it again. I think it was I checked it out from a library that had a copy, and I I don't know. I guess I'd read about it for so long that I was kind of expecting it to be, like really out there. And, of course, obviously, for those who've seen it, I don't want to spoil anything. Some of the scenes are surprisingly gory for the time, if you even just think about the title, and of course you see the poster image with the sort of whited out face, and you see the character pretty early on of the girl, and she just has the mask on. You can kind of sort of see where this is going, so that is really striking, especially being of that old and in black and white. But I have to say, it's I really liked it, but it was also kinda like Diabolique. I'd heard about it so many times and read about it so many times that I kinda knew sort of what was coming, so it kinda took some of the edge off for me, and so both of those, I'm kinda like, I really like them, and they're really great, especially for their time, but I never could fully latch onto them because I read for years, "These are gonna be so great," and I go and see them, and I'm like, "Oh, well, okay." Um Speaking of which, I would like to get both of them on Blu-ray and really just give them like a totally fresh look, because I mean, yeah, they did definitely creep me out the first time, but I had read about them for so long that I was like, but anytime you get anticipation built up like that, there's always going to be a bit of a letdown because it's never quite what you imagine, and it'll be slightly different somehow. So, uh, oh, JR got the Ice Without a Face from the Barnes& and Noble Criterion sale. Yeah, they are killing it with their sales this month. It's half off Criterion, it's half off Arrow, and it's half off the Cohen collection. So, if you have been meaning to stock up on titles, you can go in there and just go crazy, and I'm having to hold myself back. So, because all three at once is just like, oh my gosh, they're trying to kill us. So yeah, there are fantastic deals, especially on Cohen titles, which very rarely go on sale and they have a higher price point. You can get their release of the original Old Dark House now for $11, which is crazy. I did not pay $11 when it first came out. I paid a lot more. And now I'm like, oh. And then a lot of their titles have went out of print for a while. And now they're back in print. So you can get those half off, like Jamaica Inn, the new restoration. You can get that disc. It's back in print. That was out of print for a while. So I had to get the UK one. That also includes their new Buster Keaton releases of the new restorations. They've been doing double feature discs. And of course, on the Arrow side, it includes the new release of Arrow of RoboCop. So you can pick that up for like surprisingly cheap. I think it's like $26. So it's half off, and that thing's loaded with extras. And of course, it also includes the Far Country release, which is what I've been looking forward to. So I think I may just get my stuff from Barnes and Noble this month because they have all the sales. I should also mention this week, apparently Target has brought back their buy two, get one free sale on everything. So if you go on their website, it's all buy two, get one free. But of course, stuff isn't on sale like it is at Barnes and Noble. So it may be buy two, get one free. But if you're not careful, you spend like, $30 or $40 more because it's not on sale. First Polanski movie I saw was The Fierce Vampire Killers. It's fantastic. And it's got a lot of what you see in other Polanski films. If you know at least a good amount of the others, you can definitely tell who made it. Of course, it helps that he's actually acting in it. So I mean, you should be able to tell who made it because he's actually in it. Anybody heard of the TV movie The Woman in Black? It was made in the late 80s and is one of the most rare films. No, I can't say that I have. The only thing I know of is when the Hammer Film Group or whoever bought them resurrected Hammer. I think their first like theatrical release was Woman in Black, the one with Daniel Radcliffe, supposedly trying to be more like a gothic horror Hammer film. But I think that was called Woman in Black, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, I haven't heard of a TV movie. I will look that up when we get done because now I am curious. So I guess we'll go ahead and go through the pickups for the week. Get that out of the way. So first off, I have the rest of the Amazon UK package. Finally arrived because, of course, you order something and they split it into multiple packages. So these are all ones I've just wanted to get for the longest time, and thankfully there were a lot of titles on sale. I guess it wasn't specifically for Halloween; these were just all marked down. So I guess it was for Halloween, but it wasn't like specifically marked. So this one was one I've meant to grab for a long, long time. I've seen the actual transfer before, I really hate it. So, so of course I bought it because I have problems. But I grabbed this for the extra because this has the uncut footage that was finally found. And since Studio Canal bought all the Hammer rights and renegotiated stuff, I figured this might go out of print like the UK release of The Mummy did. And I didn't get that one before it went out, and that had all the nice extras, whereas the US disc, slightly better encoding but no extras. So I went ahead and grabbed the this is actually Lionsgate over there, but the UK release of Hammer's Horror of Dracula, or just Dracula. This is the 3-disc release, which is just 1 Blu-ray and 2 PAL DVDs. Again, I grabbed this for all of the extra features, and what's also great is even though they tried to reincorporate the extra footage in the ending, it's of course in the horribly color-timed UK master that I can't stand. But they did actually include a transfer untouched of all of the Japanese reels with uncut footage, and they are faded a bit, but they do have much better color than the actual master, and it's actually fully uncut. So you get everything this way. So and of course it's loaded with other extras and the really great documentaries they made for this release. So definitely grab this for the extras. And again, I don't know how much longer it's going to stay in print. It's not a fancy package or anything. It's just a hinged tray like so, but at least it's a proper case. And this is really dirt cheap. I think it goes for about 10 pounds, which once you do the conversion it's still roughly about $10, which is dirt cheap for a fully loaded Blu-ray. But again, don't watch the actual movie because I hate the color timing they did on this release. So again, I just got this for the extras and it was marked down to super, super cheap. So I figured I'd grab it before it disappeared, like the Mummy disc did, unfortunately. Then this one is another Hammer title that is available here. There's actually 2 Blu-rays over here, but this one has the best encoding and the most extras. This is the Eureka release of Man Who Could Cheat Death, which is a really great, kind of lesser known, lesser discussed early Hammer title, directed by Terrence Fisher with Hazel Court and Christopher Lee, and more of a standard role, so he doesn't have the horror role this time around. So yeah, you definitely get the full on, early Hammer gloss and look and style to this film, which is really quite good. I think it's of course dealing much more with it's essentially a variant of Picture of Dorian Gray, in terms of the idea of someone trying to unnaturally prolong their life. But again, because it's not a monster character, it's not as well known. What's also really cool, you get a bonus DVD copy, PAL territories, and then the Blu-ray encoding is much better than the US releases, and it has a ton of extras on here. You also get a really cool booklet with the original artwork. I believe this is a reproduction. It's got a really great essay, and then great stills, and then a reproduction of the original press book, I believe. Yeah. So it's got the entire original press book reproduced here. And I didn't even know this thing came with a booklet. So this was a fantastic surprise. Right down to posters and lobby cards. So this is really great. And again, exceptionally cheap. The first release over here was like a budget release and it was basically like a DVD upconvert. Kino's done it from this master, and it has a commentary that's exclusive to that. But again, the encoding on here is much better. It also has reversible cover art, which is also really cool. It's amazing when they do that. So yeah, this is really one of the best Hammer releases of any title. And again, super, super cheap. But if you're not region free, you can get the Kino release, and it's this same cleaned up version. But again, the encoding's better on here. More extras on here, better packaging, but the Kino does have an extra commentary. And then this one I have wanted to pick up for years, never have. And then finally I was like, doggone it, I'm going to pick this up now. So, of course, this is Masters of Cinema number 70, Nosferatu. And this is the British Film Institute restoration with the Bernal Institute, I believe, I think it's from 2012 or 2014. So this is the newest restoration. But the reason why you want to pick this up is it's properly encoded, whereas the US Kino one is not. So that's missing practically 30% of the frames of the film. It also is loaded with extras and this gorgeous original artwork here. Just fantastic. And see if I can show this. I don't know how well it's going to come across, but you get this really nice overlay here with the chapter index. And then the disc and booklet replicate the outer artwork. And again, this booklet is really thick. There's tons of essays and information in there. So a fantastic release. There's also I believe it's the BFI did another Blu-ray release later on with the James Bernard score, famous for his Hammer scores, and it uses another restoration. So there are technically 2 good British Blu-rays, and if you want everything in both restorations, you should have both. But this one's a lot cheaper and is the better one overall. But one day I will get that other one because it's really cool. So. And then last, this one is a title I've wanted to see for a long time. It was thought lost for a long time. They restored it back in, I think, about 2003 for a DVD release, which then went out of print and I never got to see it. This is actually a British horror film This was basically when Boris Karloff had a gap in his Universal contract. He went over to England to do a couple pictures. So this is the network release of The Ghoul, which is actually a really striking, you know, early 30s talkie horror film, all British cast, made in Britain. And yeah, this was extraordinarily difficult to find. Again, it was thought lost for a good amount of time, and then it only existed in cut down versions. So on the DVD, they finally were able to restore everything, and then this is the only HD release out there. Again, this is a network release and is insanely cheap. This is less than $5, but unfortunately, is region locked. So if you have a region free player, this is a fantastic deal. Of course, due to the elements and everything, it's not ever going to look super great, but they put effort into this package. It has an art inlay and a full booklet that's an actual booklet. It's not just, a piece of paper. So this has a really long essay with some nice stills and everything. So this is a full-on legitimate, you know, booklet with Criterion style essay, which I had no idea this was going to be in here. And then to show you the art overlay, it's basically composed of foreign posters, which all look really striking. But yeah, I had no idea. I thought this was just going to be a disc in here. So this was a real surprise. Again, this is the best way to see this film. And again, it's about $5 US, which is crazy. But yeah, so I would recommend this for Karloff fans, horror fans. But of course, you have to be able to be region free. But if you're in the States, you can track down, I think MGM put out the DVD. So you'd have to track down the MGM DVD of this if you don't have region free capability. And then you thought I was done. I'm not done. On the vinyl front, I did get to go to our last record convention this weekend, and there wasn't really a whole lot. It was a lot less vendors this time around, and I didn't have a lot of time to run through it. But on my way out, I looked through one more table and found this really great item. So I was just like, yeah, I always find something. So this is something I passed on before, and then the vinyl resurgence happened, and then I could never find a good affordable copy because prices got crazy. And this copy is the LPs are in really great shape. The cover's got a little bit of age wear, but it's also very surprisingly a promotional copy, and it's got the original promo stamp on it. And I couldn't believe the low price they wanted. So of course I snatched this up. So this is a original US pressing of Pink Floyd's The Wall, of course, which should be pretty noticeable by the cover. Again, there's a little bit of wear on here, but it's mostly in excellent shape. But what I was really surprised to see is that good old demonstration not for sale sticker on the back. So this is an original promo copy and literally only cost me $15. So I was very happy. And of course, the LPs are practically spotless. This uses the same master as the super elusive and very expensive UK original pressing. It was done by the mastering lab here in the States. So it's the same stampers on US and UK pressings. It's just usually with British vinyl, it's supposed to be quieter than the US vinyl. But if you want the best sounding original versions of, Floyd albums, it's usually original pressings. So you can get a US original like this for a fraction of the cost of the UK one. And then just, you can clean the living heck out of it and hope it's as clean as a UK one. So I was really surprised and very happy to finally find one of these. Years and years ago, I was going to buy one for about $20, which is what they should cost, really. And then I was like, well, no, I passed on it for, one dumb reason or another. And then I regretted it ever since, because now you pay $25 for a destroyed copy. So it's just like, dang, why did I do that? And of course, the sound on this original mastering is absolutely fantastic. This is a really good demo record as well, particularly for the bass. I would say the bass is the most noticeable, most sublime part of this recording. So definitely, if you don't already have one of these, pick up an original copy. Just try to not spend a crap ton of money. And if you have an original UK copy, then super good for you. um, but again, it's the same mastering, so as long as you have a super clean original US copy, I think you'll be good. I know, wow, right? I hadn't found anything and I was just leaving super dejected. And I was like, well, I didn't look at this table. And I'm like, okay. And then I saw the price tag and I saw it was a promo and it was clean. And I'm like, okay, I think I this one. Are you sure you want to charge that much? Okay. And then I won't go through all these because I got a number of them in, but one of the sellers on the Facebook group, Laserdisc Forever, was doing a gigantic blowout sale. And I wanted way too many of them because he had a lot of titles that are not commonly up for grabs. But and I'm trying not to get too many discs because space is getting to be a bit of a concern. You also have a watching backlog and stuff, but yeah, he had some in there that I really needed, and some that were way too rare for me to say no. Um, so yeah, I basically tried to get the ones I specifically needed, but I'll just go over some of them, and then the rest of these will be in my next update video, which I hope to get up pretty soon. So this one I got because I've been getting the rest of the Letterbox series. So this is the first from Orion, the double feature of House of Usher with Pit and the Pendulum, the deluxe Letterbox edition that started off this series. So I'm trying to get all of the Poe releases in a widescreen on Laserdisc just to actually have all the main versions, and also because the packaging on these is exceptionally done with all these great stills. And again, the first widescreen presentations, PCM mono, really great liner notes, and people put these together and actually really love these films, and you can really see it. So because I have two of the others, I wanted to pick this one up and check it out. So it'll be fun to spin this up. Then this is a title I've wanted to get for a long time, and then Warner Archive just released it on Blu-ray, and I would really like to pick that up. But if I remember correctly, this has like an extra featurette that's not on any other release, and it's also the first time it was released uncut and letterboxed, and also a difficult Laserdisc to pick up, and that is of course Fearless Vampire Killers. So good thing we were already talking about it. This is, again, the first time it was released in its original uncut form. It does include the original animated US opening and a featurette at the end. And it's got a really nice little gatefold, typical MGM style. So I've wanted to check this out. I was curious what the Laserdisc looked like. I've only ever been able to watch this on DVD pretty much. And again, Warner Archives Blu-rays out there, and I really want to check that out because it's a new scan and all the reviews are really, really great. But again, this was really dirt cheap. He was having a fantastic blowout sale, so I didn't get too many, but there's still a lot that I did get. This one I grabbed because it's one of the few gangsters titles I was missing, and that's Angels with Dirty Faces, the MGM pressing with PCM mono. So this replaces the older analog only disc, and with this really great art with a giant Cagney head floating over everything. It just looks fantastic. I have the main releases of the other great Warner gangster titles, but this was the big one that I was missing, and I was curious to see how it compared to the DVD. And again, it's in perfect minty shape, and so much so that the ink on the cover still feels sort of glossy, which is always really cool. This is another one that Warner Archive just put out on Blu-ray, and I was so excited. I really want to pick that up. And then I saw that the Laserdisc was included in this giant blowout sale, and I was like, I didn't even know this came out on Laserdisc, and I looked it up, and it's exceptionally rare. So I was like, well, I guess I can check it out on Laserdisc. So this is a really interesting film from the 1950s, directed by Fritz Lang of all people, but it's basically a big color widescreen adventure film directed by Fritz Lang with children, and that's Moonfleet. If you've never seen this, this is a heck of a picture, and I'm really excited that it's now out on Blu-ray from the Warner Archive. But again, I hadn't even realized this was on Laserdisc at all. I finally got to see it on TCM years and years ago. There's a good DVD, but I'm excited to check the transfer on this. Again, this is exceptionally rare. I think it's got a decently high value on the LDDB. So I was just super excited to get this. So I'm going to fire this up and check it out. And I will get the Blu-ray eventually, but for the price of one Warner Archive Blu-ray, I can get a stack of Laserdiscs. So, but yeah, this is a great adventure film if you've never seen it. And again, directed by Fritz Lang of all people, so it proves that he could make adventure films. Now, these two are the real reason why I took the plunge and got a bunch of this. These two are very rare titles I've wanted to get for years. One of them had a DVD release that then went out of print. And so the only way to see both of these films now is on these Laserdisc releases. Both are from the RKO Classic Collection. The first one is an absolute masterpiece that is from RKO 1952, directed by Nicholas Ray. This is The Lusty Men. If you've never seen this film, which is now unfortunately hard to see, they still show it on TCM occasionally. This film is a masterpiece. It's staggering. I think the closest you'll actually come to a picture seeming like this is actually probably the Misfits. Like the Misfits, this is sort of it's based around the rodeo circus, so it's not really a Western, but it kind of feels Westerny. But again, the depths of emotion you get from what essentially becomes a love triangle film is just stunning. The Film Foundation restored this in the 90s, I think, and you can see a print of it very, very rarely. That's how I first saw it at a art house screening. It was thankfully programmed with some other films, and it's absolutely fantastic. But again, Warner Archives DVD went out of print, and so this is the only way to see this film in this country now. And again, it is an absolute masterpiece. If you've never seen it, it's one of Mitchum's best performances. It's a great performance from Susan Hayward. It's a great performance from Arthur Kennedy. It's a fantastic picture. I think it may be. In a Lonely Place is my favorite Nicholas Ray picture. They Live by Night is up there as well, but this is right there with them. I think this is one of the best pictures he ever made. And of course, it was made at RKO under the auspices of Howard Hughes, which is how it got this, super manly title of The Lusty Men, which, could put off some people because they might think it's not about what it's actually about. But if you get the chance to see this, please see it. It's absolutely stunning. And of course, it's out of print. And then this one I alluded to last week. This is one of the Val Lewton films that I've never gotten a chance to see just because its status of availability is so bad. This is the only release it's ever had in this country. And this was directed by Robert Wise. In between the horror films, this is Mademoiselle Fifi with Simone of Cat People fame. And it's based on de Maupassant stories, but it's basically a historical costume drama piece, but made by the Luton unit and directed by Robert Wise. So I've been wanting to see this film for years. This is the only US release. There's a UK PAL DVD, I believe, in Europe, but I think it's from this same old master. So if you ever find this, definitely check it out. And I'm super excited to finally watch this film because I've never gotten to see it. But again, this is the only way to do it here. Then this is a title, not exactly something I needed because there are now 2 new HD restorations and a Criterion DVD. Excuse me. But it does have a exclusive commentary, and it's a Roan release, and they're super hard to find these days. And I adore this film, so I had to grab it. So they had it's a little dinged up, but for the price I paid, I don't mind all that much because again, Roan discs are getting super rare. But I picked up the Roan release of The Most Dangerous Game from 1932, which I could talk about a little bit here because of the horror elements and because it was made back to back with King Kong with the same production crew and number of the same cast actually on the Skull Island sets. And because it's a pre-code film, they didn't play down the more grisly aspects of the original story. And as you can see here behind Zaroff, you can see the alluded to his trophy heads on the wall of his trophy room. So when he, kills his prey, he just takes their head off and hangs it on his wall. And this is just a gorgeous original poster, lovingly reproduced here. And the typical Roan rear cover. Again, this has a nice commentary. And somebody really loved this film because you don't get a standard Criterion insert. You get an entire liner note of the entire rear cover. The labels themselves, this one's a really cool touch, actually have the decapitated head, if you can make that out, on each side, which was just really awesome. But then I have not seen this before. Of course, I don't have too many Roan discs, but they didn't just do an essay, they did an entire booklet. This is literally a full-on booklet with a reproduction of the original. Let's see, here's the essay portion. As you can see, it's a fully printed booklet. This is the full essay. And then it basically reprints the entire original 1932 press book, which is just, I'm just shocked. This is, normally what you'd find in a supplement section. So you would normally, be, still framing through this, but this has been entirely reproduced, and this is really nice glossy paper too. The ink is really, really great. And then it picks up with the rest of the essay. So this is really surprising. I had no idea this was going to be in here. So this was really, really cool. Apparently somebody at Roan really loves The Most Dangerous Game, or did back in the day. So that's just really, really cool. Again, I had no idea that was going to be in there. So I was just like, wait, this feels thicker than, just a single CLV disc. What's going on here? And then the booklet slid out, and I'm like, what? Because it's like you only expect that stuff in a Criterion box, or like the letter, or if they had some error, they put a little printed material piece in there. So yeah, usually they put that on the actual disc. Exactly. So yeah, again, I'll go through all of the ones in my next update video, but for these, there were a number of Criterion discs in there, and some that are much more difficult to find. So I pulled one of them to show you guys. This one's probably the rarest or most difficult to find out of the ones I got. Great cover though. But this is Spine 163, Jean Renoir's French Can-Can. Gorgeous artwork on here. This must have been a promo at one point, because of course it has a little hole punch, but other than that, it's in perfect shape. It's just a CLV disc. I don't think it's got any extras on here, but I do believe this was the first good release of this film here in the US. And I don't know, I'm pretty sure they haven't done this on Blu-ray, and I don't know if Criterion did it on DVD. I believe they might have, but again, this cover is fantastic. So I'm really excited to dig into this and the other Criterions I picked up. So that does it for new pickups. And again, that was just like a small selection. I picked up about 12 or 15 Laserdiscs, which will make me have a nice full update video. So let's see. What did I miss here? Oh, I missed some wall stuff. Okay. Great album, great movie. If any movie is a bit of an acid trip, it's probably that one. I know I've always heard the stories about a lot of people going in on substances to watch that or rent it. Sega's only missing their early albums, Everything Before Metal. Yeah, I wish I started getting their stuff before the vinyl bug just hit everybody, because prices on some of those, I hadn't realized the correct original UK pressing of Dark Side of the Moon will set you back a couple grand nowadays, which is insane. And even the pretty good original US copies are now getting up towards the $50 mark, which is just crazy because they're super common. It's just hard to find one in good shape. So yeah, for some reason it's hitting Floyd titles a lot harder than others. But yeah, with Pink Floyd, you have to really research pressing varieties, because everybody has a different opinion and they can really vary. But yeah, I'm going one at a time. I would love to have an original UK Dark Side. That's probably the one I want most of all. But of course, I don't have $1,200 sitting around. So, and they're not easy to find. Yeah, 15, especially for a demonstration copy in good condition. Yeah, especially with the prices that vinyl has gone to now. Most stores would charge 20 or 25 for just a regular beat up copy. So that was basically like half off what they go for now. Um, yeah, I was acting reluctant. No, no, I actually asked the guy, I'm like, yeah, yeah, I've just been looking for an upgrade copy and, I saw this one in there. It's like, is that correct? Because I don't want to. I never want to rip somebody off, but you want to get a great deal if you can. And he's like, yeah, and just put it out there. And I'm like, okay, I'll do that. I can do that. Yeah. Plus, you can usually get some pretty good deals at record conventions because some tables they want you to haggle and some just price stuff really low and sometimes they just want to they it's like store owners who have tons of stock and they come to a record convention to just sell to like real record buyers and just like get through and get rid of a lot of stuff. So sometimes it's like an unloading thing, so you can usually find great deals, but you got to be willing to just dig and dig and dig and have all day. um Oh, which version of Night or Curse of the Demon do you suggest? Well, it's got to be the Indicator Blu-ray because it's so complete. But I am really happy that I do finally have the Laserdisc because it's so rare and it does have that history of being the first uncut release. Um, but yeah, it's the Indicator Blu-ray. It's that thing's so fantastic. The only thing is, I wish they were able to do like a modern 4K scan. But that's the only thing that they weren't able to do. They had to use the stuff that was already pre-existing. But hopefully one day somebody does like a. It'd be great to get a 4K release, but that I know that's really a pipe dream now. But yeah, they went the extra mile in packaging. The extras are amazing, and the multiple versions and multiple aspect ratios and the American cut. It's just fantastic. Um, yeah, I'm definitely gonna get some extra. I got to get a ton of plastic sleeves. I am so behind in sleeving everything. So, yeah, I need to just get a bunch of sleeves and inners and just take a weekend one day and just go through everything and be like, "Oh, what'd you do this weekend?" I put brand new polyvinyl sleeve bags on my collection. What? Well, it takes time, and then I changed, got another 150 MoFi sleeves, and and of course, saying that to anybody normal, they're just gonna be like, and it's like, it's all right, never mind. I mowed the grass. That's what I did. um, Yeah, it's Moonfleet's an interesting picture. Again, it's like an adventure swashbuckler with a child lead actor and Stuart Granger, and it was directed by Fritz Lang. So it's got some darkness to it. It's a fun adventure too, and it's MGM in the 50s in widescreen. So it's really something else. I really think it's quite underrated. Um, I'm not into the Lusty Men. Oh man. Again, the title of the Lusty Men kinda is just it's just kinda strange. But yeah, it's one of those films where if you read the plot description, it does the picture a disservice because it really it starts kind of slow, but even the opening is just so striking. Um Basically it shows Mitchum's character who's a washed up rodeo cowboy, and he's just walking past this little old ramshackle house, and he goes and he finds this little hidden alcove with some old child toys that have just eroded over time, and the old guy who lives there comes out and is like, what the hell you doing? And he's like, he just looks up and just says, I used to live here. And he had basically found his old childhood hiding spot of toys and things he used to care about, whereas now in his life he has absolutely nothing to care about. His entire life is an empty existence. So it's just a really striking, completely depressing from the opening titles. But it's just it's a great picture. It truly is. But again, don't let the plot description turn you off. It's also in a lot of ways, it's maybe a precursor to Junior Bonner in terms of being about the rodeo circuit and being about these washed up, desperate characters who either want to get in or want to get out of the circuit and can't find what else to do with their lives. So it's also similar to that film, I would argue. But yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, and of course, super rare to see. So if you ever get to see it, please take the opportunity to. It's that good. Um, no, it is not a Brokeback Mountain prequel. Yeah, that unfortunately Howard Hughes always wanted manly titles because he was terrified of connotations like that. But yet that title could make it sound like something like that, like a prequel to Brokeback Mountain. So that's ironic. I know, right? Mademoiselle Fifi. I'm so excited to finally see it. I've nearly watched like bad versions online or like all the random things that get uploaded to YouTube. But yeah, I am super excited to finally see it. I've wanted to see that and Apache Drums especially for a super long time. So I'm at least starting with Mademoiselle Fifi. I could finally get one of the other Luton films finally off my watch list. Let's see. Oh, we got into. Oh, so I guess been digging into the classic, but haven't got so much into RKO opposed to MGM. Yeah, that's honestly a good way to go about it. Just start with one studio and just work through their stuff, figure out the house style, and then move on to another. Or by the time you see a certain amount of pictures from a certain studio from the classic Hollywood era, you can kind of read what their style's like. So personally, I like Warner Brothers and RKO, and because they feel a bit edgier, they're much more, two fisted, and the RKO films are kind of they have the more sophisticated, like in terms of storytelling, and they told a lot of urban set stories, a lot of New York set stories, things like that. Whereas MGM film, to me, especially in the 30s and 40s, that's when the house styles really mattered. But MGM early on, it was all about having more stars than there are in the heavens, and everybody has a great and perfect life, and isn't everything fantastic? And it's just like this is too happy. I can't do it. It's too perfect. Um, but they did have a couple exceptions, which we'll talk about in a minute. Which I probably should get into these because I have a lot of titles to run through. But yeah, it's very interesting that every studio used to have a style and like an identity, and now that just does not exist. All there is a name and a logo. Otherwise, they're the same. Um, I guess I just like to look up at my mounted heads. Yes, this one was a shipwrecked sailor, and he took 2 hours, and then this one was a nun on that same shipwreck, and she actually took 6 hours. And it's like that would be a very morbid dinner conversation with Zaroff and his island mansion. Du- du- du. Criterion Blu-ray French Can. I don't know. I'm sure they probably did it on DVD, but I don't know if there's a Blu-ray anywhere. Um, Sega just picked up Can with Frank Sinatra, and he's afraid it's going to be terrible. um, I don't think it was so much that Sinatra was miscast, but also he would, and at least later on, he would try to have a lot of a creative input or be the producer or something. So there was always a little bit of back and forth. But yeah, if he wasn't in like the exact right role, it just kind of sticks out because it's like you're watching Sinatra. But in the best stuff, he's fine. It's usually I think he's better at dramas than he is at comedies, to be honest. Um, because I think his best performance is in Manchurian Candidate, which is fantastic. And then, of course, From Here to Eternity and Man with the Golden Arm and Suddenly and films like that that are straight on serious, whereas the comedies are much lighter and much fluffier. So like Ocean's 11, you're watching the Rat Pack. It's like they have other names, but you're watching the Rat Pack. You're not so much involved in the actual story going on. Um, oh, BFI Blu-ray of French Can. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think there was a Criterion, but I figured it was on Blu-ray somewhere. You'll find out for 1940. Yes, I actually have that on my list to talk about it. So, yeah, I guess I'll start jumping into that in a minute. But yeah, it's an interesting movie. It's sort of screwball comedy esque, and you have both Karloff and Laurie in there, and Lugosi as well. So it's sort of like a screwball comedy house of horror stars, and RKO made it, which is kind of weird. Um, yes, the photography for Inch Canyon is gorgeous. Absolutely, yes. And again, this Laserdisc jacket is just fantastic. It's one of the most easily frameable Criterion jackets out there. Um, Rodeo people are kind of depressing, aren't they? Similar to boxers and such. Yeah. I guess if you really wanted to search it out, maybe there's like a whole subgenre, like, boxing films, rodeo films, like depressing films about being actual cow hands or cowboys or ranch hands. So I'm sure there's a whole subgenre. Um, but are they real cinema? uh, well, there's been so much fallout over that, and it's because Scorsese said it, and it was about Marvel, and that's just gotten picked up. And they're not even talking about Coppola went even further. He's like, Marty was being nice. They are absolutely deplorable. And I'm like, but both of them actually, said why and said it was their own personal thing and was not shoving it down anybody's throat. So, the internet would, have you think differently. But, with the Scorsese comment about Marvel and him relating it more to being a theme park attraction and not something he could really connect to because there was no um, a definite human story to connect to. Thus, he couldn't really associate it with it as if it were cinema, he was saying. Which I can totally understand because that's like the most perfectly worded version of how I feel about them and what I've come to with those in particular, because I've tried with most of them and I can't connect to them. I just it's like I'm just seeing pretty colors and stuff happens for 2.5 hours, but I could never really put my finger on it and like put it into a nice, well worded statement of sorts. And I think he hit the nail on the head perfectly in the inherent problems that they have. It's not necessarily that they're outright bad, but it doesn't help that they're made by a committee, and it doesn't help that they're scrutinized by said committee, and they're made in part and parcel, and they're not done individually as stories that somebody felt they had to tell. So I think associating them with a roller coaster or a theme park ride, I think that is an exceptional analogy, and I think it really does fit. And again, there's nothing wrong with going to an attraction, but the point he's making about is more of an artistic one, and it does make sense. And again, it's a personal thing. It's not going to apply to everybody, but again, it's just been taken to a ridiculous extreme by a lot of people on the internet simply because it was anything semi-negative sounding about the Marvel releases. So that's I should have talked about that before. I kind of forgot about it, but yeah, that still is getting thrown around. But I think it was a really well worded personal outlook on those. But again, not how everybody feels, which again is not saying that it is. Yeah, I don't see Sinatra in comedy. I mean, it can work, but it's usually the comedies he was in, at least the ones I've seen, they feel a bit more forced. Um, yeah, Man with the Golden Arm and Manchurian Candidate, yes, and then Pride and the Passion, yeah, where it's a costume drama, but Sinatra's supposed to have an accent, and it doesn't really work, and it's just like you have Cary Grant, and then it just cuts to Sinatra in costume, but it's like he's reading the lines, but he doesn't really have much of an accent. So it's like just Sinatra's normal dialogue, which again, it's not horrible, but it does take you out of the film, and it is kind of it makes you chuckle a lot. Not as much though as the what is it? It's the moment in I believe it's in Greatest Story Ever Told. Is that the one where John Wayne has the bit at the intermission, and it's like, well, he must be the son of God, truly. No, and that's so anachronistic, and it's so obviously John Wayne that it's like you just stop the whole movie. you know. But anyway, that's the one that always really cracks me up. Ooh, favorite Murnau picture. That's hard. Oh man. Um, I mean, admittedly, there's some I haven't seen in a little bit because I haven't gotten some of the really good Region B Blu-rays yet of all of them. And then of course there's the various short films that survive and things like that. But gosh, if I had to pick just one, it's Sunrise. It's Sunrise for me. That picture is just, oh gosh, that just like, it's like being run over by a steamroller. It's just a powerhouse. It's so achingly gorgeous and deeply emotional that, usually you're a puddle of like welling tears like halfway through it. Um and the moving camera work, the score, everything. And that was him getting to work here in America with American cinematic technology and more money and things like that at Fox, and I just think it's like the best of everything. So for me it's Sunrise, but I know other people would say Nosferatu or Faust or things like that. But yeah, if I had to pick just one, and that's probably my favorite. um yeah, yeah, I gotta get on with the horse. Yeah, yeah, I've got too much stuff set aside. um So catch up on these last comments real quick. Um, Walking Dead. Yeah, actually, I am going to talk a little bit about Karloff and The Walking Dead in just a second. But basically, it's it's pretty good. I've only seen it once or twice, but it was directed by Mike Curtiz, so it does have a nice pace to it. Um, I'd say probably maybe in terms of pace and story, it's perhaps sort of like Doctor X and Wax Museum because Curtiz also directed both of those. So it's actually quite good. I'd say it's one of the best non-Universal horror Karloff vehicles that he did outside of Universal. Um, Probably up there with the best of the Columbia films he did. Um, Oh, Brian for Murnau, other than Nosferatu, it'd have to be The Last Laugh. Oh gosh, yeah, that too. See, it's hard. There's so many important ones. But yeah, for me, it's got to be Sunrise, just because it's like it's everything. It's the cinematic importance, the camera work, the score, the emotional part impact of the story itself, everything about that. Like I saw that and it was just like I was just obliterated the first time I saw it. I was just so genuinely bowled over and emotionally moved. So if any of you have never seen Sunrise, The Song of Two Humans, please, whatever you do, go and see it, even if you don't like silent films. It's that important. There is a good DVD. There's now US and UK Blu-ray, which I need to get one of those quite badly. I think I'm gonna get the Masters of Cinema one because I think it's got some more extras and stuff. And now that I'm finally region free, I'm catching up on that label like crazy. Um, but yeah, it's Sunrise for me. Um, John Wayne in biblical times reminds me of Ten Commandments. Yes. Uh, yeah, Ten Commandments is just way too long for its own good. I think it was I want to say it was Billy Wilder who said the crack about DeMille, and it's like you can learn everything about pictures from uh, from watching great ones and doing such and such, and you can learn everything about how not to make a movie by watching Cecily DeMille ones. Which when I read that, I'm just like ah, he knew it all. Yeah, for me, DeMille is just way too slow and stodgy and preachy and self-aggrandizing and everything. But historically, very important, and there are good pieces in Ten Commandments, but it's spread out over like 4 hours. So you're just like, why is this so long? Um, Pete agrees with the Scorsese Marvel comment. Yeah, do enjoy some of the Marvels, but they're really just like theme park rides. Yeah. Again, I think it's a really fitting analogy, but again, if you say anything negative about some of these or you have any qualms or anything, even if you're like that, you're very respectful and you choose your words carefully, it's like everybody gets out the pitchforks. Like the angry mob forms. Actually makes me think, what would a Frankenstein film be like if it was all done online and it was like the creature just goes on Twitter and just posts online is good or something like that. And then everybody goes online on Twitter and gets their pitchforks and torches and goes hunting for the creature. Um, or is that just a really cynical view of classic horror online? um, oh, Brian is a DC movie fan. Don't care for Marvel. Only thing I watch for them is the X-Men films. Yeah, I got to say, I kind of have a soft spot for the X-Men pictures. Even though none of them are like really great, and only one or two are probably there are one or two that are head and shoulders above the rest of them. But honestly, I think because they were made at Fox and they started earlier on, and they have their bumps definitely, but they at least to me they seem to feel a little bit more genuine because they're separate. But now who knows what Disney will do with X-Men now that they have Fox. So and on the comic side, I've always been a DC guy. I do read Marvel and I like Marvel characters, and that's fine. um and I like some of the like I love the first Spider-Man film. But yeah, I can never get into the Marvel films at all. I can't. And then I can't get into the modern DC films either. So I'm out of both sides. But admittedly, I usually really only like the comic adaptations from earlier on, where they either took a lot more chances or are a lot more faithful to the characters. But you know, it's still possible to make a good comic film, but I don't know if anybody's really going to try to do so. Positive, most critics consider Sunrise to be Murnau's masterpiece, but I could be wrong. It doesn't get talked about as much, really. Usually, everybody talks about mostly Nosferatu, The Last Laugh, some, but it's usually Nosferatu because of the horror connotation, because it's the one everybody knows, even if they haven't seen it. But yeah, Faust gets discussed sometimes, I think. But I think most people just always go back to Nosferatu, and because it's so well known, and Last Laugh because of the lack of title cards and the idea of telling the story entirely visually. Um, but yeah, like Nosferatu, Last Laugh, and Sunrise are like the big ones that I think everybody should know. Um, Okay, so with that being said, I guess now is the time to jump into at least some of these horror titles I've written down and kind of stacked up along over here. So to start off, there's a couple that are kind of grouped together a little bit that I figured I'd do together because they're slightly related. They're not really a series, but they sort of are related. So first, talk about some of the Karloff titles that he did at Columbia. Um, so this is a let me see. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the order of these. Okay, because I'm also going to show I'm going to show the video releases as I go along, so that way I don't have to remember everything at the end. So it's kind of confusing because they did a box first, but I'll just kind of go in order. So the first film is from 1935, which is The Black Room, which is a really fantastic picture if you've never seen it. This is one of the best Karloff performances in any picture, even though it's a small B movie. He plays two brothers who basically inherit become the baron of a European country, and one is a psychopathic maniac and the other is completely kind and gentle and has a lame arm, so he always walks around like this, and he has a nice suit on. He has a very high-pitched voice. And so of course, as these things go, it doesn't go well for him when he inherits the title, and the mad brother kills the good brother in the titular Black Room that has been legendary for in the family of being a room of torture and murder and death, and has been walled up since their birth. And he breaks it open and kills his brother, then assumes his identity. So Karloff plays three roles, and the best is when he plays the evil brother, having to pretend to be the good brother, right down to the fact that he can't use his arm. And then when he's alone in a room, he just goes like, "Ah, that's so much better." So it's got a really great morbid sense of humor, and it's also, because it's a B film, it's very quick and getting to the point, but it's got great atmosphere to it as well. So a lot of people, I would argue, if you're looking at Karloff's best performances overall, I'd say obviously Frankenstein and The Mummy, and I think Bride of Frankenstein is probably his best performance. But if you're looking for his best performance without a lot of makeup and with a lot of nice dialogue, It's a toss up between The Mummy, The Body Snatcher, and this film, I'd argue, because it's so good and so much fun, and it's really a Karloff showpiece. Um, so then in 1939, there's actually a string of pictures. This is when he transitions over to making these Mad Doctor films for Columbia. So that is The Man They Could Not Hang. And what's really cool about this particular one, and it's kind of hard to easy to mix these up because a lot of the titles are similar. This is one where he's a scientist who's trying to overcome death and is, found out and captured and then tried and ostensibly hung, but of course he survives and then goes to wreak his vengeance. And again, these pictures, the Mad Doctor films are really great for Karloff fans, and if you're a big fan of Karloff or if you've never seen him do anything outside of the monster roles. But again, they're super short, they're B films, and there's not a whole lot of narrative development in them. And honestly, I like all of them. There are one or two that are a little bit slower and don't hold up as well, but they're all great fun. This one especially. And then I'm trying to do these in chronological order. Sony put these out because they were Columbia, but then for some reason they put two of them as standalone DVDs. And so this one may be my favorite of them. So this one is a standalone DVD, and that is also from 1939. This is The Man with Nine Lives. Again, Karloff plays a mad scientist of sorts. Here he's playing with early cryogenics and freezing, and suddenly he goes missing, and so does a wealthy industrialist he was trying to cure. And then years later, they find him in his secret lab where they accidentally got locked in and frozen. And then what's really cool about this is that's only the opening gambit, because the people that do the finding then also get locked in. And so then they're stuck there for a number more years and are all presumed dead when they actually get out. And that's where it really starts to take off, when they get out, and it's years and years and years later. And that doesn't really sit well with some of the people when they come out. So this is a surprisingly interesting story for a B horror film. I wish it was more talked about, but this may be my favorite of the Karloff Columbia Mad Doctor films. And then 1940 comes around, and you have the picture Before I Hang. This one's again, Karloff is a mad doctor and is found out, and then has to go to prison, and then except this one has more of a sci-fi turn, where his experiment kind of makes him go a bit crazy and then makes him become a psychopathic killer in certain moments. So it's more of he becomes a boogeyman character, and it's good and fine and all, but it just doesn't hold up as well because the story is a bit more cliched. But again, these are super short B films, so they never overstay their welcome. And then the aforementioned Boogeyman Will Get You. This is more, again, of a screwball comedy of sorts. You have Karloff and then Peter Lorre in here, and it doesn't really hold. Like, its narrative is kind of scattershot, so the first time you see it, you're kind of going to be scratching your head a little bit, but it's a lot of fun. And again, it's a super short B film, and again, it's Karloff and Peter Lorre. It's ridiculously entertaining just for the two of them when they're on screen, and it's got a nice heart to it. And again, it's much more like a screwball comedy. Now, the other film that kind of closes out this cycle that I unfortunately don't have, it's another standalone DVD. That's The Devil Commands, which is a really interesting picture. Again, Karloff is a scientist doing these dangerous experiments, where he's trying to basically patch through the mysteries of the unknown and like contact other universes and such. But essentially, in the opening, when he's carrying out one of these experiments, his beloved wife dies, and he gets this idea that maybe her spirit and soul got captured in his machine. And so he then starts to spend years furthering his research to perhaps contact or perhaps even resuscitate or bring back his dead wife, which is a really great story setup. And again, it's very dark, very moodily directed. It's got a bit of a noir atmosphere to it, even though this is early on in the 1940s. Yeah, I think it's a good film. But again, I wish it's one of those that I like so much. I wish it was better, and I wish it wasn't just a B film. So all of these I think are really great, and I would recommend them to anybody really, but um, especially The Black Room, Man with Nine Lives, and Devil Commands probably are like the real standouts. And the other sort of series I wanted to talk about is it's really based around King Kong and the precursor and the immediate sequels and stuff, because I think Kong, technically it does have enough horror elements to really stand out as a horror film. Because I remember the first time I saw it as a kid, um, especially when you see it with all the pre-code footage put back in, the gory bits, and especially the other dinosaurs and things on Skull Island. It's definitely got some, scary elements to it. So to talk about first, the film where Willis O'Brien pioneered his stop motion techniques especially for the final dinosaur rampage through London. And that, of course, is the 1925 silent film, The Lost World. This is the amazing restoration from Flicker Alley. This is the Blu-ray version, and it's amazing. It's definitely the best version we've ever had of this, and I never thought this film would look or sound this good. It does have some of the missing footage restored to it, so I do believe this is as complete as anybody knows it's supposed to be. But if you're a big Kong fan, you've probably heard of this or at least seen some of O'Brien's work. But again, it builds up to, a brontosaurus rampaging through London and just smashing everything. So it's definitely a Kong precursor in that sense. And it's got a nice overlay with a whole booklet about the restoration in here. And this occasionally turns up for super cheap. I got this because Amazon ran a sale once, and this was like down to like, I think $12 or $13, and it's normally like a $35 Blu-ray or more. So Flicker Alley titles are great, and they do a lot of silence, but of course they're smaller labels, so it means they're much more expensive. And of course, you have to talk about the big fellow himself, King Kong. And again, I think this does kind of qualify as a pre-code horror film because the violent bits, the more gory bits, they're so striking and so atmospherically photographed. And again, it's also akin to The Most Dangerous Game being considered a horror film due to the aspects having horror tinges because it's pre-code and so atmospheric. And of course, that was shot while this film was being made on the same set. So of course, you should talk about both. This is the Blu-ray digibook, which it's again amazing to see this in HD. But you should hang on to your DVD copies because apparently they did erase some of the armatures and things if you did stop motion on your remote to see the work up close. So other than that, this is outstanding. And the first really good copy I ever owned. It's still probably my favorite, even though it's not restored fully, and it's the version that has the degraded footage cut back in. So this was my first good copy, which is the CLV reissue of the Criterion Laserdisc, and I just love how this looks on the black jacket. I really want to get the silver box original and especially the CAV version of this one day. But what's really cool, this is one of the Criterion CLVs that does have the commentary. So I first got to hear the excellent Ronald Haver commentary on this version. And it has the picture that's the gatefold of the CAV here on the back. So I love all versions of Kong, and I would like to get the other Laserdisc too, simply because you can't have enough Kong, and they all have differences and really cool covers, and they're not expensive. They're just hard to track down. They usually people hang on to their Kong discs. So I still have great funds for this. This is still my favorite one because this is really how I rediscovered the film, and really just got hooked back into it. And maybe just me, I really like seeing this older version where they put back in the cut scenes from 16 millimeter, and it's really jarring and they're really dirty and it's blown up to 35. And I don't know, something about that really appeals to me. So it's amazing they found the British duplicate negative to make such a clean HD version, but I still like the old one too. And then I did finally pick this up. I would like to get the Laserdisc too, but the amazing Son of Kong, also from 1933. This is really underrated. It does have a bit of a lighter tone because the actual Son of Kong is shorter and more childlike, and he's the nice Kong of the family. But it does have amazing work again from O'Brien and his team. Some of the extra creatures that were not used or cut from King Kong are in this film, and again, you get to go back to Skull Island in 1933. And it is a direct sequel because Carl Denham is basically chased out of New York and winds up going back to Skull Island. It's fantastic. It's also got a great ending. And again, it's beautifully photographed, fantastic atmosphere. I absolutely love this picture, and I just wish it was better regarded. Again, this is the standalone Blu-ray. It's also available in the very pricey special effects Blu-ray collection from Warner Brothers. There is a double feature set on Laserdisc of this with the original Kong, and there's a very late, very rare, I think it's from 1998, standalone Son of Kong pressing. So if you find that, you've hit a nice laser jackpot. Unfortunately, I don't have a good copy of Mighty Joe Young. I was going to get the DVD set, and then I started getting the Blu-rays, so I've got to just get the Blu-ray as a standalone. There is a good Laserdisc, but that's the hardest one of the three to find, it seems. Usually you only find the earlier one with analog audio. But Mighty Joe Young is a really good picture. It's definitely more aimed at kids and more aimed at being a normal film. And also, you want to get one of the later... from the Laserdisc onward, they properly restored the ending fire sequences are tinted orange, which is a really cool touch. The rest of the film, of course, is in black and white. But yeah, that's the one I still need to pick up. But that kind of closes off the line of King Kong films. Let's see. I'm gonna try and catch up with the comments as I go along, because otherwise I'll probably have like a mile-long comment list. Oh, Brian's got the King Kong DVD 10. Yeah, I really wanted to get that, but once I found out about it, it was long gone. I think it was like a Best Buy exclusive or something. If I do actually find it, they occasionally turn up on eBay for dirt cheap because people just don't care and they just throw it up there for like 99 cents. So if I happen to find it for dirt cheap, I would love to get that, because those little tins are great. Like I have um, the Superman one here, which again, I paid like $4 for. It was literally pennies on the dollar. But yeah, they did that, and they did it for Kong. They did one for Forbidden Planet. So they're really cool. I like those. I do like the tin cases. I actually like them more than I do steelbooks. And steelbooks are basically the same kind of idea, but the tins are, they look fancy. They don't take up a lot of space, and they also don't get dinged up too badly. And yeah, with the 10 set, you get all three films, which is pretty cool. Yeah, people think everything before the 1950s was PG, but not at all. Yeah, originally nudity was embraced artistically. Yes. 50s PG was just because baby boomers had kids, or no boomers were born. Yeah. I guess that's one way to put it. They are just the Eisenhower era for short. Let's see. Make sure I cover everything before I move on. Dun, dun. Okay, got some more super talk going there. Yeah. Flickr Alley is definitely pricey. They do great work, but they're very, very pricey. VCI is usually pricey, and they usually are kind of lower on the totem pole. And then Cohen is the other one that does great work and does, a number of silents, and they're super expensive. But yeah, they're on sale now at Barnes & Noble. But yeah, occasionally some of these just happen to pop up like that. So those are the two that are two things that are kind of linked by series or type like that. Everything else I just kind of wrote down so I wouldn't forget anything. Sorry. And just going to kind of go chronologically and then go through some of the video editions. So that being said, going to start all the way back in the silent era, of course. And, these are just, obvious ones to kind of go through. So this is the Eureka Masters of Cinema release of Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, which is basically the signature film of German expressionism, and where a lot of what we associate with the horror film and the horror genre really began. And they had the greatest influence on the silent horror films, and then especially getting into the talkies, but especially the universal horrors and the pre-code horrors of the 30s, and especially because a lot we had you already started to have a lot of German emigres into the United States and the film industry, because this really started in the 1930s, and of course really took off at the end of the 30s with the rise of Hitler and the early days of World War II. It's known, World War II is known for being, the causing the greatest mass exodus of art the world has ever known, because they all ran to America or wherever else. And it wasn't just film, but you can really see it in film, because it practically shuttered the German film industry and so many others, and the Soviet film industry that were leading the world in the silent days, and that really helped Hollywood assume its dominance much further. But Caligari is really important because it's not just iconic, but it's also a great silent film. It's a great film to watch. It's a great film to get into silent films over. This is definitely the best release out there. Again, Masters of Cinema, you will have to have region B capability to play this, but it's from the latest restoration, loaded with extras. And again, Caligari is so influential. When you finally see this, you realize it's been ripped off so many times. It's really like Nosferatu and other classic silent and early horror films. It basically becomes sort of a cinematic shorthand or textbook. Like, you do stuff from Caligari, everybody knows what it is, or they know it's some classical horror thing or trope or cliche, even if they have no idea what Caligari is or where it comes from. So when you go back this far and its title is this important, again, you actually know a lot of this picture before you even see it. So when I finally got to see this for the first time, which was not a very good copy, and I was growing up just trying to see silent films I read about. I knew Caligari, I'd read about it a million times. Then when I finally got to see it, it was like, the especially the main thrust of the story, what it builds up to in the climax of Cesare climbing over the roofs to the girl's window and coming in to kill her, and the fact that he's dressed all in black and everything, and he has the knife, and it's just so many images you've seen a billion times over and over and over again. It all comes back to Caligari. And of course, all these silent films, even though they were, from Germany and other countries, they were all shown here. And a lot of studios would get prints of these and watch them repeatedly to like glean any new information or new techniques from everybody else that they could, and then incorporate them into studio Hollywood films. And of course, then a lot of these people started coming over and started having to work for said studios. So then they didn't even have to do that, because they had the actual people who made them. So the other one to talk about, which I unfortunately don't have a good copy of, is Der Golem, which is coming out from a new restoration on Masters of Cinema, I believe, at the end of this month. I think it's this month, which is going to be really amazing, and I'm very excited to check that out when it does come out in a couple of weeks. Der Golem is, it's a folktale story about this giant that is brought to life and then wreaks havoc as a rampaging monster. So there is sort of a Frankenstein element that a lot of people associate Der Golem with. It was done several times as a silent film, but the main one was done in 1920. And that's the one that's extremely iconic, and also, again, is so full of things that have been inspired, that later inspired other works, that, again, when you see it, finally, you recognize so many things in it. It's like one of those, oh, now I know where this comes from. And the same could be said, of course, about Nosferatu. Again, when you actually see Nosferatu, it's a very simple story. Of course, it's telling the story of Dracula, but they changed all the names because they didn't have the rights, and it's still unknown whether they knew it or they thought it would be okay. But Bram Stoker's widow decided she was going to sue and won the court case, and this film was supposed to be destroyed. But very thankfully, several, I believe, one or two copies survived, and that's what's been the basis for the restorations. But Nosferatu is honestly, I think it's great because it still has such a power and an atmosphere, and the visuals are so striking, and the Dracula parallels are there, and it makes it easier to read into the story that's going on because, especially if you know the Dracula story, you already know what's going on without the intertitles. Um, but it's so bold and is so much more about the Dracula figure himself. Count Orlok is portrayed as so much more of a detestable figure. Like, he himself carries the plague because he has a rat-like appearance. It's so much more vividly like repulsive. And of course, a lot of the stuff that happens in Nosferatu became like the standard backbone of vampire lore. The idea of the vampire being destroyed by sunlight practically comes from here. The attacking of the female victims at night in their bed was, of course, in the novel, but is so fully realized here that, again, when you see this, it's been lifted from and borrowed from and ripped off so many times that when you finally actually see the original Nosferatu properly, it's like one of those light bulb moments. It's like, oh, and it's still a great film. And again, another one of the great silent classic masterpieces that you can introduce people to silent films with. This plays well with all audiences, even though it is from 1922. And I do think this is the best release you can get. This one, the BFI one, is also excellent, but I think this one really just kind of edges out, and it's also very inexpensive. So very highly recommended. If you want a good DVD version, this is the one I had. It's an older one. I think this is Kino's first go around from 2002. It's got some alternate scores on here, and the encoding is good. It's from the newer restoration, so it is complete, and it has the correct color tinting and stuff. It does have some extras, but I think they're primarily, they're just excerpts from other Murnau titles they had put out on DVD. But if you want just a good version on DVD, I'd probably recommend this one. I think this is probably the best one overall. My only problem was I wasn't really a fan of the scores they had on here, but they're perfectly listenable, and this was the version I had for forever and ever. So if you want the film on DVD, this is probably the best one to go for. It's not expensive, but there's so many public domain copies of silent films, especially of Nosferatu. It's hard to find a good version, especially during the DVD era where that just kind of exploded. And then let's talk about a couple more that I don't really have good copies of. Some are for good reason, because nobody has copies of some of them. So to just mention very, very quickly, of course, Murnau also did a version of Faust in 1926, which is absolutely stunning if you see it. I think as Murnau went along, I think he developed so much so that, as great and iconic as Nosferatu is, I think he only got better with time. So Faust is an even more visceral experience, and that was 2 years after The Last Laugh, where he tried to tell a film entirely without intertitles. So Faust is a very visual driving experience, but you still get a great story, and it's the classic tale of Faust. So that's absolutely fantastic. And also around there, you have Paul Linney's works, which I kind of talked about in the Universal show and the build up to Universal horror. But the real big one is 1927 and The Cat and the Canary, which basically is the foundation of the haunted house thriller. It's technically a mystery film, but it's basically the first and best example in the silent era of a haunted house, people stuck there overnight, candles that get blown out by the wind, the curtains that fly of their own accord, secret passages and things like that. And it's a heck of a lot of fun. It was a big inspiration for James Whale in a lot of reasons, and he basically made The Old Dark House to be like a total love letter to The Cat and the Canary. Unfortunately, I think Kino has a good DVD out there, but I've never gotten that. It's kind of pricey, and I was hoping somebody would do a Blu-ray restoration, but nobody has yet. I've usually seen like bad public domain copies, and I did rent the Kino disc once, and it was much better, but I just have been hoping somebody would do a Blu-ray of it. And then, of course, nobody has a copy of London After Midnight because it's the most famous lost film there is. And I talked about Chaney and the Universal show because his two big well-known pictures, of course, are The Hunchback of Notre Dame and The Phantom of the Opera. And those both, while they are not horror films, they have so much of the genre and so many horror elements that they are horror films, even if the stories themselves were not horror stories to begin with. Um, but Chaney was really interesting because all his films in the silent era, they had dark stories, but they were not themselves horror films. They had dark characters. They had characters with either repressed emotions or really obvious, intensive emotions, either on the surface or under the surface. And again, they did have horrific elements, particularly the films that he made with Todd Browning as director, and their partnership lasted for years. And in fact, that's why Browning was directing Dracula originally, and Universal wanted to have Chaney star in it, but unfortunately he died before he could do so. So that was their intent, and it was supposed to be, a repurposing of the Browning-Chaney partnership. So films like The Unholy Three, or there's just so many that have horror elements, but they themselves are not horror films. The one that technically would be the horror film is London After Midnight, which is essentially a crime drama where there are police trying to get people to admit to murder, and they're in this creepy house, and all of a sudden there's vampires running around. And it's essentially an early version of supernatural is suggested, but at the end it's all revealed it's a hoax or something. And the film was remade by Browning as Mark of the Vampire in 1935, which we'll get to in a little bit. So you can actually see what it's supposed to be in sound, but it's still a different film. But London After Midnight was famously lost decades and decades and decades ago. I think the last copy burned in a vault fire in the 1950s, if I'm remembering my history correctly. And it's the one everybody knows as being truly lost, and the one everybody wants to find, because there's the horror element. It's a Chaney film, and you can see these stills of the iconic Chaney makeup and the top hat as the vampire, with the pallid face and the giant eyes and the hair, and most especially the dozens of pointy little perfect razor sharp shark teeth. It's an absolutely terrifying image. I remember seeing a book. I was reading a book of just about horror films, and flipping through, and one page they had Chaney's Eric the Phantom, which I was just shocked because it was the first time I'd seen it, because I hadn't got to see the film yet, because this was back when I was a kid. And then I turned the page and I almost dropped the book because they had a panel of Chaney from London After Midnight with the shark teeth and the top hat and those eyes and the hair, and I was just like, whoa. So of course, ever since then, I've just been dying to see the picture, even though I know it's probably not that good. But there is a reconstruction that you can see. It's on it. They made it for TCM. It shows there sometimes, and it's also on the Lon Chaney TCM Archives DVD set. But it's a picture still reconstruction. So that's the one that everybody wants to see and unfortunately can't see. The next picture I wanted to mention very briefly is the wonderful silent version of Fall of the House of Usher that was made in France in 1928. That is a remarkable picture if you ever get to see it. It's unfortunately out of print, but I'm sure there's probably some versions floating around on YouTube and stuff. But it's a silent version of the classic Poe tale, pretty much done rather faithfully, but it's also very atmospheric. If I remember correctly, it's maybe about an hour and 15 minutes long, a little longer than an hour. So they don't just tell the story. It's extraordinarily atmospheric, and it really blew me away when I saw it. Because I've tried to see all of the, like actual good Poe adaptations, and I'd read about it and found a DVD in a library and just tried it. And I was like, wow, this is fantastic. But unfortunately, it's out of print. There's no like good restored version. So let me play catch up with the comments for a second. Alrighty. Okay, got some Kong talk. Can the original King Kong count as a classic horror film? I think it can because of the horrific elements and especially the first time, especially if you see it as a little kid, like it's really spooky. When the dinosaur comes out of the water and plucks the guy out of the tree and eats him as he's screaming in terror, and all the Kong murder scenes. Again, the atmosphere of Skull Island, and of course, if the spider pit scene had been left in, which apparently terrified everybody. That definitely would have pushed it over the edge. But yeah, I think it has enough elements, but I think the fact that it's a pre-code film and it has those grislier pieces that were finally restored, I think that's what really pushes it into the horror territory. That and the atmosphere is so rich that it's right there, I think. But I just felt like including it anyway, because again, this is a grab bag. Collecting is a never-ending money pit that I gladly deposit into. Yes. It's like you take your wallet, you open your wallet, and you do this, and you dump it all out into the pit of collecting, and then you're like, well, that was great. Now I need all the new titles this month. My wallet is empty. And then you wait till it gets refilled somewhat, and you do the same thing, and you just get whatever you can afford. Wolfgratz is here. Hey, man. Just succumbed and ordered another copy of The Third Man. There's no cure. You can never have enough copies of The Third Man. I wished I'd gotten the Criterion Blu-ray back in the day, but I got the DVD set instead, so I have that for the extras. I got the new British release of the 4K restoration, which hasn't been released here yet. I have the original Criterion Laserdisc. I would like to get the original Criterion DVD because the audio is supposed to be really good on that. But yeah, that's one of the immortal titles. You can't have enough copies of The Third Man. Like you just can't. I keep telling myself to slow down, but I keep finding all these great cheap deals, and it's so hard not to grab it when you see it so cheap. Yes, cheap is the key, because you never know if it's going to be that cheap again. The trick is managing the cheap deals and then being able to still afford, bills and gas and groceries and things like that. Although I will admit, I've always been, it's always like the immortal question. Blu-rays and gear and stuff I need, or I could get some more groceries. I'm like, well, if I get these, I can buy less groceries and I can kind of stretch it out a little bit. That's how my head works. Probably not the best for my stomach because, you get hungrier, but you can fill up on cinema, which doesn't stop your stomach growling, does it? No, it doesn't. Old Dark House with Charles Lawton using a full-on Cockney accent. Yes. Oh man, I remember so many, like just in my daily life, I just have so many pieces of the Old Dark House coming through my head, or I wind up quoting it, or people say things that remind me of it all the time. Like everything from No Beds, or my sister was arranging these flowers, and then throw them into the fire, or singing the Cockney songs, or talking about important things in the cold light of morning, or in having to go up to get something, and I'm like, oh, but the lamp, it's so heavy. Why should we bother getting it? Things like that. And of course, have a potato. Like I cannot have potatoes without thinking of the Old Dark House. And it's other people too. Like for some reason, that line just sticks with you. Oh gosh, yeah, the Old Dark House. It totally imprints itself on you. It never goes away. Have not seen Faust the Last Laughs. Crazy that sounds, but Nosferatu is still one of my favorites of the genre. Honestly, don't beat yourself up because this availability for silent films, even throughout the DVD era, is not the easiest. And then you want to see a proper version and not just see some crappy version on a public domain disc or uploaded online or something. So, I mean, I still have not seen all the classic silent films that I want to see. I mean, I know about most of them, but there's still so many that I'm like, beating myself up that I haven't got to see yet. But I'm like, I want to see it properly, So sometimes there is no good release, and you just have to wait, or just bite the bullet and see it in some crappy version. So The first time I saw Battleship Potemkin was on a rental VHS tape. It was missing like 10 minutes, and the tape was broken, and I had to um, learn how to open it. And I had to actually like take little pieces of tape and try and tape the tape back together just because I was so determined to finally see this. And then years later, I realized I saw a version that was missing like 10 minutes. I'm like, doggone it. Or the first time I saw Jamaica Inn, actually, of all things, even though that's a sound Hitchcock film, most of the public domain versions, which was all that was available when I was growing up, were missing like 35 minutes. And so I saw this really shortened version. And so years later, I'm like, wait, you mean this movie isn't just horrible? I saw a version missing 40 minutes? Oh. But yeah, sometimes that's what you have to do. Oh gosh, scariest film ever made. I don't know if I could answer that. Like, because I can't do modern horror at all. I don't like jump scares, so I can very easily be scared like most anybody else. But the movie itself is not very good. I think the scariest films are the ones that stay with you. Um, so for me, saying something is the scariest film ever made, it's not because it's like actual physical scares. So that would lead most people today, if I tried to show them something, say this is the scariest thing ever made, then they get done with it and they look at me and they're like, what the heck are you talking about? That wasn't scary at all. And then I have to say, like, well, when you go to bed tonight, you're still going to be thinking about it. That's scary, right? So I usually lose that argument. But yeah, gosh, if I had, it would probably be hmm, working along those lines. It would probably be, perhaps one of the Luton films or Night of the Demon or something. Maybe The Wicker Man. I don't know. I just think the best horror films are the ones that stay with you, whether it's for shock or idea or just lasting impact. So I don't know if I could say one film literally scared me more than any other. Like most people would say, The Exorcist is the scariest film ever made, or things like that. But yeah, that's a hard one. I think I've seen that chart too. But yeah, yeah. When you see Chaney's makeup for London After Midnight, it's really amazing. Makes it even more sad that you can't actually see the film. Um, Pete hates close up pictures of shark mouths. Yeah. Well, definitely check out. Just do a image search for London After Midnight, or read up on the film, and you'll come across the picture of Chaney in makeup. It's something else. Um, oh, for Pete, it's not a horror film that scared him, but it scared him nonetheless. House that Jack built. Yeah, sometimes it's not even a horror film. Sometimes things just really stick with you because they throw you so much. Like I talk about Seconds all the time. The first time I saw it, it just totally. I didn't really sleep that much after I saw it, and it's not a horror film, but it's got horror elements, and you definitely don't forget it. And it definitely stays with you. Um, and the news is about as scary as it gets. Yeah, you could say that. um, Oh, JR's got the French House of Usher on a public domain VHS. Yes. Well, hey, if it's in good shape and it's complete, you definitely give it a watch. I think there was one good DVD, which is probably that one I checked out from the library years ago, but I unfortunately never got to find it before it went out of print. Um, yes, a potato. uh, Long Buddy's got to take a snack break. No worries, have at it. If you miss anything, you can always catch the rewind. I myself have to use some more lubrication. My throat gets dry about this point. So, probably better. Oh, I got one more. Sometimes worry about putting my hand out of the bed and I blame the haunting. Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. It's funny how many things you wind up pulling from horror films. All right, so to dive back in really quick. So let me make sure. I'm glad I wrote these down because I don't want to skip anything. So to jump ahead a little bit to the early days of talkies and still in the pre-code era of 1932. This is where we kind of do the little section on pre-code horrors that are not Universal related. So this one is well known primarily because it's probably by far and large really the best version of the story that's been filmed. Of course, there is the early version that's the silent film with John Barrymore that's actually quite good, but this one is the most developed and the most well-rounded version. That, of course, is the 1932 version of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde with Freddie March, and this is where he won the Best Actor Oscar. So this is one of the few horror films, or films that are labeled horror, that actually has the Academy Award recognition for it. And the film is most notable for the remarkable transformation sequences that are all done in one take primarily. It's usually done, the big main first one is a single take done in front of a mirror, and you actually see the transformation happen. It is trick photography, but it's so amazingly done that it actually does feel real. You don't see any breaks, you don't see any dissolves going on. It's absolutely amazing how they achieve that. So this is the Laserdisc release. This is the first time the full pre-code version was released. After the code came into effect, they cut pieces out, and I believe for a reissue, like a lot of pre-code films. So for decades, you can only see this film missing little pieces. Primarily, it's a lot to do with the more promiscuous side of the lady friend of the night character that Mr. Hyde finds himself hanging around with in the evenings. There's some really amazing, provocative moments with that character that, of course, are totally straight out of a pre-code film. That, of course, would be the first thing to go with the code censor scissors coming into effect. So this did make it to DVD as a double feature with the 1941 MGM version with Spencer Tracy. And that version, MGM would buy up the rights to older versions or suppress older versions. So that version kind of was made to supplant this version for a number of years, but I do like that version, and Spencer Tracy is pretty good in the role, and it's very well photographed. And you have Ingrid Bergman in the the prostitute role, but of course it's MGM in the 40s, so it's very dialed down. But the whole movie does feel kind of dialed down, and it's not anywhere near as effective as this 1932 version. So again, I do think, and I know I'm not alone in this. This is really the best version of Jekyll and Hyde we've ever gotten. There's not really anything to improve on it. It's so well made. It's right to the point. It's exactly as long as it needs to be. Unfortunately, the DVD is out of print. I do hope Warner Archive is maybe thinking about doing a Blu-ray of both versions, which would be really cool. But in the meantime, it's actually easiest to grab this on Laserdisc. Just make sure and get this version. Has a PCM mono track, and it is still, of course, in black and white, but the cover's in color, and it's actually pretty cool. And you get to see both versions of the performance and the really iconic makeup. I think the only thing I've never quite liked about this film, it's a minor thing, but I do kind of feel the Hyde makeup, as great as it is perhaps a bit too much ape-like for me. So every time I've seen this film, even when I was a kid, when I first saw it, and it did kind of spook me out, especially in the transformation scenes, it always kind of threw me a bit, because I was always like, but he doesn't look like a person so much. He obviously looks like very apish. Like it just looks weird. I would think that people would ask questions, But yeah, the entire movie's so great. That's really just a minor thing. That's just always something that stuck out to me. But the makeup itself is great, of course. And yeah, so if you've never seen this, this is the version of the classic story to watch. And I do recommend reading Stevenson's original book. It's very, very short. It's more like a novella. Because all the classic works of horror literature are really fun reads if you've never read them. But again, it's really probably better to grab this on Laserdisc. This cost me about $3, whereas the DVD will cost you probably closer to $20 now, because it's out of print. And then we switch over to well, I kind of talk about these films together. One's 1932, the other's 1933, but same crew, mostly same cast, both at the same studio, so they kind of go together. So that is, of course, the two pre-code, two-strip Technicolor horror films, both starring Fay Wray and Lionel Atwill, and both directed by Michael Curtiz for Warner Brothers. This is, of course, Dr. X and the Mystery of the Wax Museum. Again, these films are notable for being pre-code films, so they do have grisly or horror elements in them, and the fact that they were shot in full two-strip Technicolor, which makes them extraordinarily eerie to watch. Dr. X had a simultaneous black and white version that was shot, and that's what you could see for years, not the color version. And the Mystery of the Wax Museum was presumed lost for a number of years until it was found in Jack Warner's personal archive, and that's the print used to make this restored Laserdisc set. These were done, I think, by UCLA back in the day. And so this was the first time you could really see these films properly in two-strip Technicolor. And again, because two-strip Technicolor is so limited, it's primarily reproducing a reddish, a pinkish red for all the skin tones. So, and then basically greens. So you have blacks, greens, and then like this sort of weird pinkish red. And then they use those to make the other colors. So basically you get no blue, and they have a very striking, very strange, very eerie look to them. And then because they're pre-code, the horror elements do get on the very grisly side. So they still do pack a punch, even though they are, very archaic because of the two-strip Technicolor. So they're really like nothing else. And what's also great is they move so fast because they are full-on early talkies and directed by Michael Curtiz when he was just cranking pictures out. So both of these are, just barely over an hour. They both have a lead character that's, a fast-talking reporter, whereas Dr. X, the reporter character, kind of is played more for laughs. And the Wax Museum, it is a full-on tough-talking gal reporter who's the main lead. And again, because it's the same cast and crew, they pair well together. And they were basically, Wax Museum was made because of the success of Dr. X. Dr. X is more of a mystery drama. There's a murder afoot, and it's tracked to a medical institution, and then they all basically, lock themselves in various rooms and try and use scientific apparatus to figure out who is the killer. So it's not a horror film in terms of its story, but the horror elements, and when you see the killer stalking around, it is a straight on horror film. The makeup is also really fantastic, but the most horrific part of the whole picture is when the killer's identity is revealed. It is a mind-blowingly striking sequence that you don't expect and is really out there, and for 1932 audiences probably terrified people, but it's notable for the film's most iconic line, which I like to say to people all the time just to weird them out, which is, if you've never seen the film, this is going to sound weird, but if you've seen it, you'll know what I'm talking about. So for all fans of Dr. X out there, I have to say it: synthetic flesh. That should tell you everything about what kind of movie this is. It's a lot of fun. But Wax Museum is the better picture. It is much more of a straight-on horror film. Of course, it was remade famously as House of Wax, so it's the same general idea. Famous wax sculptor is supposedly burned to death by his partner in the opening of the film, and actually survives, and then decides to wreak havoc on everyone and rebuild his new wax museum. But again, with the two-strip Technicolor, it's extraordinarily eerie. I think the story is much better, and because it doesn't waste time with, admitting it's an out-and-out horror film, but it's also a 1930s early talky, fast-moving drama with reporter characters trying to get to the root of a story. The female character in House of Wax, that's the lead protagonist, is split into two characters here, and it's actually, I think, a much better picture for it. So you have one girl who's seen as the reincarnation of the sculptor's Marie Antoinette and becomes the damsel in distress, and then the other is the reporter trying to get to the bottom of all of this. And again, all shot in striking two-strip Technicolor with some amazing sets. Both these films have really amazing sets, but the final wax factory at the end of Wax Museum almost has an expressionistic tinge to it. And Lionel Atwill's performance in both is great, but in Wax Museum, he plays the professor character. And it's such a great film and such a great performance. I think his performance is on par with Vincent Price's in House of Wax. And I do think this is the better film because as much as I love House of Wax, This picture is faster, it moves better, it's grislier, it's honestly more intelligent, it doesn't hold itself back as much, and because it's so much faster, it's shorter too. So unfortunately, Dr. X came out on DVD and is nicely cleaned up in the Warner Legends of Horror box set. But Mystery of the Wax Museum just got saddled as the bonus to House of Wax, and then somebody decided to change the color, so the color's messed up on the DVD. But UCLA just announced this month that they are restoring Wax Museum, and Warner Archive will do it on Blu-ray, so that should be amazing. Hopefully, they put Dr. X with it because I would love to see these films in HD. I would love more people to see them because they're a heck of a lot of fun. They are also really grisly, and they're also straight up early 30s talkies. So it's like 5 or 10 things all in, 67 minutes for each of these. But yeah, for the longest time, the only way to see Wax Museum properly was getting the Laserdisc there, which is why I finally got it. And then as soon as I get it, a year later, they announced they're gonna fix it. Um, oh, looks like JR's got to check out. All right, thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah, I'm trying to get these streams to be a little bit less like epic run times. I never intended to go 4 or 5 hours when I started doing these, so just trying to make them a little bit more of a manageable length. But I know it's everybody's in different time zones anyway, so yeah, it's already been there for you. Have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out. Um, so anyway, talk about a couple more. And it seems like there's quite a lot in 1932. But just to briefly mention some of the others, one of the big ones, of course, is Todd Browning's Freaks from MGM, which was the film that MGM despised and everybody hated because of the subject matter, which dealt with essentially the freak show portion of a circus. And Browning himself had grown up in circuses and really respected and loved and admired his years in the circus and circus performers. And it's a really interesting picture. It's not a horror film at all for 95% of the movie. It's essentially a story that takes place in a circus, and with the performers and their daily lives and things. And honestly, is really interesting because it feels quite realistic and very honest. That it's a hard life and for everybody involved, but anyway, the main thrust of the story comes when the a beautiful acrobat decides that she wants to not run off with the strong man, but she hears that one of the little people of the circus freak show is coming money and inheritance, I believe it is, and then basically decides to marry him just for the money, and then it all comes out that she's just doing this because she feels that she could and she wants the money, and treats him horribly, and everyone insults all of the titular characters. And then the horror comes in basically in the last reel when they decide to exact their revenge, and it's amazingly striking, that sequence. It takes place at night. I believe it's raining, and then they all just slowly assemble and crawl towards her tent to exact their revenge. And the final shot of Freaks is terrifying. Like, it's legitimately terrifying what happens, and the final shot of the picture. And it's ironic that it came out of MGM of all places. Thalberg's and everybody's idea was to make the most horrifying picture of them all, and then it's like, well, did you even read the script you approved? Like, why? You knew it was about the circus and the freak shows and the circus, like. But eventually MGM passed it off to be, shown as a B film, and it was kicked about for years, and then became a cult film. But it basically lost MGM a lot of money. It made them not so happy with Todd Browning, who eventually made some other pictures to finish out his contract. And it was really something that became sort of a bad word among the industry, and it got a really negative reputation for a long time. And then also because it was just kicked around as a B movie, and I think fell into the public domain for a while. But because it got rediscovered as a cult film, I think mainly in the 60s and 70s especially, and a lot of people associated other things with it, and they kind of rediscovered it. So I do think it is a great film, but it's not really a horror film until, like the last 5 or 10 minutes. But I think the greatness of it owes primarily to Browning basically having an entire lifetime in the circus, and it's basically sort of a love letter to the circus he grew up in. At least that's how I read it. I know some people may read it negatively, but I don't think it's intended that way at all. So, of course, that is out on DVD, which I still need to pick up, and I'm hoping somebody does it on. I guess it would be Warner Archive would do it on Blu-ray. I think that would be an easy seller. Next up, this one I've shown the Laserdisc before, but there's also the Criterion release I do want to get. This is a really great picture, Island of Lost Souls from 1932, which is the first adaptation of Island of Dr. Moreau by H.G. Wells. And Wells famously hated this, because it strayed so far from his book. But actually, the more I think about it, the more times I rewatch it, I think this is probably the best adaptation we've ever gotten. It's actually surprisingly close, because it has to get, Wells' more rambling prose, because I love the book, but it's very philosophical. It has to get all of that into a short hour and 20-minute pre-code runtime. And because it's pre-code, it is very dark. It is very blatant. Charles Laughton is completely malevolent the whole time, but deliciously so. And right down to the fact that he tries to get the shipwrecked sailor to actually become interested and perhaps even mate with his Panther Woman character and see if he can pass her off as a real woman. Just one of the many malevolent things that Moreau in this film gets up to, and right down to the fact that this is a pre-code film, so you actually do see the laboratory with the vivisection table, and you hear the awful screams of these creatures that he has made and tortured and just made into absolute monstrosities, and you hear them screaming, and you actually see him with a scalpel in hand over them. And then some of the makeups in this film, even for the lesser characters and things, is just stunning. There are face makeups in here of the half man, half beast that are just not just striking, but some of them are really horrifying. Like there are particular ones like where it's like a half leopard face and things like that. And the lead speaker of the man beast is played by Lugosi with this amazing hair makeup on his face. That's I don't know if there's a still of it in here. No, there's not, but you get this really nice bit of liner notes and stuff on here. But again, I think this picture is just fantastic. And ironically, even though Wells hated it, I think you get more of the book in this short pre-code film than you do in either the 70s version or, of course, the 90s film that turned into a debacle. So yeah, I think it's quite fantastic. And to be honest, I think this is one of Lawton's best performances. I think it's him as Moreau in this film in the white suit, cracking the whip with the little mustache, looking completely, devilish and, demanding, for the creatures to say, what is the law and things like that. I think it's totally iconic, especially for pre-code horror. So it's a fantastic film. This Laserdisc was the best way to see it for the longest time. It did get released in the Monsters VHS collection line, but it's much better on here with PCM mono. But Criterion put it out with some nice extras, and it's also out on the Masters of Cinema in the UK. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Oh, I should also mention, also from 1932, the other great Lugosi vehicle that a lot of people might know is White Zombie, which was an independent film, of course, but it doesn't have the strongest story. But man, the atmosphere in that picture is just stunning. Lugosi's character name is Murderer Legendre, and he basically has an entire sugar plantation filled with zombie labor, and he's able to use the ancient voodoo style of zombie, where zombies originally came from, either with poison or animating the dead, to become slave labor that he doesn't have to pay. But the gist of the story is that a man desires the woman he loves to be kept because she's going to marry another man, and he goes to Legendre, who then decides he wants the woman for himself, and he gets the guy to give her the poison, and she becomes the white zombie of the title. but becomes under the grasp of Lugosi's character and his faraway castle fortress deep in the jungle. And, it doesn't go well for anyone, but it is remarkably atmospheric. Again, not the strongest story, and it was produced as an independent film, so it didn't have, studio luster or money or anything. But Lugosi is amazing, and the atmosphere is just stunning. Most people know it because it was really the first primary zombie film, and zombies are popular, so they go back and look up zombies. But and of course, White Zombie led to the band White Zombie, which of course gave us Rob Zombie. So people know that connotation as well. So a lot of people have either seen or know of this film because of that. It's also public domain for a long time, so there's a crap ton of copies of it. Roan Group did a version which was pretty good, but the elements are not in very good shape, and there are now like two different Blu-rays out there. But Kino did one, VCI did one. Neither one is perfect, so you have to just pick and choose what you prefer. But I think I'm just going to get the Kino one, but they're both kind of pricey, which is why I haven't gotten one yet. Let's see, I've talked about those. So to jump ahead a little bit, to get back to MGM, who, ironically made some really amazing grisly horror films, even though, they were all worried about more stars than there are in the heavens. They actually made some horror films, which is really weird to think about. But anyway, to talk about three in particular. They usually get bundled together in four, but Mask of Fu Manchu is not really a horror film. But this is the MGM Horror Classics box set. When these films were first cleaned up and put out together. These were repurposed in the previously mentioned Warner Brothers Legend horror box sets. You can get them on DVD. But that set's out of print and can get kind of pricey. So I just grabbed the really cool Laserdisc set. To talk about first, Mad Love is one of the best horror films of the 1930s. This is the horror film that is basically a universal horror film in almost every way, but it was made by MGM, which is really weird. It was Peter Lorre's first, major American role, and it was really promoted, as the great actor coming and doing a horror role. And he's absolutely fantastic in it. It's also got Colin Clive, and who was, of course, Dr. Frankenstein in the Universal films. It looks like a Universal film. It feels like a Universal film in almost every single way. And it was directed by Karl Freund, who, of course, was the famous cinematographer who worked in most of the German Expressionist classics, and then came over here and shot Dracula and then directed The Mummy. So this is basically a universal horror film, but it was just made at MGM. It's an absolutely stunning picture. It's based on the Hans of Orlok story, which was done as a silent film in Germany with Conrad Veidt playing the lead role. But Mad Love takes the Hands of Orlok and puts it into a sort of bigger story, and admits this character of Laurie's, the doctor who goes mad with his love obsession. And you can definitely tell this is a darker film because the way he even meets the girl, he goes to the Grand, I guess it's Grand Guignol, I never know how to say that, shows of, on stage seeing torture, murder, and death, where he loves to watch from the balcony seat every night after night, as she's tortured to death. And it becomes so enraptured with her that when she goes to marry another, he cannot take it. And it starts him on his path of utter madness. But yeah, it's an absolute masterpiece of a picture. It's absolutely fantastic and really dark, extraordinarily inventive, and also really beautifully shot. Again, Karl Freund directed this, and I don't think he was going to have a picture he directed not look very good. It was also partially shot. It wasn't fully shot, but it was actually partially shot by Greg Toland himself when he was, much more of an up and coming cinematographer and had not really gotten to the upper echelon of cinematography like he would in just a very short time after this. So that's another interesting thing about this picture. It's also been ripped off, and so many things have been inspired by this. And one of the great sequences in 1930s horror is probably when the character goes when the Colin Clive character is called to meet the deceased murderer, because the Hands of Orlok is about the man getting new hands, and they were the hands of a murderer, so he feels thus compelled to kill people with these hands. The hands were the hands of a great knife thrower, so suddenly he's throwing knives all the time and he can't explain why. So he gets a mysterious call and he goes to this little apartment in the seedier part of town, and this whispering voice comes out of the dark and identifies itself as the murdered man who was, has no hands now. And he's sitting there in the dark, and he's got these sunglasses on, this hat. And then he's like, well, but you're dead. They decapitated you, and then he just reveals this gigantic brace that has his head strapped back on, and starts laughing maniacally with these giant steel hands. And you've probably seen a picture of that. I know I had. I just didn't realize it was from Mad Love. It's one of the most striking scenes in 30s horror. And again, from MGM of all places. Like, it's really strange that MGM made some truly great horror films. But Mad Love is the one film of the 1930s that if you put a Universal logo on it, it would be a Universal horror film. Like, it feels, looks, and sounds like a Universal horror film, like one of the A ones. It's one of the best horror films of the 1930s. It's a truly great film. Unfortunately, that cannot be said about the next film we're going to discuss, which is Mark of the Vampire, which is, again, Todd Browning getting to do a sound remake of the London After Midnight story. Now, again, this deals with the police trying to catch a murderer, and there are, vampires who just happen to live next door. It's extraordinarily atmospheric. Some parts are actually downright terrifying due to the beautiful staging and just the almost feral, dark appearance of the vampires. Lugosi plays the lead vampire and is amazingly imposing in his appearances. It's two vampires. Lugosi is the male vampire, and then there's the Luna vampire character that basically invents the concept of the, girl in all white with the pasty makeup and the deep lips and the long black hair. And because Browning made this, that was obviously inspired by the staging of the Dracula brides in the 1931 Universal Dracula. So it's amazing to see Lugosi look like a really dark, strong, scary vampire. But unfortunately, the story is so choppy because apparently they cut the film down a lot. But when you see this, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It just seems like to just be missing chunks, and it gets really kind of frustrating. And then, of course, like London After Midnight is supposed to end, it kind of pulls the rug out by at the very end. It's just like, oh no, they're not real vampires. We just made it all up to get them to confess. Nothing really scary. Nope. And that also doesn't make you want to like the film very much because it just pulls the rug out from under you. So yeah, your mileage may vary. It's amazing atmosphere. It's Browning getting to come back and do vampire stories again with Lugosi, and it's got some really great striking images, but unfortunately it just doesn't hold up all that much. The last one I'm going to talk about, on the other hand, also directed by Browning, is amazingly different. In fact, I'd say it's one of the weirdest films of the 1930s, to be honest, and that's The Devil Doll. As you can see, Lionel Barrymore here dressed up as a kind little old lady. Basically, this is a horror science fiction hybrid that's also, in a way, sort of like a sound partial remake of the classic silent film The Unholy Three, which Browning had made with Chaney in the Silent Days. So basically, Barrymore's character has been imprisoned in Devil's Island, wrongfully accused, manages to break out with his cellmate, and they escape to the cellmate's house, where apparently the cellmate is a mad scientist whose wife has been there carrying out his experiments. And they make it there and show Barrymore's character what they're working on, what their plan is. And it's basically to shrink everyone and everything and make them tiny to solve overpopulation, which is a very forward-thinking idea and something that's been done in science fiction a number of times since that. And I'm sure, I believe the picture is called Downsizing or Downsized a couple years ago. I was like, I'm sure, tell me those people saw The Devil Doll and got the idea to make this, because it sounds like that. But of course, because they're mad scientists, it doesn't quite work, and everything they shrink becomes a brainless miniature puppet that will do their bidding. All they have to do is basically, think at it, and it does their bidding. Um, so the cellmate dies, and Barrymore decides to go back to Paris because this takes place in France because reasons, um, and use this technology and the widow of the mad scientist character to exact his revenge. And he goes about doing this by posing as a little old lady, which is where the Unholy Three nod comes in. Of course, Browning had made Unholy Three, so he's kind of giving a nod to his own work. But instead of giving out birds, as in the Unholy Three, this time they make little tiny dolls and toys and things and sell that to people and use that as their in, and of course substitute in the little people as dolls, and then at night they make them start creeping around. There is amazing effects photography in here, especially for the time period. And again, it is amazingly creepy for most of it. Again, it's sort of a science fiction horror hybrid, and because it's made by MGM, there is some standard drama stuff, but it holds up remarkably well. I think it's a really fantastic picture. It's very bizarre. It really defies description. But again, I think it's a amazing science fiction horror hybrid slash quasi remake of the Unholy Three, if that makes any sense. That's how you describe the Devil Doll. Really fantastic, and again, amazing effects photography for the time. Like, especially all of the scenes with the little people crawling around, bedrooms and staircases and underneath chairs and things. It's a precursor to The Incredible Shrinking Man in that way. So, an absolutely fantastic picture. Okay, let's see. Oh, Longfoot saw Devil Doll the other night. Cool. So you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it really kind of defies description. When I was watching it, and when Lionel Barrymore first appears in drag, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is like Unholy Three, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, it's really strange, and it does have some nice horror sequences, and it's science fiction and horror and just really strange, but very, very good. I think it's one of those pictures you can point to and say, yeah, Todd Browning was a good director. Look, this picture is great. It's not stagey. It's out there. It's pretty daring for the time. So it's one I like to show people if they want to complain about, if they don't think Todd Browning was a very good director or was only good at silence. I like to bring up the Devil Doll because I think it's really great. So to move on a little bit, because I think I think I put down too many to discuss all in one night, which of course is what I wind up doing. So to mention very briefly, because I said I would, to talk about The Walking Dead with Karloff from 1936. It's a pretty good picture. Again, it's released by Warner Brothers in the Karloff and Lugosi Classics, Horror Classics box set. Has a nice commentary as well. Basically, it's kind of similar to the pacing of Dr. X and Wax Museum because it's directed by Michael Curtiz. A bit later on, so it's technically more proficient. It's not an talkie. But I quite like it, and I kind of put it up there with the best of the Karloff Columbia B films because it is kind of shorter. It's not an A film by any means, but all the films in this set are quite good, and there's some two commentaries which are pretty good. So if you can find this set for cheap, $10 or less, I do highly recommend it, especially if you're a big Karloff or Lugosi fan or fan of both, as I am. And I did want to kind of briefly mention some titles that don't get talked about very much simply because they are more aimed at the kid audience or they're family friendly or things, but they do have remarkable atmosphere, and I do like to pull them out. So this one, it's one of my favorite Disney titles. I just had to mention it. Of course, it's 1949's Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad. Again, fantastic atmosphere, classic, phenomenal animation. It's beautiful what they did with these two stories, and children actually saw these, and saw the Legend of Sleepy Hollow, and then Mr. Toad drunkenly driving around, nearly murdering everything, and then going to hell. Like, I'm sorry, that's a kids movie. Like, if you had to describe what a perfect kids movie is, I'm like, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. Yeah. So anyway, this is the standard Laserdisc. It's CLV, which is this is the only version that exists. It's a little harder to find, but it's not rare or anything. Doesn't set you back a lot. They did release this to Blu-ray, and it's one of the cheaper Disney discs. But I'm pretty sure I haven't heard there's anything that they changed or anything. So it might be one of those Blu-rays I actually pick up because it's not revised in any way. But since I got the Laserdisc version with PCM mono and it's in really good shape, this is the copy I watch. Of course, it's 1:3:3 Academy ratio as it would have been. So no widescreen or anything to worry about because it's 1949. But I do like to bring this up because this is one of my favorite Disney titles. It's just a lot of fun, and again, just supremely well made with a great morbid sense of humor. And it's great that they that they made this for kids as well, and they didn't pull back on the atmosphere. Longfoot totally plagiarized Sleepy Hollow in elementary school. But fourth grade teacher was so impressed she let it slide. Well, if you're trying to tell a great story, I guess you have to go for the good stuff. That's funny. Okay, let's see if I can sort through this. I set aside too much stuff. That's my problem. And then I pulled it out, and then it starts to flip around. Let's see. Oh, I've given Pete a ton of horror films to go through. Yeah, well, I guess that's what I'm here for. Get everybody to brush up on things or find new things to enjoy or revisit old favorites. That's what I always feel like I'm doing. It's like a never-ending thing. Or like people mention something to me and then I like rattle off like 100 different titles and they have I'm like speaking gobbledygook just because they said one movie. I'm like, well, you should try this and this and this and this. So let's see, where did I leave off? So next up, I should mention briefly because I'm in the timeline, and also Pete is talking about the John Carpenter remake that everybody is obsessed with, it seems, but me. I am gonna rewatch it. I would like to get one of the big special feature stuff versions and at least check out the special features and stuff. But yeah, I do still prefer the original 1951 Thing from Another World. I do need to get the Warner Archive version. I've had the DVD before. I've rented it a million times, but the elements have never been in very good shape, and they did do some cleanup work on that. So that's one of those Warner Archive discs. I've been waiting for them to do their big sale. Their $11 sale, their 4 for $44 or whatever they call it, where they're basically $11 or almost half off. But unfortunately, the newer ones don't make it to that until like maybe a year later. But yeah, they've done some horror titles, The Thing, Fearless Vampire Killers, and some others that I really want to get. But yeah, the Warner Archive Blu-ray of The Thing is really great. And again, that's ostensibly a science fiction film, but it does have the horror elements. And this next one is the same thing. It's a science fiction film from the 50s, but it does have the horror elements. And I saw it at a very young age, and just the idea really stuck with me. And it's one I never quite forgot. And I think it's really great, even though most of it is honestly, most of it is more like a noir. It's also very similar to the Universal film Black Friday, but that's because it's from the same original writer, Kurt Siodmak, who seems to have had a thing for brains and brain swapping. So of course, I'm talking about the 1953 adaptation of his novel Donovan's Brain. Again, this is a science fiction film, but I think the horror elements are there, and it's just a picture I saw at a very young age, and it always stuck with me. So it's essentially about a team of doctors and this titular character that you never actually see, which I find really amazing. You never see the character, but there's a plane crash, and this rich multimillionaire Donovan is, basically taken to the emergency room and does not survive. But it just so happens that these doctors are working around and they do experiments in their spare time on brains and brain activity, and they the lead doctor just decides, you know what, it's a great idea. I think this guy's brain is still active. I'm just going to take it home with me. Again, the logic. But again, you can see the parallels to Black Friday, which was also written by Kurt Siodmak. But anyway, so they continue to experiment on this brain. It does not actually die, and it seems to grow in stature as the picture goes along and their experiments go along, until eventually that it becomes so strong that it seems to start actually influencing its will upon the doctor himself. And then, and the best sequences of the whole film, he actually blacks out and then starts going around acting as the technically dead Donovan, but of course going to his old acquaintances and things and speaking and sounding like the dead man, and then eventually writing in handwriting like the dead man, and basically carrying on the dead man's affairs, who is just a brain in a lab in a fish tank. Again, it's very atmospheric. It is also very 1950s, so it has dated in that way. So, if you've never seen this before and you go and see it, you will, definitely know it is a 1950s film. But again, the horror elements are there, and it does have a nice build up to a really good little climax. And again, it's a very efficient, black and white, lower budgeted film, but it's all done very seriously. And again, the idea always stuck with me. And I've never read Siodmak's original book. I would actually like to, just out of curiosity. But again, it's very similar to Black Friday, if you've seen that. The idea of Karloff's scientist character using the brain of a dead criminal to bring back his friend who was hit in the same car wreck, and then realizing the dead criminal knows where loot is hidden, and then using that to provoke the dead criminal's identity to come back in the body of his friend, for his own personal gain. So it's very similar to Black Friday, but again, Kurt Siodmak liked to write about brains and brain swapping. So, and most of the Universal horrors later on. This is the Kino Blu-ray. It does have a nice commentary. It is much better than the old DVD, so you can pick this up in one of their sales for pretty cheap, and the original artwork is really cool. So again, this is one of those where I think it qualifies as horror, even though it is a 50s sci-fi classic. Now, this next one is definitely definitely much more on the horror side, even though it's a 50s sci-fi horror classic. But I just couldn't not mention this. So, of course, I'm talking about the immortal 1956 Don Siegel picture of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. So the original Criterion Spine number 8, the spiffed up special edition version with the awesome gatefold of original materials, and then the really cool exclusive Criterion commentary, which is great. Again, I could talk about this film for ages. I think it's an absolute masterpiece, whether you choose to read it as a tale about communism, or about conservatism, or conformity, whatever way you choose to read it, or if you just go with the story itself. It's not so much the story that makes it horrifying. It's the staging and the way they build up characters and then have them completely do a 180 and change entirely. That really makes the horror jump out all the much. There's very little in terms of special effects, and what special effects are there are so vivid that you don't forget them. Like, for example, when the seed pods that you do see, the certain sequences when they actually start to open, and then all these bubbles and this frost starts to come out, or when they stab them with pitchforks and they just like ooze out. Like, it's stuff like that that you don't forget. But it's all very simple. It's a hyper intelligent thriller. And again, I think because it was made in the 1950s in black and white, in widescreen, that gives it a sort of timelessness that makes it all the more eerie. And again, I think it's better to read this picture about as a story about the dangers of conformity rather than McCarthyism and communism and the Red Scare and the Red Menace and things like that, which is the way most people have read this or written about this for years and years and years. But I think it's much more of a tale about the dangers of conformity. But either way you choose to read it, I think it still doesn't dilute this picture's power, which again, I saw this at a very young age and I will never forget it. And I think it's absolutely perfect. And again, it is a horror, it is a science fiction film, but the horror elements are right there. And again, it's also extraordinarily intelligent. It's also, because this was a lower budgeted, more independent film. I believe it was made for Allied Artists back in 1956. It wasn't a big studio film, but a lot of the characters are much more well-rounded and much better defined than what you get, especially in the mid 1950s, and especially in science fiction or schlock films of the time period. The fact that the main two characters of this film are recently divorced is really striking. Again, it's a lot more believable because of that, and you get to know these characters. So, the dangers and perils that they eventually face as being, the only people of this town that have not been overtaken and become pod people. The danger is built up realistically and over time. And particularly by the midpoint of the film, when the whole menace is revealed and the characters realize that they cannot go to sleep, for if they do, they will be taken over by pods, and then are essentially running around for the rest of the movie on no sleep, and they get increasingly bleary-eyed and they stumble around and they get even more desperate and their faces get dirty and their clothes get torn. But there's a great scene where they hide out in the doctor's office and they realize they have to stay awake. So he literally turns and fills up syringes, and they're basically drugging themselves to stay awake, which is just amazing. And that, of course, sets up the whole climax when they do the iconic running out of the town. But again, it's a masterpiece. I don't want to say too much about it if you've never seen it, because I think it's so much better to go in cold with this film and not read all of the critical talk and stuff, which is great. But, I always grew up hearing this film was actually about McCarthyism and the Red Scare and stuff, when, that's only one interpretation, and they don't talk about how good the film is. Of course, it's pretty well known that, the original ending, which is in the film, is quite dark, and it was objected to. So they filmed bookends and put it at the beginning and the end to kind of give it a sort of happier ending. And that also meant that they put a voiceover on. So the doctor character narrates the story as he goes along in a sort of noirish voiceover. And as much as I wish the bookends weren't there, I think they're directed perfectly well enough, and the ending is still kind of open-ended, so it doesn't really harm the film. But I do like the voiceover. I think the voiceover works really, really well, and I do enjoy that. So it would be cool to get like the original edit of the film one day. But unfortunately, the elements don't survive, so anything would be like a fan cut or something. But even with those constraints on it, it's still an iconic masterpiece, I think. And it's definitely the best version of the story we've ever gotten. The 76 remake is really good. I do like it. It's very intelligent, and it tells the story differently, which I appreciate. But I don't think it's as good as the 56 version, because I think if Don Siegel were a bandied about auteur director, like a lot of the big names, I think it would be better respected. But unfortunately, Siegel is not a big director name, and he honestly could be. He should be for a lot of different reasons. But Invasion of the Body Snatchers is his most famous picture. For good reason. And I unfortunately have not gotten to see all of his films, because the availability is not very good, and some have only recently come out in good editions. But I think you'd be hard pressed to find a better picture where everything came together, which is it really shouldn't have happened quite that way, because again, it was a lower budgeted film. To also mention, I of course picked up the Olive Blu-ray, which has the amazing original poster artwork. And it's amazing seeing this in HD. The only trouble is they applied the Super Scope process to this film, which gives it a 2-to-1 ratio. And it was originally just a regular flat 1:8:5 ratio. And unfortunately, what that does is that stretches the image to give it a wider aspect ratio. Super Scope was like the poor man's cinemascope, is what it was known as, and they would optically blow up the negative to make it a wider widescreen without having to pay for lenses and things. Um, and that was fine if the film was designed for that, but Body Snatchers was not. And so that causes a noticeable stretching. So if you've ever seen this film and noticed it kind of looked weird, that's because the Super Scope process distorted the image. And while that kind of also can add to the eeriness, I've always wanted to see it without the super scoping. But unfortunately, again, apparently the original elements do not survive. Um, Eventually, Olive did replace this with a signature edition, which I have here, which this version, it's the same transfer as the old disc, but it includes a bunch of really great new extras. And then, most importantly, all the extras that were made for the DVD version that never happened. So they got some really nice interviews with the original lead cast members who are no longer with us, unfortunately. So it's really amazing that they got all of those on here. And has this really nice slip cover, and this is really their attempt to be more Criterion and Eureka and Arrow like, and it's really great that they're doing this. These discs are a little pricey, but they do go on sale. When this came out, I believe it was last year or so around Halloween. There was a good sale on these, so you can occasionally get these for a much cheaper price if you're on the lookout for them. But yeah, so definitely get this over the original Blu-ray because you get all the extras and a nice booklet and everything. And Olive did really try to do this film justice. The only problem is apparently Paramount found and restored the original Perspective stereo track for this film, and it's not on this Blu-ray. I don't know if it was done before they were able to. They probably already had this printed or something and didn't get to put it on there. But apparently, this film does have a Perspective stereo track that exists somewhere, which was the cheaper process for making a stereo surround system with usually 3 channels and steering it around inside of a mono track, which it does work, but it's rarely discussed, if at all known today. But I'm amazed that happened. Hopefully it can get released that way one day. Okay, let's see. Catch up on a couple comments really quick. Okay, talking about the Carpenter version of the thing, building on paranoia. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I appreciate the ideas in the 82 version of the thing. I don't know. I've never been a big fan of Carpenter, so and like the effects go so on overdrive that it just kind of takes me out of the movie. But I'm going to try it again. And again, I would like to see one of the loaded with extras versions because they're all the amazing 4K scans and stuff out there now. And these kind of videos do give the people urge to see movies they would never before. Well, I hope they do. I feel like I'm a broken record most of the time in terms of just regular day-to-day activities. Like, again, I encounter anything and I hear somebody say something. I'm like, oh, have you seen blah, 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 blah? And they're like, no. And I'm like, oh, we used to see that and that. And then they just stare at me. So, it's always worse when you realize a nice, comforting person in your life is really a monster. Or people with organ transplants have shown tendencies of the previous owners. Well, maybe the hands of Orlok had something there. Yeah, if you see the 76 version of Body Snatchers, especially as a kid, like, yeah, some of the stuff in there really freak you out. I remember like the first time I saw it, some of the stuff, like of course the ending it's pretty iconic, and of course Donald Sutherland is rocking his 70s hair, and the atmosphere is on the surface much more creepy, and then things that, like the seed pods are much more active, and it's much more graphic and much more gory, but again, a lot of it intelligently so, which I appreciated. Like there's the especially the scene with it's very small, but the scene where the dog comes up and the pod is messed up and tried to grow this dog, and it's got the messed up face and just walks off. But I will admit that the thing I loved the most and caused me the most questions actually was seeing the Kevin McCarthy cameo when he throws himself on the windshield and says his famous, they're here, you're next bit. And then you just start to think, like, has he been doing this for 20 years? He's been going around for like 20, 22 years and nobody will believe him. And now he broke out of another mental hospital and is going around again. And then why did it take the pod people 20 plus years to get to San Francisco? It's like, you'd think they would have, done something else by then. But anyway, Suspense on Radio did a 2-part Donovan's Brain with Orson Welles. Oh, I thought I had heard of it being done on radio, but I didn't know that Orson had done it. I will have to check that out. That's pretty cool. When you think about the modern climate, especially in the industry, the original invasion of the body snatchers is more relevant than ever. Yeah, I do. I don't think I think that picture is timeless in a lot of ways, and in fact, I think it getting labeled as being a Red Scare movie keeps people from watching it because that makes them automatically think 1950s. And again, I think it's much more about the dangers of conformity, and I think that's what they intended to make. Both are valid ways of reading it, but I think the whole attaching it as specifically a Red Scare 50s HUAC movie that keeps people from watching it as much. But I don't think it's really dated at all. Outside of obviously being made in the 50s, there's a couple things that do they're kind of quaint because they are very 1950s and it's very different to 2019. But that is it. That kind of stuff is some of its charm, I have to admit. And again, you get to know these characters, and they do feel more realistic than what you would normally get in a 50s movie. Ordered that olive version from Amazon, but the seller seemed to be sitting on it. Oh man, that sucks. That sucks when it's like you get something and it never ships, or it's always on back order or back stock or something. I don't think these have a print run or anything, but yeah, you never know when a label's going to stop making stuff or lose rights or something. But yeah, if you can't get it from there, maybe try canceling and getting it from somewhere else. Again, these occasionally do go on sale, usually like on deep discount or something, or you find a good copy on eBay. And thankfully, they're not super expensive. So I'm just very happy somebody went and put the effort in. I just wish it had that perspective track because I would love to hear that. Yeah, I guess the Donald Sutherland scene in the end. Yeah, I think that's birthed 1,000 memes and gifs on the internet. People use that all the time. I'm like, do you even know where that comes from? Sometimes I walk into a room and I do that anyway. Like I just do the whole point thing and the face, and just to mess with people because I just find that funny. No problem with the ending of Body Snatchers, like just how out of sheer luck, it's like, yeah, there's this accident and there's this big truck and it spilled these things out. Yeah, it's filled with giant seed pods. Who would have thought that? And they all do the big double takes to each other, and then they grab the phones and everything, which is admittedly goofy, but what makes that scene still work, that as an ending, is they don't stay with them, and it's like, oh yeah, we'll get them, go to our phones. But then if you notice, the camera just pans over and pans away from them, and it just goes over to Miles, who is slumped up against a door and just kind of shrinks down a little bit and just has a complete look of emptiness, hopelessness, exhaustion, and just complete incomprehension on his face. And that alone keeps the ending open-ended because yeah, they could go to all their phones, but it doesn't ever say that they stop them or that they can. So it's still open-ended, but it's not quite as dramatic as the original ending of Miles on the freeway screaming. So to keep things rolling along, Of course, I talked about this some last week, and any excuse I get to talk about this picture, I will take because I read about this film for years. I never got to see it, and I'm glad that I finally saw it later on DVD, so I could see the full British version, and not the short American one. But I like Body Snatchers. I can't talk about this picture enough, but this is just one of the truly great films that I don't think is discussed enough. And I think is criminally unknown, especially it's known more in the United Kingdom. At least it's properly respected over there now. But here, outside of horror circles, it's really still not well known. And I think that's just an absolute shame. And that, of course, is 1957's Night of the Demon, directed by Jacques Tourneur, based on the story Casting the Runes, and in every way, shape, and form dedicated to the work of the Val Lewton unit at RKO. This is the most logical step forward from the Lewton style, and just and honestly, it's not just reflecting on the Lewton style. It's also a bit further advanced from it because it's not a B film. It's a full A film. It tells a full story. It feels very grounded in reality, and also has a sort of trying to think of the right word, a sort of detachment, a sort of older, wiser quality to it, because by this point, Tourneur had gone through the studio system, and he was making this film in England. So he was already having to go back to Europe to get decent work again, which is kind of ridiculous because Tourneur never made bad films. And most of even his lesser films, which are extremely hard to see, are truly exceptional. And, I think it says something when a director comes along and is never properly respected. Luton had to fight really hard to get him for the first three horror films that they made in the Luton unit. And so he comes along and makes, three of the greatest horror films anybody's ever seen, and then gets into the studio system and makes really great titles, and then makes probably the definitive film noir and Out of the Past. And then, in the next decade makes this film, which is one of the great horror films ever again. And yeah, it's a name you throw around and no one knows. But anyway, like I said last week, a lot of people have always thought, what if Hitchcock made an out and out horror film? What would that be like? And I always say it's Night of the Demon. Night of the Demon is just beautifully constructed, extraordinary intelligent. The villain of the piece is very much a Hitchcock type villain. There are so many things in this film that feel like a Hitchcock picture in terms of being hyper intelligent, beautifully suspense driven, and characters that interact in a story in such a way that the demon and the notion of what this leader of this devil worshipping cult is actually up to is actually the MacGuffin of the picture, if you will. So there are so many things that are like a Hitchcock picture, that it basically feels like a Hitchcock picture. And so it's this strange hybrid of Hitchcock elements and elements of the Lewton pictures, for the fact that you never see the demon and you never see the horrific element. And it's all suggestion, but it's all so strongly suggested that you start to question your own sanity. And the lead character is such a skeptic at times that you literally want to reach through the screen and shake him by the shoulders. Of course, like Cat People, they wanted to not show anything in this film, but of course the producers said scoffed at that idea and insisted that they show a demon. So at the very beginning of the film, you actually see this amazingly designed demon, which of course, in special effects terminology, is just it's a puppet. But again, it's staged so well, and you only see it in very specific moments. So in ways, it's like how they had to include the actual shots of a panther and cat people at the insistence of the studio producers, and they found intelligent ways to cut around it and only show the bare minimum. Well, here you see the demon at the very beginning, and it's the very bare minimum, but it's absolutely terrifying and chilling, but also perfectly staged and perfectly building the suspense to absolutely milk every last moment out of this. And because you see this demon at the very beginning, it sets up the whole picture and sets a level of suspense that builds to such an unbearable degree because you've seen the thing at the very beginning. You know that something is going on, and the fact that the lead character is an American in Britain and a total skeptic about anything and everything having to deal with folklore, and just scoffs everything and laughs everything off. Um, just again builds the tension even further because in the opening reel you saw something happen, even if you don't believe if the demon is actually real. So the picture still works. And honestly, I think it works even better by actually seeing the demon itself because it sets up this level of tension and suspense that never stops and only keeps going. And ridiculously so that the entire picture is like it's a never ending wind up spring. You see this picture and you can't do anything else. You have to know what happens, and you get so wound up in it. And it's so brilliantly, beautifully, atmospherically shot in black and white. It's also Turner working in widescreen. And anytime you see widescreen black and white, it's always very striking because, we normally think of widescreen being reserved for color films. And it's beautifully lensed. And there are moments in this film where just the photography alone creates atmosphere. There's an amazing scene where the lead character goes back to his hotel room and he's walking down the long, impersonal hotel corridors, and he starts to hear these strange noises coming closer and closer and closer. He starts looking all around, and all he sees is the empty, long hallways of a hotel corridor, and there's no one there and nothing there. And the noises finally stop, and he's only left there in the silence with his own thoughts. And it's absolutely terrifying. And it's all down to the usage of sound, editing, and a camera in a hallway of endless hotel rooms. The settings themselves start to become creepy. And again, it's extraordinarily intelligent. All the characters are extraordinarily well rounded, and the atmosphere of the settings are amazing. And the fact that it's set in Britain gives it a whole other atmosphere. There's also a scene in this picture where they actually go to the real Stonehenge and have a whole scene there because, of course, the film is dealing with folklore and with runic symbols and ancient stories of demons and devils and devil worship and pagan gods and such. And so there's an actual scene where they're at Stonehenge in a 1957 black and white horror film, and it's amazing to see Dana Andrews standing there at Stonehenge. I mean, that builds atmosphere like nothing else, the fact that they actually went there. Again, I cannot praise this film highly enough. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to spoil the story or especially the ending for anyone. But it's also rather well constructed that it's very easy to follow and get hooked into this film. And then once you do, again, it does not let up. And then the ending is so richly earned that it's absolutely fantastic. And on a last little note, as climactic and final as the ending is, there's this one little note at the very end that most people don't notice, that if you look to the last people you see on screen, you'll actually see them disappear, which gives if you watch the ending very closely, it makes the entire ending have a sort of it's like a grace note of it's slightly unfinished. Like um it's not a like a complete happy ending. It's like there's just this little note that there's still some eerie quality of the supernatural still there, because you don't see where they go. They just simply almost disappear into the dark. It's just an astonishing picture that unfortunately was paired on a double bill by Columbia. It was cut up here in the United States and retitled Curse of the Demon. It wasn't just cut, it was also resequenced. So if you saw the American version, which has been preserved thankfully on this release, the American version, Curse of the Demon, ran about 25 minutes shorter, if I'm remembering correctly. And no, I'm sorry. It's about 15 minutes shorter. I'm sorry. But it's not just things have been taken out. It's also things have been shuffled around. So that's why it's important to have both versions. And I've talked about this before, but just to briefly re-mention, for the longest time, the original version was thought lost, and all we had was the American version. And then finally, it was discovered that the studio had junked a print of the British version, which a collector found rescued from a dumpster, and then graciously donated when they decided to make the Laserdisc. So the Laserdisc, although it's an standard looking release with the American title on the cover, this is actually the first ever home release of the original British Night of the Demon. So this is the original uncut British version on Laserdisc, and this was the first time you could see it. And so a pretty good transfer and everything, actually, surprisingly. And then eventually, when they went to make the DVD, that print had been lost again, and it had to be rediscovered. And then the DVD presents the British version, and then it's a flipper disc with the American version on the other side. And that was the way I finally got to see this film. And then I flipped over to the other side and was very confused that everything was in the wrong place because there was no information about this film at the time and the cuts of it. I just knew the American version was shorter and had a different title. But yeah, it's completely resequenced. So it's interesting to see both. But yeah, definitely see the British version. That is the one for all time. But yeah. Again, I cannot talk about this film enough. I was so stunned when I finally saw this. It is just one of let's put it this way. It's not just one of the best horror films ever made. It's one of the best films of the 1950s. It's an astonishing piece of work. And if you're interested in this film, please go and get this Indicator Blu-ray release. This is the limited box, which unfortunately is limited and is no longer sold. But if you get the standard release, you do get both Blu-rays in the standard Emery case. This thing is loaded with extras. So many extras that there's an entire section on here that is nothing but long interviews with many of the great horror historians. And then pieces, there's entire featurettes about the musical score, about the photography, and there's also a really great comparison of the British and American versions, which really helped make a lot of it make more sense and why the American version was cut down so much. This thing is just stacked with extras. It's also got two different versions of the film. In addition to the US and UK cuts, it has the BFI restoration and the 1:75 ratio. And then it has the Sony master and the 1:66 ratio. So you get two different choices of masters, two different ratios, and both the UK and American cuts. And I showed these before, but just again, if you do manage to get the limited box, it has an amazing, really thick, glossy, I should say matte finish booklet with some great essays, some pieces on tournure, and the stars of the film, and of course the demon himself. And then some original materials, and it's just a really great booklet. And I am really glad that I grabbed this. I don't normally go for limited editions, but these indicators are not super expensive. And as soon as they announced this thing, I was all over it because this film just obliterated me, and I've never forgotten it. And then what I thought was most cool of all was the back of the booklet actually has a set photo of Tourneur himself. So that made me really happy because the more you encounter certain names in motion pictures and films, and you start to recognize their work, and you find so many interesting things that they did. But there are certain names that are just not spoken of very, very much. That the more you find out about them, the more just totally taken with their work ethic and styles and everything. And ever since I was much younger, and when I first saw Out of the Past and I saw Turner's name, I just had to know more about this just insanely gifted director who is not given the credit he deserved. And then last and most awesomely, probably, again, I showed this before, but just to briefly show it again, they included a reproduction of not only the American Curse poster, but also the British quad for Night of the Demon. So I could actually hang this because I could never afford an original one that still exists because they're insanely valuable. Again, because this film was not a big A feature and was paired on a double bill and was intended to be, a sort of throwaway. Again, it's not a B movie, but that's kind of what they were. The intent was by the the financiers. So in a lot of ways, it again ties back to the way the Luton films were made. So that's Night of the Demon, and if you try any of these films you've never seen before, please do try this one. You will be absolutely swept away by this picture. It's absolutely fantastic. So that's my love fest for the demons. Done and over with. That's one of those. If I can ever bring it up, I wind up doing it. I can't help it. Um, so to move along to get through the rest of these I have set aside. A lot of people always want to include Psycho as a horror film, and that's one of those. Psycho and Peeping Tom, both in 1960. Peeping Tom made by Michael Powell, and of course Hitchcock made Psycho. Both of those films get labeled as horror films, and I mean I could see Psycho more, but Peeping Tom is definitely not a horror film. That is a really moving, dark drama with really intensive murder sequences, but I don't really see it as a horror film. Yeah, as Longfoot says, more of a thriller. And with Psycho, I can understand it being labeled as a horror film, but I have a hard time saying it's a horror film. Like to me, it's a Hitchcock title, and I don't really see it as a horror film. I never have, and I'm kind of the same way with The Shining. I've always seen that as a Kubrick title, and it's such a complete work. But I'd never thought of it as a horror film, even though technically it is. So Psycho, I've Psycho and The Shining, I've always felt that way. And Peeping Tom sometimes gets labeled as a horror film, but it's really not. So that's why I don't bring up Psycho in horror when I get to 1960, although a lot of people would. But I would like to mention the fantastic British film that was, never intended to go much of anywhere, but was so well made that it did. The fantastic Village of the Damned, produced by MGM's British division, again intended to be more of a low budgeted thriller, but is again also technically a science fiction film, but the horror elements are right there. Of course, John Carpenter remade it in the 1990s in a really inferior version. Like that one, like I can understand people liking The Thing, but I saw the Carpenter remake of Village of the Damned once, and I was like, I really wish I hadn't seen this. But anyway, again, this is a very British film. It's very dry. It's very reserved, beautifully shot in black and white. Again, the low budget of this film really helps the atmosphere that it builds. And the story is very simple, but also very, it's told in a way that it doesn't reveal everything at once. You have to fill in the gaps with your mind quite a bit. And that really helps it become increasingly creepy. Essentially, this small English village, for no apparent reason, on one particular day, everyone in the village is rendered unconscious for a certain period of hours. And then every time someone tries to go in the village, they can't go through. They're somehow repelled or stopped. And eventually the army shows up because the police can't even get in, and they know something's going on. And then as soon as it started, for some reason, it miraculously stops, and everybody wakes up and doesn't know anything that's happened, and no one can explain what's going on. And suddenly, it's not until a certain time later that all of the females of this village, regardless of age, even if they're teenagers, suddenly become pregnant for no apparent reason, and they can't explain why. Even teenagers who have never had such experiences before in their lives, or women who were older and thought they could not get pregnant, they all miraculously get pregnant, and they all give birth around the same time to these children that for some reason all have very striking blue eyes and blonde hair, and like to congregate with each other, and seem to grow at an alarming rate and have a miraculous intelligence, and then start to reveal that they perhaps have certain psychic abilities that can be used to influence and control others. And it is a very beautifully made small picture that is remarkably creepy and terrifying, and again builds to a fantastic climax that once you see it, you'll never look at a brick wall or a schoolhouse the same way if you know the film. This is the really great MGM Laserdisc set, which is a double feature with the quasi sequel Children of the Damned that came several years later, I believe in 1965. But yeah, Village of the Damned is a wonderful picture. Again, technically it would be more of a science fiction film, but it's got straight up horror elements, and it's so reserved and beautifully made that anybody can watch this and just appreciate it as a great film. In that sense, it's more like Night of the Demon in terms of it's very English, but it's very reserved and very intelligent. And that's what surprised me most, of why I just fell in love with this picture the first time I saw it. And again, saw it very young, so I never forgot it. So, um, but yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. Children of the Damned was again several years later, and it's a sequel in name only, but it works along a similar theme, and is actually very intelligent and a very good little film that doesn't get much credit for how good it is. Essentially, all over the world, these children are found to have miraculous IQs and are sort of being treated like state secrets, almost like they're uh, agents of various states, and because they're basically children with super IQs, and eventually they find their way to each other and then escape from their controllers, and then basically form a secret commune of super children with hyper intelligence, and then it's revealed that they have some sorts of psychic powers, and that's the connection to the original film, and that's why it has the title Children of the Damned. But honestly, it becomes more of a perhaps a Cold War parable about the nuclear arms race and things like that. Because instead of the first film, where it's strongly hinted that perhaps these children are the product of some alien interference, shall we say, in Children of the Damned, it's suggested that perhaps these children are not aliens, but perhaps the next step in man's evolution, and that perhaps it's just that the people of today are too small-minded or too afraid of what they represent, that they feel they must destroy them. So it's a really interesting film and not very talked about very often, but it's really cool they pair these together because it's not really a sequel, but it has a sequel title, if that makes any sense. But it's a really interesting little film. But yeah, definitely the original is the one with the horror elements. And then Warner Brothers did this really great DVD double feature, and it's got a commentary for both films, which are really good. And Warner Archive has put Village of the Damned out on Blu-ray, and I would really like to pick that up because the review screenshots look amazing. But you can pick up this DVD for very, very cheap and actually get the really cool quasi sequel and some good commentaries. So, making sure I don't skip anything. So, to jump ahead, since we were talking about Polanski earlier, I did want to mention Repulsion briefly because, again, I think the horror elements are well on display here. So here is the Criterion Spine 235. This is the really awesome Laserdisc Special Edition. I love this cover. Of course, Criterion has gotten it back and done it on Blu-ray as well, but I love this Laserdisc jacket. And you get this really great gatefold. And I love the usage of the pastel colors and everything. And of course, it's one of those that actually reads this way. And of course, this technically is, it's a time capsule of swinging London. It's, sort of done low budget in black and white and sort of has a European art feel to it. And it's the tale of a young girl trying to make her way in London, and she's a hairdresser and everything in the middle of swinging London. And over the course of the film, you basically realize that she's completely insane and is tormented by all the demons that, surround her that may or may not be there. And there are sequences in this that are absolutely terrifying. and you feel so sorry for this poor for this poor girl most of it for most of the film. The fact that no one around her realizes that this beautiful young girl who's so quiet is actually completely insane. So, she just goes home and every night gets tortured by all the demons of her mind, and it's beautifully visual and absolutely striking, very haunting. And again, there are moments in this that are straight out of horror. And I know I talked about it before in the Luton episode, but the iconic moment when all the hands and arms start coming out of the walls to grab at her always makes me think of the shots of the hands coming out of the bars in the hallway in the last Luton horror film Bedlam. So that's one of those where it feels like it was inspired by Luton, but I don't know if it's a direct inspiration, but it just always looks that way to me. Um, but I did want to mention Repulsion briefly because I think it's a really great little film, but it is, admittedly, it is perhaps a bit on the arty side. There are significant scenes without a lot of dialogue. It is very visually oriented, and it's not definitely not as say polished as what Polanski would do with Rosemary's Baby and with American studio money later on. But I do think it is a really interesting film with some great horror elements. And then on the flip side, I wanted to mention this film, which is the total opposite of that. Amazing that I'm going from Repulsion to this film, but I did want to mention this because I absolutely adore this picture. This is from 1966. This is definitely the epitome of family-friendly, great, I mean, it's technically not a horror film, but it's a classic of its kind. So I had to mention it, and it's of course The Ghost of Mr. Chicken from 1966, the first of the feature-length Don Knotts films, probably definitely the best of them. And what really makes this picture great is that it's ostensibly based around one of the episodes of the Andy Griffith Show where the Barney Fife character goes to a haunted house. But the writers of this picture came from the Andy Griffith Show, and from what everything infers, it was Andy Griffith himself who kind of inspired everybody to go and do this, and that Don should go have his own standalone movie vehicle, and that he would be really good in it. And again, this was really the first of his Universal pictures, and it's got such a great heart and some really good writing that there are some great gags in here, and it's one of those pictures you can put on, and it's extraordinarily warm and warm-hearted in ways that you don't encounter anymore. And it's all shot on the Universal backlot, all with a very low budget. It was shot in Technoscope to keep the money down. And, it actually looks really good in scope, and the color's pretty nice. But the horror aspects come from the haunted house itself. And the atmosphere is extraordinarily well done. The score for this film, particularly for fans of this film, the iconic organ piece that plays on the haunted organ is really atmospheric. And so this is great for kids to come across. I saw this at a very young age and never forgot that organ score or the blood stains on the organ keys covered in cobwebs. It is so full of cliches, but it's the type of cliche written old style entertainment that's with good intentions, and it does have some originality of its own. Again, some of the gags in this picture are really, really good, and again, I think it's by far the best of the Don Knotts films. And again, you can see the influence of the Andy Griffith Show in the writing and some of the characters. I never thought this would come to Blu-ray. This was a complete surprise. Universal has done, they did this first. They've done the others, other Knotts films they own as standalones. So they're all individually available. This one's the easiest one to find. And the transfer on here is really, really good. I was amazed to see how good this looked in HD. I'd had the old DVD copy before. The Laserdisc is pretty hard to find. But yeah, it's bare bones, unfortunately. There's no extras or anything, but the HD master on here is really good. It's got some grain that looks really nice. The color's exceptional, and it's got a lossless mono track. So I was just shocked. It's a deep Universal catalog title with a new HD master. It looks great. It sounds great. I was just amazed they brought this out. So if you're looking for a picture with horror elements that's, that's good for kids and all ages, or if you're just looking for something really old fashioned but in a good way, this is a welcome treat to come back to once a year around October, and it's really amazing they did this Blu-ray. It's also usually under $10. It's very inexpensive. But I just wanted to mention that. And I know that's the odd one out of all the other ones I'm talking about. Yes, we have a fan here. Yes, goes to Mr. Chicken. Yeah, atta boy, Luther. There's one guy who pops up at every public speaking event and says that every time. There's this one great gag where Don Knotts' character has to give a speech, and he's so nervous that he can't even hold the speech up, and his hands are shaking so bad. He does such a good impersonation of a terrible, nervous public speaker. It's just, again, it's so warm-hearted that you can't not like it. So let's see. I'm getting close to the end. I've just got a couple more titles I wanted to kind of go through a little bit. Make sure I go through them. Shoot, where did I put that? It's here somewhere. So I did want to briefly mention this again because we're talking about Polanski, Fearless Vampire Killers. Again, I kind of said my piece about it earlier, but just to kind of repurpose that. This is probably, it may be the best horror comedy hybrid that has ever been made. Again, the comedy elements and the horror elements are so perfectly intertwined that they don't stick out. It's its own quirky blend of those two genres, and it works perfectly. And it's absolutely gorgeously made, beautiful to look at, fantastic visuals, a really nice score, and it's amazing that they finally put it back in its original European release version. Again, I am eventually going to get the Warner Archive Blu-ray that just came out this month, and I'm really excited to see what that looks like in HD, but I'm very happy to finally have the Laserdisc version with this really nice cover art. And I read about this film when I was a kid, and I wanted to see it simply because of the title, The Fearless Vampire Killers, or pardon me, but your teeth are in my neck. So that really just stuck with me because it felt very Dr. Strangelove-ish, even though the tagline part was part of the American cartoony ad promotional campaign for the cut down version. I love that additional title. But yeah, this basically is very much the bridge between Repulsion and Rosemary's Baby in terms of being a more big funded studio film and still being arty and still being very European and feeling and stuff. But if you've never seen it, it's more well known now, but still it's not very often talked about. It's usually one of those that people either love it or they hate it. There's usually not an in between, but it's absolutely a fantastic piece of work if you've never seen it. Okay, so winding it down here, we're pretty close to the end. The next two I wanted to talk about pair up very well because they were originally released on a double bill in Britain in 1973. Both became cult films and are really iconic for different reasons, but they're both extremely hyper intelligent films that have absolutely terrifying elements. And they're both very slow burning. They're not, horrifying right off the bat. Sorry. The first one, what was sold as the A feature, was this picture, which was directed by Nick Roeg, and I think is without a doubt probably the best picture he ever directed in terms of impact and just overall strengths and everything. I do like The Man Who Fell to Earth very much. I like things in performance, but most Nick Roeg films are, in layman's terms, they're really arty. They're very on the art movie side, which is fine. But this one is just a powerhouse, and that of course is Don't Look Now. This film is absolutely terrifying, and again, it's slow burning, and by the time of the climax, you are completely with this film. This film uses the locale of Venice in ways that no picture ever did before or since, and it makes the city itself almost feel like a living element of darkness in this story. And it's also a very believable tale, and it starts with a tragedy that befalls this married couple. Their young daughter dies. She drowns in a little pond outside their English countryside house, and that's at the very beginning of the film. And it's beautifully staged, and some of the images in this film you never forget because it's so inherently deeply visual. But after this tragedy, it cuts to sometime later where their marriage is on the rocks, and he is undertaken a project to restore this historic chapel in Venice. And so basically, they're still trying to work through the tragedy of losing their daughter at such a young age, and that is the setup of the story. But then essentially they encounter these strange little old ladies who essentially are apparently psychic of sorts, and they basically insinuate that they see the spirit of this lost little girl just happily with them, and then describe to a T the what their daughter looked like, right down to the little plastic red raincoat that she died in. And that, of course, sends the wife into a tizzy, and the husband is completely skeptical. But from that point onward, things develop from there. But again, it's incredibly slow burning, and that builds such an atmosphere that leads to several specific moments that are really horrifying. And particularly the ending of this film will literally make you get on the edge of your seat. It is absolutely fantastic. And again, it's a picture you don't forget, and maybe something you shouldn't watch for late at night in the dark. This is the original Paramount DVD, which is a good DVD. There was a Blu-ray in the UK, but it was a DNR nightmare. Criterion has done a Blu-ray, which is better, but with nice extras and stuff, which I do hope to get eventually. But this has served me well for a good number of years. And yeah, this first time I could, you actually see this in widescreen as well. So this is a fantastic film if you've never seen it. But again, it's not for the faint of heart, in terms of that scares you with a lot of jump scares and things like that. It's not for the faint of heart because of the atmosphere that it builds is just ridiculously terrifying. And again, no film has ever used the city of Venice in the way that this film does, because again, the city feels like it comes alive, especially the canals, and even in broad daylight when they're just walking around as this story unfolds. It's uncannily atmospheric. So the film was released in a double bill with this feature, which was intended for bigger and better things, but due to the ridiculously and misguided low esteem that the financiers had in it, they cut it down and released it as the B feature, and ironically made one of the greatest double bills of all time in doing so. But this film was rediscovered over the years, quickly became a cult film, and it's been called the Citizen Kane of horror films. But it is just a immaculate piece of work for being something of lower budget that even its release company had no faith in. And that, of course, is The Wicker Man, the 1973 film directed by Robin Hardy, which has become a iconic British film. Thankfully, it's not just a cult film anymore. It's an iconic British film that, fortunately, it seems most people in the UK know. Over here in the US, it's much more within horror circles, or people think of that ungodly 2006 remake with Nick Cage that turned into a ridiculous nonsensical comedy about 10 seconds in. But this film it has staying power for a reason. Again, it's a horror film that at first seems more like just a plain mystery. And again, it's rooted in reality. All the characters seem perfectly real, even though what's actually coming out of their mouths is quite bizarre and very shocking, even for, especially for the fact that it's in the modern day. It's not a historical piece. But essentially, if you've never seen this film, the basic setup is a police officer is called to the island of Summerisle, or Summersisle, never know how to say it quite right, because this girl has gone missing, and he's been called there to try and find her. So he goes around starting to do his normal inspection business, and everyone is peaceful and lives happily on this island, and has for generations, and seems perfectly normal, except for the fact that no one even seems to admit this girl ever existed, and there's no record of her existing whatsoever. And the fact that they all seem to still participate and believe in pagan elements of folklore and use it in their daily lives. This is later explained as the island was originally a colony, and they used the idea of pagan rituals and such to keep the people of the island happy. And it's just a tradition that's grown over time. So again, it's a film with distinctive, striking, different, strange, eerie elements, but all in the normal day-to-day realities of things. And it's only when things get weirder from there that you start to get more and more creeped out as more strange occurrences happen, and happen to this very straight-laced police inspector. So that's all I will say about the film, because it's one of those with a really great ending that comes up that should not be spoiled for anyone if you've never seen this film. I recommend this to everyone. It is truly a work of not just genius, but a work where everyone involved truly believed in what they were doing and the story they were trying to tell. And that's the real source of its greatness. That it's a work of quality. Christopher Lee actually very famously went around and begged critics to go and see this because he was so proud of the work that he had done. He actually would buy them tickets to go to the advanced screenings and beg them to come, because it was so different from what he was normally known for doing. And I believe he also took a pay cut to do this film, a very significant one, if I'm remembering correctly. So again, I cannot speak of this film highly enough. This is the British Blu-ray release. That's really great. It's in a really nice, attractive slipcover packaging. This is the final cut that was assembled a couple years ago. They finally found a near pristine element to base a restoration from, and they were able to reincorporate most, if not all, of the cut footage, and the director Robin Hardy was able to make a final edit. So the final cut is probably now the best version of the film. I still very much like the original theatrical cut, though. That was the first version I saw. It's a bit shorter, so that means that you don't get some of the extra atmosphere from the other scenes, but because it's shorter, the mystery is much less obvious, I think, in the shorter theatrical version. So, if people are really interested in this film, sometimes I recommend them to actually go see the shorter theatrical cut first, and then look at some of the other cuts later, because I really do like the theatrical cut. I think it, even though it unfortunately, loses a lot of stuff, it's a much more taut narrative experience. So there's much more narrative drive. So I still quite like that. That's why I wanted to get this release. This release has all three versions, three main versions. The final cut, the theatrical cut is also from the restoration, and it also has what's called the director's cut, which is where during the video days they tried to incorporate all the available footage and make a really long version. And that's on here, but unfortunately that was done in standard def, so it's still standard def here. And because this is a British release, that cut is in PAL format, so you'll have to be aware of that if you're unable to play back PAL stuff. If you have the old US special edition DVDs, that cut is on there in NTSC, so that's a reason to hang on to the 2-disc US DVD. But otherwise, this is the Blu-ray to get, because not only do you get all three cuts of the film, you get a really great amount of extras, and it's spread across 2 Blu-ray discs. And then you get an entire CD copy of the film's complete soundtrack, which is extraordinarily iconic. And once you see this film, you will find portions of this score burned into your brain. That's I too. I still have pieces of this pop up in my head, and it's extraordinarily creepy and also very atmospheric. And it's also really cool that they just gave you a whole CD of the entire soundtrack. In comparison, the US release will cost you the same amount of money and is only 1 disc of the final cut with none of the extras or the soundtrack or the other cuts of the film. So definitely get this British release, which I didn't even know it had this slipcover until it arrived. And it's the same price, slightly less than $15 for the whole thing. And it's much better than the US release. And then to wind everything down, the Last two things I wanted to mention simply because, end things on a high note, I suppose. So I had to mention this because I hadn't mentioned it before, and it's just one of those titles that a lot of people know, and it does make them aware of classic horror and the classic Universal films because it is so heavily inspired by them that it basically uses Son of Frankenstein as a jumping off point in terms of his narrative. And that, of course, is Young Frankenstein, the Gene Wilder script turned into a picture by Mel Brooks. That's just an incredible love letter to the classic Universal horror films. And, one of the great what ifs, what if Frankenstein had another son? Things happened in a way that were perhaps not so straight laced and, went off into the completely wacky. Again, there's not much I can say about this. It's just ridiculous fun. And the greatest part for me is the fact that Wilder and Brooks fought and succeeded in being able to make this film in proper black and white. It was not shot in color and desaturated. It was properly lit and shot and composed in black and white. Even though it is widescreen, they couldn't win on making it Academy ratio. The fact that they actually went and shot this in black and white just really endears this film to me. I saw this before I saw all of the Universal Frankensteins, but I knew what they were parroting and such. And then when I finally did see Son of Frankenstein, it made so much more sense. I'm like, they basically took the plot work of Son of Frankenstein and turned it into a completely whacked out comedy. So nowadays, I can't talk about Son of Frankenstein because people watch it and they go, "Hey, this is like Young Frankenstein," and I'm like, "It's the other way around." And then when you get to Inspector Krogh with his false arm, and especially the dart scene when he jabs the darts in his arm, they go, "Hey, that's Young Frankenstein." And I'm like, no, again, it's the other way around. But I still adore this picture, and it's a toss up for me between this and Blazing Saddles as the best Mel Brooks picture, and I don't think anybody could argue with either one being in the top spot. This is the reissue Blu-ray from Fox. I think it's the exact same one that was in the Mel Brooks set, and I just really wanted a copy of this. And a couple years ago, this came out for the 40th anniversary, and it was dirt cheap. Still pops up on sale for dirt cheap. So this was literally like on a store end cap and was like, I think it was a certain amount, and then it was on sale, so it was less than $5. So I was like, heck yeah. And it looks really, really nice in HD again because of the black and white photography. It's amazing to see this in 1080p. It's got some nice extras and things, and it has this really cool slip cover and then the custom art underneath. So that's all that's new about this later edition. But I will admit it's one of the better repackagings, and the slip cover is pretty nice if you could find one of those. But otherwise, it's the same disc that was in the original release and the Mel Brooks set. I just had to get that in there because I do like to dabble in the comedic side, and unfortunately, there are not a lot of really good, intelligent blends of horror and comedy. It's a very hard thing to do, I think. And then to wind things down, I did want to very briefly, of course, mention The Shining. I know I said I don't normally think of The Shining as a horror film because it's a Kubrick title, so I usually just think of it as a Kubrick title. But I will say, over the years, the more that I've rewatched this and the more that I've gotten into classic horror, what I really find interesting is there's like it's not quite nods to classic horror, but there's a lot of elements of not just classic horror films, but classic horror literature in the film version of The Shining. And I think that's part of why I adore it so much. Not just the fact that it's so intricately made and intricately designed in every single way, shape, and form. Because Kubrick made it, but because it seems like there's so many parallels to classic horror films and classic horror literature that it just feels like another timeless entry in the annals of the definition of horror in terms of being great works of substance. And also because the entire picture has just this complete undercurrent of black humor, as if Stanley was behind the camera the whole time, biting his lip, trying not to laugh his ass off. That also, because when I first saw this as a kid, I always heard it's supposed to be terrifying. And so I was always like, well, I don't really want to see it because I don't like, I don't like being scared out of my pants or something. But when I finally saw it, I just immediately latched on to, the atmosphere like everybody else. But again, the fact that it seemed like I just kept laughing. I couldn't help it. There were so many parts where I found myself laughing, or that I just it made me get kind of obsessed with finding out more and more about this. And of course, that's something that a lot of people do, and has led to all the various essays and books on The Shining, and of course the Room 237 documentary with all of the conspiracy theories and things like that. So I think this is definitely also because it's the one horror film that he made. It's the most accessible Kubrick title for most audiences, and the one that's the easiest to market, which is why it's always on DVD shelves and Blu-ray shelves. And of course, Warner Brothers just completed and released their 4K restoration, which does look quite excellent and is a big step up from the old Blu-ray, which had a lot of issues, including color problems and such. The only trouble is the 1080 remastered Blu-ray is messed up, as are most Warner discs. It's better than the old Blu-ray, but it's also not as good as the old Blu-ray. So it's like two steps forward, one step back. And then they have also, once again, not put on the original mono track, which is only on the Laserdisc shown here, and then the initial DVDs. I do really like this Laserdisc. This, of course, is in the 1:3:3 ratio, as Kubrick wanted his non-scope or 70 millimeter films shown on 4:3 TVs of the day. Of course, that's led to tons and tons of aspect ratio discussion. But this film was basically intended for 1:8:5. All of the discourse and things show that it was intended for 1:8:5. But they did always keep in mind to protect the 1:3:3 framing for the eventual television and video airings, because even though this was 1980, they were thinking that far ahead. And all of these releases are the 1:3:3 releases are, they're not just open matted. They are, specifically designed, around the 1:3:3 ratio. So it is perfectly viable to watch this film this way, but it is definitely intended for widescreen. But it is still possible to watch and enjoy this film on this release. However, I do think it is better watching on a 4:3 display as opposed to a 16:9 display and just having the pillar boxing on the side for the feature. This takes up your whole screen in a dark room on a big 4:3 CRT. It's quite a bit different. This does have the original mono mix. The mono mix is, even though it's mono and not as forcibly impressive as the 5.1, this is how the film was intended to be heard. And the 5.1 mix does make a few editing mistakes here and there, particularly in some of the soundtrack cues and some of the levels of the soundtrack. So hearing the mono track is a really different experience for the first time. And once you hear it this way, you don't want to go back. And unfortunately, the 4K release does not have the mono track, because apparently Warner Brothers is determined not to have a perfect release, because 2001 finally got its original audio back on the 4K release, and now The Shining does not have its original audio track, and now we've gone backwards. We were so close. But otherwise, it's an excellent release. That, and I just wish the 1080p disc was properly converted, because unfortunately, like most Warner Brothers 4K disc to 1080p, something goes wrong in the conversion. But it's much better than like the one for Batman, for example. But unfortunately, it's not perfect, and it doesn't have the mono either. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about The Shining a little bit as sort of like a postscript, because again, I really, at least this may be just me, but I do seem to kind of pick up on some things now that I'm much more experienced in classic horror. It's like there's so many nods and things to, say, for example, especially I noticed a lot of similarities and things to ideas that are all throughout, say, the especially the Luton horror films, and things inspired by those, and things much more about building atmosphere and building characters and building their psyches. And then in The Shining, you watch them disintegrate at just a very accelerated rate. So that's I enjoy coming back to this more and more and more and more and more, because again, with anything Kubrick ever made, you can always find new things there. You can always find more things, more layers get revealed, and you can come to new conclusions, or new light bulbs go off in your head. They're truly artworks, and of course The Shining was designed to be a hit because he needed one at the time. So you got the best of both with The Shining, even though Stephen King absolutely hates The Shining. But then again, but you can't please everybody. Uh, so anyway, that basically concludes my just running through other horror titles I did get to talk about before that I kind of wanted to run through and things like that. And again, just sort of like a Cliff's Notes, just some of my own observations and things on certain ones, and some stuff like that. And so I just figured I'd kind of end The Shining, because usually my tastes and a lot of the classic horror stuff, in terms of themes and ideas, it starts to kind of taper off in the 50s with the switch over to focusing on science fiction. And then there's occasional flashes in the late 50s into the 60s. And then with, the amping up of gore and the loosening up of ratings boards and the amping up of sex after that and things like that, it kind of changes even more. So by the early 70s, there's only maybe, a handful of titles that are more on the intelligent classical side of being more about wit and telling stories, and telling stories to chill instead of scare the pants off of you. So by The Shining, it's like that's probably about like the last one that's like truly grand and artistically driven and hyper intelligent and things. So in a lot of ways, it's like The Shining is like perhaps a super summation of classic horror. At least that's kind of how I look at it in a strange way. So that's kind of why I thought it would be kind of good to end with that. So anyway, that ends my spiel for the evening. I'm going to scroll back up and try and catch up on the comments I missed while I was too busy spieling. Oh man, looks like there's a lot. Let's see. New 4K for the restorations for the Bond films are worked on right now. Actually, yeah, they've turned up the iTunes 4K downloads. I'm on a number of Bond forums, and one of the guys on one of the forums actually bought the iTunes versions and has posted some really awesome screen comparisons, just some screen captures of those, so I could finally see see more of the intricate details. Because I've read people talking about some of them, but I've read people talking about, HD airings before, and I go it up, or I find the obscure version, or I buy something and it's not. It's like the old UE Master or something upresed. But yeah, all the things I've seen indicated so far, all the screen captures he shared and other things I've seen, and of course the release of the modern films on 4K this past week, indicates they are coming. They'll probably wait until the release of Bond 25 and tie them into that, which is what they usually do anytime they do the whole catalog over. Bond 50 was tied to Skyfall. The special edition DVDs they were started kind of around The World's Not Enough and built up to Die Another Day because they released them in waves. And then the Ultimate Editions in 2006 were for the relaunch. So they usually tie them around that. But all the iTunes versions so far are brand new masters, and they're not just upscales. They're not the old masters recolored. Fortunately, it looks like they fixed a lot of the Lowry problems. A lot of the issues with skin tones, flesh tones look like they're fixed. And of course, I'm having to look at screen captures because I don't really go and buy, I don't do buying digital movies. And plus, most of these are, $15 a pop, which, for 20 films of the original series, that adds up really fast. And I didn't know for sure if they were going to be, real new 4K masters or not. But yeah, it looks like almost all so far of the issues with a lot of the Blu-rays have been addressed, not just for the ones based on old video masters, but even the ones with the Lowry 4K processing and stuff. So a lot of the, again, skin tone issues, contrast issues, the camera shake in A View to a Kill has been put back, which I couldn't believe. They fixed the cropping on the opening. But again, I've only seen screen comparisons and gotten some direct views of certain titles, but so far it looks like they're finally doing what they should have done. But unfortunately, that probably means they won't have original audio tracks, or they'll have the same lossy tracks as the DVDs and Blu-rays, which are not as good as the Laserdisc tracks, which are far superior. So I'll probably have to eventually just sync all of those to the eventual 4K releases, which will probably come out with Bond 25. But it looks like they're going to be a distinct improvement. So I'm like fingers crossed that it looks like they're actually going to be fantastic. So again, I'm hopeful. I'm always hopeful with those, because that, it's like there are certain things that make me have to go out and buy a 4K panel day one. One is Lawrence of Arabia, one is the Bond films. It's like if it's either of those, my wallet is screwed. So I'm trying to figure out how I can get a decent 4K panel at an affordable price if the original series does come to 4K, as it looks like it does. As it looks like it's going to. Um, let's see. Let's see. I don't know if looks like we got some newcomers in here. So if I didn't say so before, thanks for dropping in, Matthew. Was used to have an original trilogy account. Well, hey, if you haven't been on in a while, you should join back up. There's always great discussions going on. I've been meaning to get back in there. I haven't been haven't been able to participate as much as I'd like to, just from time and other forums and such. But yeah, I've been trying to play a lot of catch up. But yeah, that's still my home away from home, and the first forum I ever joined years and years and years ago. So that's where you are free to be as nerdy and as detail oriented as possible. Blu-ray news. Yes. Yeah. High Noon got the awesome Eureka release, Masters of Cinema release in the UK that I'm really wanting to import. It looks like it's actually going to be better than it. I think it just came out already, and the reviews indicate it's slightly better than the Olive Signature release, but it's from the same 4K restoration, and it's got a nice fancy slipbox and stuff. So I really want to import that. Now that I'm finally region free, there's so many Eureka discs I want to import it. Even though they're not super expensive, they're actually very affordable, for much surprisingly. But yeah, I run the risk of spending way too much all at once. Let's see. Oh, Blackbeard's Ghost. Yeah. Peter Ustinov. Peter Ustinov in anything is great. Oh gosh, I love him to death. Talking about 4K 77, it spawned out original trilogy, but it's the fan project to do the 4K scan of 1977 print materials for Star Wars and try and reconstruct as best possible with the available technologies of today something akin to what we would hopefully get on an official release one day that apparently will never happen. And it's just astonishing that we can even get to that point, because I remember when I joined Original Trilogy and we were all still working with VHS captures, and then Laserdisc captures were like, the next thing, and then playing around with the Gout 2006 DVDs and everybody trying to tinker with those. And then when trying to do that when Harmy started doing his first despecialized edition and working backwards from these special editions. And then when the Blu-rays came out in 2011, it was like, the next step. We have a new source to work from. So it just amazes me what people are able to do. And I would love to be able to do some of that stuff, but I don't have a computer that is able to hardly do anything like that. But yeah, I would like to build like a full-on editing rig. But yeah, some of the stuff that some of the OTers and other guys have been able to achieve other places is just astonishing. And again, a lot of it is simply down to just work that is not done, or research that is not done by officials and studios and things, and it's stuff that is just not available, or is filled with problems and errors and things. So it's gotten past the point where it's just fans are interested and and want versions to represent what it's supposed to be, but where yeah, fan restorations have become much more not only viable but much more important for just trying to set things right that are otherwise sitting around broken or not available or things like that. And it's nothing meant to infringe on anything, but that's the thin ice upon which everybody skates. Um, but yeah, I'm still amazed at the progress that's happened in such a small amount of years. Going from VHS and Laserdisc captures to even all the way to trying to scan various print materials. It's just astonishing. Um, rather than arguing over my dislike of Star Wars, just stop posting there. Oh, trust me, if I get going, trust me, I can't stand it. But at least over on original trilogy, I feel like it'd be much more constructive. And I admit I don't like them, but I like reading other hardcore fans' opinions and what they like in them. So then I try to find something positive if I have to be confronted by the Disney stuff again. But at least there, I feel I can be much more open minded and constructive, and also make real Star Wars references, like especially to expanded universe material and stuff, and people will know what I mean. Whereas anywhere else, you can't reference anything, especially outside of the films, and people have no idea what you're talking about. Kind of like not liking Star Wars with Jedi, really. The Jedi's still good. Yeah, that's understandable. And the older I get, I realize the more inherent problems with Jedi, but I still think I look at Jedi much more as like a fantastic old fashioned serial adventure. And once you realize that, it kind of makes more sense, even though it really it doesn't live up to the first two films, and you can see all the problems that emerge later on. They really start in full fruition on Jedi, and in a lot of ways I think Last Crusade is very similar to Jedi, but I know I'm in the minority on that opinion. But I feel like the Jedi repeats too much from the original Star Wars, and it plays things too safe. But outside of that, it's still really well made, and the effects are great, and everything else is great. So you have to love it and enjoy it and just live with it for that. Um, but yeah, you can start to see, if you really read into the Star Wars history, and Gary Kurtz leaving before Jedi started, and the story was thrown out and became much more simplified, and everybody got a happy ending, and it became much more simplified, which is unfortunate. But you can see where they were going, and it's still a good film. It's just not like a fully great one, even though again I still love it to death and will always love it to death. Um, anyhow. Um, oh, cool, man! You still lurk on original trilogy, and ah, you like my pawn post. Thank you very much. Glad to know somebody reads my long, long paragraphs and diatribes. Oh man, somebody started a Laserdisc bond thread there years ago, and that's where I started posting all of my findings and researches and all kinds of things. So I think I kept that thread going for many, many years. Okay, Wolf talking about Don't Look Now, and the spookiest blind lady ever. Yes, totally spooky, especially when they show the close up of her eyes that have like the milky white, sightless look. It's just it's Don't Look Now it's not just creepy; it's extraordinarily creepy. Um, Dak, hey man. Yeah, Don't Look Now is very freaky indeed. Yes. Um, okay, Wolf prefers Walkabout. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. That's the other big rogue title that has greatness attached to it, and a lot of people know. And it is a great movie. Again, I like all the rogue films that I've seen. They're never boring. They're never dull. But especially later on, some can get like really, really arty. But again, sometimes you need that. There's nothing really wrong with that. But anyway, financiers are idiots. Yes, unfortunately, yes, most of the time. Fearless Vampire has a great transfer for Laserdisc. Oh, fantastic, Melinda. I am definitely excited to fire that up. Again, I was excited that it was coming out on Blu-ray, but then I got the chance to finally get the Laserdisc. So I'm like, okay, now I can get both because why not both, right? Um, yes, Edward Woodward in The Wicker Man, and of course Christopher Lee with the remarkable sport coat, crazy hair combo. Like honestly, if you just got a wig of long shoulder length gray hair and just put on a sport coat, you'd have a great costume for Halloween. I should have thought of that. I'm sure no one would have gotten it, and then like the one person that would have gotten it would have just stared at me for a second, and you um, and then I could have said, "Oh man, we had a really bad apple crop this year." Um, okay, Matthew talking about okay, favorite Bride of Frankenstein. Oh, fantastic. Forgot how the laser disc looked. Yeah, it was a encore release, so it was analog only. It didn't have digital sound. Um, I would still like to get that one, even though I probably don't need it. I love Bride so much. I would like to have that. I would also like to get the Disco Vision version. I want to get the Disco Visions of Bride, Frankenstein, Dracula, because they're supposed to be transfers from nitrate elements, if the internet is to be believed. I think it's also said that on the Great DiscoVision page. But those are the only DiscoVision tiles I would like to find, that and the DiscoVision Psycho, the CAV one. But again, DiscoVision, it's so rot prone and they're rare. And if they turn up on eBay, they usually have high price tags and it's probably going to be rotted. So I don't want to spend $35 on a rotted disc with a bad cover. So if I ever find clean copies, I would just love to check them out. But yeah, the only Laserdisc of Bride, unfortunately, outside of that is the Encore disc, which is analog only. But yeah, if you haven't seen the Blu-ray, it's quite fantastic. It's not perfect, unfortunately. There are one or two little quirks, as are most of the Universal horrors on Blu-ray, but it's definitely the best the films have ever looked. And since the whole set's on sale, I would recommend everybody getting that if they're interested, even in half of them. You used to loan out Laserdisc to friends, and then you never get them back, so that stops. Yes, I've talked about that before. I am the same way. I have lost so many things. You never get them back, or you do, and it's covered in scratches, or the booklet's gone, or something. I'm like, nope, not doing it. Nope, never again. um, One of my old professors had all his stuff. He had custom stickers put on there with his name, address, and stuff. So, and they were like really good stickers, so you couldn't get them off. So I think that was just because people don't like to bring things back. But yeah, I don't loan out anything. I've had too many bad experiences, whether it be books, DVDs, VHS tapes, you name it. So I'm like, nope, not doing it. Nope. I'll part out things to people, like if I get extras or if I'm getting rid of something, I'll give stuff away. But I'm not. I don't do loaners. I've been burned too many times. Belinda doesn't loan anymore either. Yeah. And you're like, oh yeah, you want to see this great thing? Yeah, it's totally great. Oh, where do I get it? Oh, well, such and such did a Blu-ray. Oh, wait, do you have it? Yes. Oh, can I just? No. Well, wait, what? No. Well, I thought you said you wanted me to see it. I had too many bad experiences. They never come back in one piece. Oh. Yeah, so just get it on Amazon because I don't do loaners. I'd love to loan to you, but I can't trust you because you may not bring it back. Oh gosh, Christopher Lee reading Tolkien. I think I've heard some clips of that because there I have the there is him reading Holmes stories on the Hammer Hound of the Baskervilles release, which is really fantastic. But him reading anything, like you can imagine Christopher Lee reading the phone book, and we're all just sitting there riveted, or Christopher Lee, reading the bathroom graffiti, and we're all riveted. Anyone with a great voice, but especially Lee's amazing voice. Again, you could listen to him read anything. Melinda had to step out for a minute. And she's back. Okay. Let's see. Every time I look in the wallet, leaks, nothing but leaks. I'm an apologist for Remember the Golden Gun. Think the cinematography was fantastic and Lee was awesome as Scaramanga. Yes. I've defended Golden Gun my whole life. Every time Every couple years, they always switch to a different one. It was Golden Gun when I was growing up. Then it switched to it, it switched to Moonraker. Then it switched to A View to a Kill. Now it seems to be back as Moonraker as the one the internet says is stupid. But it's usually one of those three. But Golden Gun has a lot going for it. Um, it's a bit rougher around the edges. The budget's a bit lower, of course, but the locale's great. The cinematography, I would agree with you, is great, even though it's split between Ted Moore and Ozzie Morris, who had to take over for him. I like that it's shot spherically. It was the last one to be shot spherically prior to Skyfall going digital. But the last to be shot spherically of the original series. I think it's probably Lee's best performance in any picture. If I'm perfectly honest, he gets to do so much and have so much fun at not playing Dracula and not playing the out and out bad guy, and is so full of joy, vitality. He has great humor in some of the scenes, and then others he's completely dark. And he has several great monologues. He gets to recite the entire Scaramanga backstory from Fleming's novel. And even though it's set in the middle of a crowded kickboxing match, when he gets really into it, he gets stock still, and you can just see the emotion on his face as he recounts the first time he killed a man, and he did it out of pure revenge. And it's just absolutely fantastic. Like, let me see if I remember how it goes, just so I can. Oh gosh, when I was a boy in a circus, my only real friend, was a giant bull elephant named Max. One day his handler mistreated him, and he went berserk. Bleeding, dying, he came and found me. Put me on his shoulder. No, don't put me on his back. Stood on one leg, his best trick. And then the police captain emptied his gun into his eye. I emptied my stage pistol into his. You see, Mr. Bond, I always thought I liked animals. Then I found I like killing people even more. It's just, it's fantastic. And yeah, he got to do so much, and he always credited Guy Hamilton and everybody for getting the Dracula out of him. And you can see that joy of performance, so much so that you wish Bond didn't have to kill him at the end. It's like, but he's such a nice fellow. He just happens to murder people. Just he can keep doing his thing, oh man. And then the genius stroke of giving him Hervé Villechaize as his manservant slash assistant slash henchman. It's just, I mean, you have some of the best Mankiewicz wit in all of the three films that he wrote in the series. Well, it was credited with, because he did uncredited work on the next two films. And again, some of the best one-liners in the whole series are in Golden Gun. Roger's performance is really dark. Bond is pissed off in this film because he's become a hunted man at the first half of the film, and has to go to the Far East to find the world's greatest assassin before the world's greatest assassin can find him and kill him. And he's been taken off his current assignment, which, as we know, is not something that makes Bond very happy. If we look to any time that's happened before, say in OHMSS, for example. So needless to say, he's not a happy camper. So, and the film does have a darker undercurrent. It's got so much great stuff in it that, again, you can't dislike it. And the more you read into it, the better of a film it is. But I think, unfortunately, most people just kind of take it on its surface level and look at the series kind of losing its stride and losing its budget, and the partnership between Broccoli and Saltzman breaking up. And basically saying that it's a nadir for the series without actually taking time to appreciate what the picture offers. And I think that's what most people will look at, and they will pick out all of the immediate negatives, and they don't really look past those, because it's a 1974 film that also tries to cash in on the kung fu craze, but doesn't. It's there. It's not just sitting there hitting you over the head. It's not Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires with kung fu vampires, which again is great because it's Hammer and Shaw Brothers and kung fu vampires. It's great fun. But Man with the Golden Gun gets labeled as a lot of things, but again, I will defend it to my dying day. So glad to know there are others out there who share the same opinion. Oh, geez, favorite Blu-ray in terms of being filmic and natural. Geez, that is hard. Um, Spartacus. That's the easiest answer. Spartacus, the remastered version. It's easily available. It's staggering. And the 4K version, whenever that comes out, can only be better. I never thought in a million years when I was growing up that there would be anything like that in the homes. Particularly since the first copy I ever owned was on VHS. So that's my easiest go-to answer for that question. Um, Excellent trip down horror memory lane. Thank you, sir. Uh, Star Wars does not look correct, nor does Batman 89 or Ghostbusters or Raiders. Close Encounters is good. Very disappointing. Back to the Future. Yeah. Back to the Future needs a new master. They keep using the same one, and it's got DNR, and it's getting on up there in age, and it looks like what it is, an old video master. And of course, I can go on about my problems with Raiders like crazy. Batman 89 is, I think it's unfortunate that it's not perfect, but it's hard because a lot of other things are so much more improved, and they did the new scan finally, and the 4K is better than the 1080p disc, but um, I wish the 1080p discs were properly correct. If that was better, then it wouldn't be so bad. Unfortunately, the big problem with the Batmans is, particularly with 89, is the lack of original audio. Returns is actually the one I have more problems with because they took the cold blues and all the night outdoor sequences, and they're all in teal land. It's really more of a tonality thing, but I have seen an original returns print in the past few years, and I took a lot of notes, and I was amazed at how amazing it looked and how textured everything was, and how all the blues were very blue and very cold blue. And then you look at the 4K master, and it looks mostly excellent, but then all of the blue sequences, which are more like of a light contrasty blue on the older video releases, are teal. So that one is just that's what drives me crazy, because I'm like, it shouldn't be teal. Like, it's very good otherwise, but that's Returns is the one that bothers me more. And again, no original audio, but it's not as changed as 89 was. Forever and Returns look, I'm sorry, Forever and Batman and Robin do look better. But again, they did slightly remix the audio, which again does irk me, because it's like, why? And then no original audio is present. Um, Ghostbusters, Sony does try and do Ghostbusters right every time. Like, they put work into it. They did the 4K scan. They put the 4K remastered Blu-ray out. There's now the 4K version that's even better. I do still prefer the old, grittier look, the way I grew up watching it, like the look of the first DVD or the Criterion Laserdisc or something. But I do have the just the standard Blu-ray digipack of 1 and 2 with the 4K masters, and they look really good. Like, they look far better than I thought those would ever look, because all the old video versions are again pretty old. So at least Sony does put their money where their mouth is, and they have worked really hard to try and do Ghostbusters. But it's also surprising how it looks different every time they do it. And then Close Encounters, they did a lot of work on. I do really like the 4K. It's just some of the color does make me kind of think like Raiders, but it's much more minor. Like, it's very minor. And it does have the modernized 5.1 surround mix, which is good and very good. But I would like, one day I would love to see the original 70 millimeter version with the original audio track that's supposed to have tons of low bass frequency information and stuff that I've always read about, but I don't know if the home versions quite equal that, because apparently it was remixed for the special edition. But anyway, new master for Jaws came close, but look way too clean. Yes, I agree. I agree there. I think I don't know about maybe too clean. You always have to do green management no matter what. But for me, it's like a tiny bit of color timing here and there kind of bothered me, and I wish they hadn't done like the removal of the boats on the horizon and things like that. But outside of that, I was very much surprised at how good it turned out, and especially being at Universal, it could have gone really bad. So yeah, for me, it's kind of like the 4K of Close Encounters. I really really like it. It's much better than what we had before for like 85, 95% of it, but it's not perfect. But I still hold on to my older copies because I like those too. Um, Let's see. Love the remaster of King Kong. Would love a 4K release. How could they do that with the matte lines stop motion? I mean, you could do that. Basically, a 4K release of King Kong would be much more like just running a print of your own, and it is what it is. But they'd have to resist the temptation to go in and take stuff out because they did do some erasing of stuff on the Blu-ray already. So that's already something they've done. But yeah, it would be amazing. I would hope they do it at some point because they've just done Wizard of Oz, so it would be great. But we also don't need King Kong and Dolby Atmos, Warner. Like, please don't do that. Um, it's not necessary. Like, Wizard of Oz 4K is phenomenal, but it doesn't have the original audio track because Warner Brothers, please, original audio is important. Um, Melinda's checking out. Have a good night, Melinda. Thanks for hanging out. I gotta start winding it down myself. I'm just gonna try and get through the rest of these comments before I sign off. Never like to leave anybody hanging if I can help it. Let's see. What's the limit for resolution releases? I guess technically it would be 8K. But that would get way far past, the resolution that's going to be on most film stocks, film negatives, or even most digital files. Most digital shoots are mostly 2K. Some are 4K, some are even 6. But 8 is usually the maximum of scanning, and 8 would be the next logical step up from 4K. But the 4K adoption rate itself is much lower than it was for Blu-ray, so it's much less a sellable notion or idea to studios. But yeah, 8K would be the next logical jump up, unless they did like a 6K in between. But that would be probably way, 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 way off in the future if it did happen. Oh, and yeah, as Matthew just pointed out, when you get to higher resolutions, you can start uncovering too much and being able to see things that were never intended to be seen. I mean, yeah, that does happen somewhat with resolution, but it was also much more of back in the old days, people would have to count on generational loss. When you made prints, you had a generational loss from your negative, so it would hide and obscure things in the printing process, or the prints would be darker, and so it would obscure things more. So that usually when they do new restorations, it's when the problems come up when they scan negatives or other elements, and then they don't know or research or think of to do these same steps that were done originally to hide certain things. And that's especially in day for night shots when they forget to time those, or they don't time those. And so you get shots that were supposed to be day for night and they're not timed properly. And so everybody's just walking around in broad daylight and you're like, how did they not notice that? For me, the big one is on the Road Warrior. They did the lovely new scan. The Blu-ray looks great, but it doesn't have the color timing of the original release. So all of the desert is like whiter sand and the skies are clear blue, and it doesn't look like the apocalyptic wasteland that it used to, because they did lots of color timing to, get the image just right, get the color just right. So that's the one that I always watch my older copies, because I love the Blu-ray and it's the uncut version finally, but it's so bright and clean looking, and it's like that's not how it looked originally. um let's see. When you order something from Amazon UK, is it best to select pay in pound or USD? I always do USD because that way it takes out the value added tax, and then it just converts to US dollars. It just does a currency conversion. I don't know if it adds anything in terms of charging you extra for US dollars. It doesn't seem to, but I just always want to make sure that I don't have to pay the, because of course, if you're not in the UK, you don't have to pay the value added tax, or the VAT. So when you go through the checkout process, eventually it gets removed, and now they give you that little option. Do you want to use what currency do you want to use? And I think it just makes it easier for everybody to just click the US option, and it also makes it easier on like your bank or whatever, so they're not wondering why I'm buying things and paying in British pounds. And I just always figured that might cause an issue somewhere down the line or something. Again, I don't know for certain, but that's just how I've always done it. Again, I was amazed at how easy it is to do that and how cheap the shipping is. So yeah, I'm gonna start doing that more than I have already. Now that I'm finally region free, I was just buying like the occasional region free release earlier on. Um, she starts seeing aliens and demons when they go to 6K. um, Oh, like when they digitally removed the Lion's Tail and Wizard of Oz because it could not be seen in the original release. Yeah, that's when they talk about like especially removing matte lines and wire removal, especially that happens all the time. And the wire removal does kind of bother me because I wish they would just leave stuff alone. But I understand why they did that. But then again, on some titles like I've seen the wires before, but of course that's been at home, and it's brighter and an older transfer that's perhaps not fully accurate, but I wish they would just leave them there. Yeah, I mean it is distracting, but there's some now that I look for the wires and now they're no longer there, and it just kind of bothers me. Or like I can see the imprints of them, and because they've been digitally erased, but I know we're there and they're on the older copies, but every time I watch something I'm like, oh yeah, that's the shot with it's gone. Wasn't that a wire shot? I could have sworn that was a wire shot. And then like they forget to do the reverse shot. So the reverse shot has the wires in it. And you're like, oh, there they are. The wires you can see in Batman 89 or the first Mission Impossible. Well, if you're talking about the window smash in 89, that one makes sense because Batman comes down on a line, so he's actually on a wire. At least that's how I always saw it. I never saw it as like a production gaff. The one that always sticks out that they did take out was when the spinner lifts off in Blade Runner, and you can clearly see the wires, which it would be harder to see on an original print because it's darker, but they were still visible. But that was because of the production being chaotic and they didn't get to redo it and stuff. That got removed on the final cut, which that I can understand, but because that takes you out of the film and it's not supposed to be there. But also, when you get used to certain things being there, you kind of miss them. Hence me talking about the Raiders of the Lost Ark snake reflection, which is really minor and is a total screw up, but I absolutely love that. I want that movie to not be changed at all. So I really want that back. And again, it's really minor, but once you see it, you can't unsee it. And it's the Cobra reflecting in the plexiglass in front of Harrison Ford's face, in the Well of the Souls, in the famous close up. It's right there. And I miss that. Because that's like a total gaff from an old school, sequel from serial from the 30s. So I miss that. For Raiders, there was a letterbox VHS tape from the early 80s that was leaked from the studio that has very similar color to the Blu-ray. I have not heard that, Pete. Where'd you hear that from? Because I've never heard that. I've seen samples or physically seen every version all the way back to the first Laserdisc and my old VHS tape. So I've never heard that. I've never seen anything that quite looks like that. So yeah, if wherever you heard that, I'd be interested to know because I've never heard of that. Long folks checking out. Strolled a bit with accident and messed up haircut. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Glad to have another entertained subscribee. Original Laserdisc Raider, so just time compressed novel transfer. Yeah. I mean, it's not an awful transfer, but yeah, it is definitely not the way to go. The CIV one is better, but yeah, it didn't get good until the letterbox Laserdisc, which I really, really like, and it's got my favorite sound mix, which nobody knows where it came from, but I love it for some reason. And then, the DVD wasn't bad either, even though it was a Lowry job. And then, after that, it all went south. So um, why was Bela in the form of the wolf, not a wolfman like Cheney in the original Wolfman? I think that had to do probably originally with the fact that the film started out being a psychological horror, and you were never supposed to see the Wolfman, and then they rewrote as they went along. If you listen to the commentary, Tom Weaver goes into that quite a bit about the original script with the Larry not being a Talbot. I think his name was Larry Gill in the original script, and he was an American telescope repairman. Came from out of town to work on the telescope, and you were basically supposed to think the whole movie that perhaps he was just a crazy person. So I think that is part of it, perhaps, because there are some elements of that original script that made it into the finished film, and that may be why you don't see transformations. For the most part, they're off camera, and then you finally get the fan shots. But also perhaps probably due to time and budget and the fact that it'd be much easier to just, put a dog in there with Janie than, getting somebody else made up in the Wolfman makeup, especially Lugosi, who, was not one for doing lots of makeup and things. Although, eventually he did play the Frankenstein's creature, a couple years down the road, 2 years down the road, actually. So yeah, I think that's what it is, and also because again, the original script of the film was all supposed to be suggestive, and again, also cost budgeting time and stuff. But again, I think if you listen to the commentary and read up a bit more on the original Wolfman script, it kind of helps fill in some of the gaps. But yeah, it's probably more time and maybe artistic license. But yeah, it's a big dog. It's not a wolf. It's not a wolf man. It's a dog. If you look at the back of the Laserdisc, photos have colors very similar to the Blu-ray. Huh. Well, that's that again, Pete. That's a new one for me. So I'll look into some of that, but I hadn't ever heard of anything like that. Okay, Matthew shares either the letterboxed Laserdisc or the CAV for Raiders. Yeah, I'm with you on there. My favorite's the letterbox. I do like the CAV transfer, and for what it is, the DVD is good as well. And the HD master before it got recolored for the Blu-ray actually was pretty darn good. It wasn't perfect, but it looked really good. If you look up the Japanese airings that it aired before it got recolored, it was much better. Oh gosh, Matthew, talk about the DCC Classic Edition of the Raiders soundtrack, the vinyl version that Steve Hoffman mastered. You can get the CD for cheap. Actually, I really need to get that. I've been meaning to for ages. It's not super expensive, but the LP version had an exclusive extra track, and it's got music that's not on the later. I think it was Concord or somebody did the big box set later on. So that vinyl version has a part of the score that's never been released ever again, also mastered by Steve Hoffman. And it's only on the vinyl that was sold for like in 1995 only in limited quantities. So that thing is like crazy rare. But yeah, that's the only way. I think it may even be a part of the Well of the Souls score. So yeah, it's like a significant cue is only on that vinyl release with the great Steve Hoffman mastering. So it's like, why wouldn't they have just put that on the CD too? Because the CD can hold more, but I don't know. I guess they were trying to make the vinyl more attractive. But yeah, that's why that is so desired. I too would love to have that thing. I just have the original 1981 pressing, which is it's actually pretty good. Mine's beat up and a little noisy, but it's a surprisingly nice LP. But of course, a much more of a limited program. Oh gosh, original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I like it for what it tried to do, and I think it's kind of a shame that it got sold as a genre exploitation gore fest picture when it was much more intelligent than that. Personally, I wish that it could have been made without all the gore, and it could have been beautifully styled and stuff. But it wasn't what they were going for, and I get that. So I've watched it a couple times. I was I was always put off by the fact that, it was always sold and talked about like it's just, a giant gore fest and low budget and exploitation picture. But it really isn't. It's much more intelligent than that. That's what gives it its staying power. So I do think the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre is iconic for that reason and historically important and artistically important for that. But, it's not probably the thing I'm going to watch all the time. Yes, the High Noon release is lovely. I really want to get that. I had the Olive on my wish list for a long while, but then Eureka just came out with theirs and it just looks better. So I'm like, man, okay, switch on my wish list. Oh yeah, the Alamo Roadshow version. Yeah, it's not lost, but it's just going to take so much more money to restore now because they've let it, rot even longer. That it's going to be exceptionally expensive and difficult to do, and it doesn't look like they want to work on it. Which is unfortunate, but that's where we are. So keep your Laserdisc copies going. Let's see. Almost bought Discovision American Graffiti until I read it was a rotter. Well, Discovision. It's Discovision for you. And yeah, no release has the mono mix because it got remixed in Dolby Stereo for the 1978 reissue. I would like to hear the mono mix sometime. I would like to hear Walter Murch's sound design in mono, but the Dolby Stereo track on the Laserdisc is not bad. But I would like to hear the original mono. I just came back from eating scrambled cheesy eggs. Even due to this topic, eyeballs and guts would have been more suitable. Okay. Moonraker is so underrated. My hat off to you, Sarah. Yes, we are all in the double taking pitching club. Dino Day is the worst I have ever seen, at least before Craig. Dino Day is a strange one. When it came out, everybody liked it. The naysayers were not very vocal, and I don't remember the such negative reaction. But it seems like over time, you just get used to. It becomes much more and more apparent, especially with many rewatches, just how much bizarre stuff is in there, how much out of place some of the elements are, how much some stuff feels ham-fisted, and how the movie deviates and goes a completely different direction at like the halfway point. So yeah, I don't hate it. I don't think it deserves all the vitriol it gets, but yeah, it's got a lot of problems. It's got a lot of good stuff in there. But basically the first, I think it's about the first 20 or 30 minutes are pretty darn good. Not perfect, but pretty darn good. And they were going somewhere interesting. And then Jinx shows up and they go to the clinic on the island and it all starts to go downhill from there pretty much. But again, it's also I never understood why all this stuff happened, but it seems, talking with other fans and stuff, it seems that perhaps when they got Lee Tamahori to direct the film, they kind of gave him a bit of creative freedom, and so some of the really out of place stuff was him trying to do stuff that was new and fresh, and it really just didn't work. But yeah, I mean, it's problematic. Let's just put it that way. But I don't think it deserves the vitriol that gets thrown its way. And it's got a great sound mix, so it's fun to watch for the sound mix. So that's at least something. Riddler always found The Man with the Golden Gun to be a solid Bond film. Always enjoyed it. Thank you, sir. Thank you for dropping in. And Pete loves both Moonraker and Golden Gun. My fandom is so happy right now. Like, usually I cannot talk praise about the ones that are considered the black sheeps of the series outside of Bond forums. But I'm just happy to be able to do it here and actually kind of get into a bit of nitty gritty detail and recite some of my various theorems and such. Yes, I have theorems about Bond films because they deserve it. Yeah, got lots of Golden Gun Moonraker fans. Time to celebrate. Yes, indeed. And hey, you all, as Matthew says, you always need absurd and imaginative stuff like the volcano crater rocket base, and you only live twice. And that is when you quickly realize that film was written by Roald Dahl. Think about that statement for a moment. That explains everything. about You Only Live Twice. If you question anything, the screenplay was written by Roald Dahl. They were like, let's get the guy who wrote Charlie and the Chocolate Factory to write You Only Live Twice. That's a good idea. And they did. And You Only Live Twice has amazing, bonkers, totally out there stuff in there. And it also tries to repeat the formula of Thunderball at the same time. And it kind of doesn't work. And it kind of goes over the top in the most awesome way possible. Yeah, and that's a good that's a pretty good point about well, scroll down too far. Yeah, talking about Moonraker and the centrifuge trainer. I mean, I talk about Moonraker basically being like another version of The Spy Who Loved Me, which is another version of You Only Live Twice in terms of plot. If you look at the centrifuge trainer, it's a modified version of the rack scene from Thunderball, of the spinal stretching scene, and it being used as, a death trap. But the thing is, the centrifuge scene is so perfectly edited and constructed and shot. Even the sound design of that particular sequence, especially if you're watching the Laserdisc with the original mix and you matrix it out, the swooshes it makes and the rear mono track as it gets faster and faster, the pitch changes. It's beautifully done. And then I've always loved the moment when Bond even remembers to use the gadget when he's about to pass out and potentially die. And he's so out of it, and Roger's face is being blown by this air cannon, and he looks so completely just trashed. And the way that John Glenn edits in little snippets of the Q scene in M's office, just little snippets, no dialogue, just little flashes. And just little tiny flashes, like actually Bond picturing that, and then you physically see his mental process struggling to realize that he could perhaps use the armor-piercing round of the wrist dart gun, and thus it finally works. And then it just doesn't stop; it slowly comes to a complete stop, very, very slowly, and then it finally pulls up, and Barry's cue is just incredibly dramatic, and then it finally pulls up, and then the violins start to really creep up, and the smoke is pouring out of the console, and then Holly just uselessly runs up and goes, "I don't know what could have happened. Something must have gone wrong with the controls." And then Bond just stumbles out, and Roger's face is so red, and he just falls against the wall with his bare face, and he can't physically move because the entire world is spinning. And finally, it's capped off by him refusing help and trying to walk away dignified, even though he's half dead. And then seeing Chang walk away from the control observation deck, and their eyes catch for just a brief moment. And that's all you need to, show the malevolence of the intent of that scene. And it's one of the best scenes in the picture, and perfect proof that Moonraker is a great film, because there are great dramatic moments in Moonraker. And yes, it's the movie that has space lasers and a double-taking pigeon. It's still a great film. It's a good spy film, and Bond does real detective work for at least the first 3/4 of it, given outside of the one or two goofy things and Jaws turning to a goofball. Outside of that, it's very serious up until a certain point, and it still remains serious. So, again, if you can overlook the space lasers and the US shuttle being able to launch in 5 minutes, and Jaws being a goofball and a double taking pigeon and a gondola hovercraft, if you can overlook those, there's still a good movie in there, and it's ridiculously entertaining and in ways that you just can't get anymore. Matthew loves all the films except for the Craig era and Die Another Day. Well, at least you're honest, and thankfully, I'm glad I'm not alone in disliking the modern films. So thank you. But enjoy the 67 Casino Royale and Never Say Never Again. Oh, fantastic. I watched through those. I admittedly grown quite a bit through Never Say Never Again, but I enjoy it for what it is, and I find the positives in it. It was a troubled production, and it's amazing the film ever got finished. But Casino '67, that was a troubled production to end troubled productions, and I adore that picture. It's magic. It is the best bad movie ever made. It should not work, and it does beautifully. Um, Pete liked Casino '06 and Skyfall, and disappointed in Quantum Inspector. That seems to be the like the general consensus for most people, which I can understand. Just looking at the four as standalones, and it's obvious that two are much stronger than the other two, but I really don't like any of them. But I can understand where you're coming from. Um, Man, but hating Jaws and Dolly, I mean, they had such a love story that had like one line of dialogue, but you got to be happy for the guy, right? Yeah, it's really too goofy and it takes you out of the movie, but it kind of works in a weird way, and you eventually get used to it, and so they get to have a nice bottle of of Bollinger on the space station that's falling apart. What could be more romantic than that? Um, Matthew watched the Batman 4K picture. Very good. Um, Not very film like. The remastered audio is an abomination. Yes, it is. I can't stand it. I have to say I'm happy they finally did a new transfer. I wish it was perfect. I would like to see the 4K version. I've only gotten to watch the remastered 1080p disc, which again is not as good as the UHD, but yeah, it's like one of those. It's not a complete upgrade, and I wish it was. Oh, really picked up the remastered It's a Wonderful Life Blu-ray. Yeah, if you've never owned any of the old ones, it's going to be a big improvement. There are some people who are saying that, like Robert Harris said that he thought the black levels were maybe a bit too low. He's looking into that right now, but I've seen the captures and they do look pretty good on the whole. Maybe some scenes are perhaps maybe a tad too dark. Unfortunately, you can only get the 4K with the colorized version here, so I'm thinking about getting the UK release where you can get the 4K bundled with the 1080p restored black and white version. You don't get any colorized version. I hate the old Blu-ray because it was an old master, had DNR, and it just looked super sharp and didn't look very good, and the audio wasn't very good. So I always watch the Criterion CAV box because it looks exactly like the archival prints you can see that I think are from a fine grain master, and it looks great. The Republic laser discs are almost as good. They're a little bright, and those have the digital PCM. So the Republic discs are the best sounding ones, but the Criterion I think is the best visual presentation before we get into the 4K master, which again I really want to get, but I think I'll have to get the British one to get both proper discs and not those awful colorized discs. Oh gosh, a 4K Batman 66 would be fantastic. The series on Blu-ray looks amazing. Like you can tell as a modern scan, it looks phenomenal. That thing is a demo set for anybody's TV. I'm sure it looks great upscaled to 4K actually. And the 66 Blu-ray is also pretty good. I wish it looked as good as the show because it's an older master. But yeah, well, it'd be Disney now, but they could do that in 4K. Oh gosh, clipping in the new sounds for the guns on the 89 remix or Joker's lines being dialed down in the mix. I don't know what is worse. They're both worse. Pete says, I have a real personal problem, personal hatred for the 4K Batman. You think you need no other version for the film, but you're so wrong, and never go full James Cameron. It doesn't go full James Cameron, but yeah, there's quite a bit of revisionism in there. Wolf saw for breakfast. Yeah, definitely on a different time zone there. So happy breakfast, sir. Yeah, I gotta wind down myself. I'm starting to get the dry throat and everything. My voice is starting to crack. So I'm gonna wrap up on these last comments here just to get these out of the way. Pete talking about the 4K looks great and looks better without the HDR. Okay. I've heard people talk about turning off HDR and seeing if that makes a difference. So when I do finally get a 4K panel, I know I'll be playing around with that quite a bit. But of course, it's designed to have HDR on, so I'm sure most things are not going to be designed to have it off, unfortunately. Um, it seems to be the big problem is the HDR grading getting a bit wonky or overzealous. Perhaps just like a new form of all the problems we've had before, just in HDR. Oh, Pete talking about syncing up the original Blu-ray or the getting the 97 DVD. Yeah, that'd be the easiest probably. Because that's got the same audio as the Laserdisc, the one I like that's a little bit beefier sounding. So, and that's 5.1 instead of Matrix. So that would probably be the easiest one. Or sync up the Blu-ray track or both, really. Yeah. Oh yeah, where they're talking about the snake reflection. It's there for Marion's Fall. They just erased it from Indy's Fall, but yeah, they didn't do it for the other one. I guess they didn't pay that much attention, or it didn't bug them that much. But yeah, it's still there when Marion falls into the well of the souls. I forgot to mention that. That's kind of funny. Okay, Pete talking about that bootleg Raiders VHS is on some comparisons, and that is very yellow. Okay. I'll dig into that, but I would say off the bat, it is possible that there could be some differentiation from the fact that it is a bootleg and maybe definitely probably was not made very well, probably in a hurry or something. So it could have been something interesting in the process, or maybe somebody's capture, or it wasn't a good tape to begin with or something. So there's a number of parameters that could make it look super yellow, but then again, it could just be that way. So I'll look into that. Um, Transfers on the '03 DVDs of the Indy trilogy still look and sound pretty good. I agree with you on that. Even though again it was Lowry, they didn't really do a whole lot of damage or anything, and I still hang on to them. I think the soundtracks are all great, and both Temple and Last Crusade on Blu-ray are pretty much like bumps to 1080p. They don't seem that much different outside of being in HD and having lossless 5.1. So on those, the DVDs and Blu-rays seem pretty darn close to each other. But with Raiders, I think you still got to hang on to that DVD for sure. Oh, Dino the Day. Matthew saying what always was absurd was the invisible car, and Bond windsurfing with a parachute. I know it's make believe and comic booky, but that's a bit much. I think it was the CG with the parasailing thing more than anything. I didn't mind the ingenuity part. It was the CG. It just looked so horrible. It was just weirdly staged. Just that part did not work even on opening release day, because I saw it that on it was opening release week. I think I saw it on the second day at night. So it was like one of the premiere shows. That did not work. Like, I still remember that as a kid. Like, that was the one part where I was like, yeah, this does not work. I was like 11 at the time, but I was like, man, this does not work. But I've never minded the invisible car. I think it does stretch the imagination too far, but at least they try to give it a scientific explanation, but it's a bit much. I don't think it's overused or anything, but yeah, that's what most people usually, that's one of the first points they go to, is the invisible car, which again, it's a bit much, but I've honestly I've never minded it, but yeah, I kind of wish it wasn't there. So um yeah, the obvious CGI, yeah, that didn't help. Whoa, Sega just got the Japanese Mission Impossible 2 Laserdisc for $25. That is, wow. Feels like it just got away something bad. Yeah, that's insane. Like, that's like definitely like that thing normally goes for what, at least $250, if not more, because I know it's rarer than Twine for sure, and Twine is usually $250 to $450. Yeah, where did you find that? How did I not know about this? Like, I'm glad you got it for sure, but man, that's wow. I'm sure it's probably not much different from the original DVD, but yeah, that is just incredible. It's any of the Japanese late releases, but I know MI2 is like right there at the end, because of course it's a 2000 film. So it's right there with the original X-Men and stuff like that. So yeah, that you are in definite rare territory there, sir. So congratulations, especially for $25. That's crazy. Yeah, who else would know how awesome a deal it was? Yeah. Go post on the Facebook groups, post on the LDDB, and everybody will think you're pulling their leg because yeah, that's like the guy who found the world's not enough and a Goodwill in California for $2. It's like unheard of stuff. Um, yeah, definitely. Hopefully they pack it well, and yes, spend extra on postage. No, you're fine, man. That's absolutely fantastic. Like I would be floored as well. Yeah, man, I've come close on the World's Enough before. There was one time I thought I was going to win a copy on eBay UK, and it got high, but not what it normally goes for. And I thought getting a copy for like $70 was way more than what I would spend on a laser disc, but that was far under the value, and I nearly got it for that, and that to me would have been a steal. But man, $25, geez, that's fantastic. Um, I don't think MI2. Well, it would have. Dolby EX was 99 for Phantom Menace, so it could be. But I don't recall it is. I don't think it has anything. I think it's just plain 5.1. Um, and then the last time I watched it, because I have my speakers kind of in a more close configuration, if I don't decode it out, you can actually hear in EX and matrixed, 6.1 tracks. You can hear extra information in the rears you're if your left and right surround, if they're at ear level at a good distance and they're properly set up at the right distance, and you're sitting dead center in between them, you can actually hear in an EX track the extra information that's supposed to come from behind you. It will phantom image behind you. So if it does have EX, you'll actually be able to hear it if your speakers are set up correctly, and even if you don't have the ability to decode for it, because the phantom imaging is still there. At least from my experience, that's just what I've come across. But I don't remember MI2 having anything like that. It's got a pretty good mix, but I don't remember it having anything extra. But again, I could be wrong. Um, yeah, as Matthew points out, I think Brosnan got he got a bum rap. Unfortunately, he worked extraordinarily hard, and after Goldeneye, especially in the next three films, you can really see him trying to do good work, and it's like it was just never there on the page to support his efforts. The World's Not Enough went much more as a deeper character study because he was trying to push for something with more dramatic meat. And I think that's why the opening of Die Another Day is so dark and so different, because he was pushing to do things that, meant something and could actually give him chances to act. But it just was not cooperating. And then they went the opposite route, and post Born Supremacy and everything felt they had to go ultra serious with everything. And then basically, in my mind, throw away the character and finally do the reboot they always, thought about doing, but never did, with good reason, except they just started aping a lot of modern trends and the Bourne films and like a bunch of other things. So it was just, just yeah, like they did a complete 180. So it's completely bad in other ways. Okay, talking about the high points of the cinematography in Skyfall and Spectre. Yeah, I mean they're composed well, but they never quite seem like Bond films. They don't seem like adventure films. They seem like, oh wow, look at this image. Spectre especially, like Skyfall, it kind of makes more sense, because the photography is affected by the locales, and again that makes sense, and I get that, and it's very nice to look at. Whereas Spectre, the whole time you feel like you're watching a menswear ad or a cologne advertisement, a really a high budget, well mounted one. Ew. Okay. Okay, I think I'm back. I went off for a minute there. It's definitely time for me to wind down. I'm winding down, I promise. But yeah, for me, Spectre just felt like a never-ending commercial, just visually. It just like was like a very fancy cologne ad. Again, very nice to look at, but it just never feels like a Bond film. And then the CGI and stuff didn't help, and neither did the constant references to the original films and stuff. Like they were rampant in Spectre, much more than Die Another Day, which the Die Another Day ones were very obvious. The Spectre ones, they were obvious and not so obvious, and there were so many of them. It really bothered me because it was just like, pouring salt in the open wound that is my heart when I see these films. So, but that's just me. But anyway, Sega wanting to get a EX amp and more discs, though. Yeah, you should definitely check it out. There's a number of DVDs with EX tracks, and again, all those films, if they're mixed that way, that carries over. So even World's Not Enough and Die Another Day, they still carry over. So if you play back the DVDs or Blu-rays, it's still got that EX in there. But again, those it's much more minor. They're good mixes, but the extra information, it's much more just it's just occasional extra stuff going on. The last monitor tile I really noticed it on was the original 5.1 mix on the first Iron Man. It's a really great mix, and it's got tons of extra stuff going on in the rear Phantom channel. I didn't even know it was EX. I just played it and was like, hey, wait a minute. There's a lot of stuff going on back here. I'm like looking behind my shoulder a lot. So, all right, last comment to catch up on. From a scale of 1 to 10, how do you rank all the different audio mixes for Batman? Oh man. Well, if we're talking about 89, number one for me is the older mix on the Laserdisc and the 97 Flipper DVD. I love that. It's the original mix, but feels a bit beefier. It seems like it has a better low end, and they definitely did a remixing job when they made the 2005 DVDs, because I noticed a difference when I bought the box set, and then that's what's on the Blu-ray. It's still good, but it doesn't have that beefiness to the low end. It doesn't feel as like punchy. And again, this is a minor qualm that you're only going to notice if you go back and forth between the two. But for me, my favorite is still the older mix on the Laserdisc and the 97 Flipper DVD. Number two would be the Blu-ray / 2005 special edition track. And then I don't even talk about the remix. It's terrible. It's an abomination. It's awful. It's like watching the first DVD of Jaws with that awful remix and the pasted over effects and the brand new gunshots and stuff. It's just as bad as that. So yeah, that's for me. It's just those two options. That's it. Like I don't talk about the remix. It's that bad. Anyhow, Spectre lost Matthew with yeah, with the we just stole they're actually brothers idea from Goldmember of all places. So now we're borrowing from Austin Powers. So yeah, that was a real like gut punch there. It's just like, oh my God, really? Like, I am the author of all your pain, James. No, you're the author of my pain. Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't resist that. I've thought that when I was in the theater, and every time I hear that, I'm like, no, it's the author. You're the author of my pain, darn it. But anyway, on that note, I think it's time for me to wind it down and call it a night. So I want to thank everybody for hanging out and letting me finish up my classic horror-dom, which is some other titles that I just wanted to talk about and bring up and reference that I didn't get to in some of the other shows. And again, as always, hopefully this brought some new things to your attention, reminded you some other things, and encourages you to seek out new titles or rediscover old favorites and find perhaps new favorites as well. So as always, thanks for hanging out. Keep spinning physical media and enjoying great films. And, don't let the end of October and it already being November stop you from taking further into classic horror. It's always time for classic horror. It's still cold. It's still winter. So in any case, I hope everybody has a good week. And thanks for hanging out. And as always, have a better one, everybody.